and we have very good keynote addresses planned for you today. I'm sure the keynote address is going to be filled with knowledge and you can gain a lot of information from it. So if there are any queries that you have, you can send a direct message to me in the chat box and I will have a look at it and respond to you in a timely manner. So I'm just waiting on the confirmation from my colleague to start the conference with which we will be going ahead. All right, so we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning to one and all here. It is my pleasure to host you today. I am Juveria, your event host, and it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the day 2 of the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education, shortly known as the ICMDRSE 2022, which is organized by the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. This conference this conference will offer researchers, delegates, and scholars an incredible chance to interact with each other and share their experience and knowledge of technology applications. Now, before moving on to the purpose of the conference and the events of the day, I would like to talk to you about IFERP, who are the main organizer of this conference. The Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations meant for research development and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. IFERP is a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge in engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional association and a forum where innovations and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interests. Our forums and associates constitute professional leaders and organizations connecting each other with mission to work as wizards of science for defending the earth. IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology. I would like to request my colleague to play a 2-minute video about IFERP that talks about IFERP's total activities and its purpose and the reason why it organizes conferences. So Karthik, over to you to play the video.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa, and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS-ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organized scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organization, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organizations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Thank you, Karthik, for playing that video. As you can see, the video talks intensively about the activities of IFERP and the purpose of IFERP. Now, moving on, I would like to talk to you about our incredible IFERP mobile application that has been launched and is now available for curious scientific researchers. It is presented as a delightful platform for academic and research breakthroughs, which you can get right now. Download it from the Google Play Store app for upcoming conference updates. Go ahead and download it so that you will always stay tuned to our conferences. We'd like to play a video on the mobile application as well right now. So Karthik, over to you. Thank you for the video presentation. So go ahead and download your mobile application, the Google Play Store, also for upcoming conference updates. Moving on, let's talk about the reason that we've all gathered here today. An event of this magnitude, a conference, needs to have a purpose. So let's talk about the conference. One of the primary motives of the Fifth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education 2022, held in Malaysia on the 26th and 27th of May, is to spur unique discoveries in terms of countering conventional challenges faced in everyday engineering activities and technology. Technology is progressing at a very fast pace, which currently is weighing heavily on the Earth's bounty of natural resources and causing serious damage to the environment. The price for this large scale and mass expansion in all forms of daily life is being paid for in the form of climate change. Today, dangerous pollution levels and global environmental degradation endangers the very existence of life on our planet. Now more than ever, there is an urgent need for professionals from all sectors of engineering and science to come together and work together to find sustainable solutions to sustain economic growth without harming the environment in any way whatsoever. As you can see, this conference concentrates on this motive, and we hope that our delegates, our presenters, our speakers are able to share and gain knowledge on this particular motive, and we all are able to walk away from the conference enlightened about the challenges and the actions that we can do. With that, I would like to move on to welcoming our dignitaries for the conference. First, I would like to welcome our keynote speakers, Professor Michael Tornaglu. He's the professor in hospitality and tourism development of international programs, Jeonju University of South Korea. Dr. Noor Zaman Janji, director and associate professor for Smart Society 5.0 Cluster Head Cybersecurity Cluster, Taylor's University, Malaysia. Next, I would like to welcome our special guest, Dr. Jihane Ben Masood, professor and journal reviewer, guest editor, Department of Tourism and Management, Kadi Ayad University, SP Essaouira, Morocco. Mr. Rudra Banu Sapadi, the CEO of Technorite Groups, and also one of our mentors for IFERP. Next, I would like to welcome our session chairs for the day, Mr. Patel Chintan Ashwin Kumar, the Assistant Professor, Electronics and Communication Engineering, Gandhinagar Institute of Technology, India. And then we are welcoming Dr. Joginder Singh, Senior Lecturer and Editor, School of Business, Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. We also have another session chair, Putu Teddy Indrayana, Lecturer, Universitas Udayana, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Bali, Indonesia. So I'd like to welcome all our dignitaries for the session, and thank you for joining us from around the world virtually and for imparting your expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the world who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all our attendees for joining us today. With that, I would like to move on to the conference proceedings book release. On behalf of all the dignitaries and participants, we are happy to release our 5th International Conference Proceedings book on the Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education, ICMDRSE-2022. As you can see, we have released the conference proceedings. These are the covers of the book, and every one of you will be receiving this conference proceedings to you. And our team will ensure that this is handed over to you virtually through our mediums available. Okay, so moving on. So I would like to welcome our special guest, Mr. Rudrabanu Sastapati, who is the CEO of Technorite Group, to deliver his welcome address. Before he takes his spotlight, I would like to talk to you about a few words on his biography and his achievements. Mr. Rudrabanu Sastapati is an entrepreneur and investor, philanthropist, founder and CEO of the Technorite Group. He has 10 years of experience in organizing scientific conferences. He has completed his education in engineering from SRM University, Chennai, one of the most reputed universities in Chennai and India, an ME from St. Peter's University, Chennai, also a reputed university, and he is pursuing his PhD from St. Peter's University, Chennai as well. His research interests include image processing, antennas, and wireless networks. He is interested in doing several socio-academic activities for the welfare of the society. Under his guidance, IFERP and BioLeaks Worldwide, another branch of Technorite, has become one of the fastest growing organizations in Asia. His organization received the Best Scientific Conference Production House of 2018 award from the APV. With success knowing no limit, Mr. Rudra attributes his fame to his teamwork and the entrepreneur spirit, which drives him to enable risk to opportunities to handle the ever-changing environment in education and technology. Some of his other research interests are also on climate change and ecology, drug discovery and communal medicines, cancer and its battle, oral health and allied health sciences, and technology for humanity are some of his many other varied interests. So thank you, sir, for joining us today, and may we request you to take your spotlight to deliver your welcome address to our conference.
Very good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Juvaria, for this wonderful introduction. And this really was overwhelming and motivating in this early morning. And as we know, we are all in different time zones, and we have expected participants from 20 plus different countries of Asia and Middle East also. And at this spectacular conference, I greet everyone on this bright morning, and I express my hearty gratitude to everyone being a part of this conference virtually from their locations. Esteemed dignitaries, respected speakers, revered organizing committee members, session chairs, scientific committee members, faculties, and beloved students. Thank you very much once again for your immense faith and trust on IFERP Institute for Engineering Research and Publication to make this conference and that to the 5th series of the conference a grand success once again. And today we are running with the 2nd day of the conference. We had received more than 300 plus articles this time, but we need to shortlist because we may always make sure the content we shared in our forums will be useful and applicable towards the sustainable development and towards sustainable development goals of the United Nations organization also. So we have shortlisted, selected after peer review with the process of double peer blind review. And we had shortlisted and accepted only 125 abstracts, out of which we have 82 presentations. And this conference is amalgamated with a lot of thoughts from different angles, different verticals, dimensions of research. And we believe multidisciplinary research is the ultimate requirement of community, because it is the interdisciplinary research that ends with the applications, trials, and experiments. We believe it's not possible if we work with a particular dimension in a particular perspective in a particular subject area, unless and until we connect professionals from multidisciplinary fields, from different fields. It's very difficult to make the experiments, trials, applications, along with involvement with all different professionals in interdisciplinary fields. Today we have a very good connections with healthcare sectors, and we are connecting healthcare sector professionals with engineers, and we implement engineering experiments, trials, and researches in the healthcare sector. This makes the propagations of innovations and ideas very easy. So International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Education is definitely a very good initiative by our organization, and has been supported by different countries, different organizations, institutions, universities, and professionals all across the globe. And successfully, with series of conferences organized in different countries, we are running with the 5th series, and we have a very successful participations of this conference. And the most important thing is that we are connecting universities and academic institutions as well as professionals from different part of the nation, different part of the globe, so that we believe we provide them a proper infrastructure, a proper virtual community for eye to eye, individual to individual, organizations to individuals, and vice versa, and organization to organization collaborations. Because we believe research promotions could be promulgated through unlimited opportunities by unleashing our professionals, making them available all possible infrastructures of the globe, by connecting with all these research organizations, irrespective of their standards, irrespective of their age, irrespective of their locations in developing and developed countries. Today, we are relentlessly collaborating with educational institutions, academic institutions, research centers, as well as industrial setups, as well as companies, corporates, so that industries and academics as well as research centers come together. We are on the verge of building a common forum, a common platform. In this common platform, we believe every students and researchers deserving towards their innovations and ideas could be sharing their knowledge and skills. And it's very important to do so, because capacity building is also one of our responsibility. We are trying relentlessly to build the capacity of our researchers. We are trying to build up the potentials, the ability of productions of scientific articles and productions of scientific content by motivating researchers at different grassroots levels of the academic institutions. We have a separate ventures called United Innovators that supports researchers to carry out their higher studies and carry out their higher researches as well. We have established different communities, different associations. Bringing technology and making the life of researchers convenient is also another part, another responsibility. Our technical team is working on that. And as my host has introduced about the IFERP mobile applications, as well as the responsibilities and the infrastructure, the interfaces we provide, so that your ideas and innovations could be a part of tomorrow's journeys of globe. It's very important that your ideas and innovations has to be reaching every corner of the globe, and we do so, and we make it available for everyone as well. The another aspect, if I speak about, is capacity building to adopt shock. This is another goal of our organization. The organizations make the scientific communities, make the scientific professionals of different subject areas be prepared by the researches, by the innovations, by predicting the upcoming shock that our globe or the humanity, our community can face tomorrow. In this respect, we have been blessed with more than 70,000 plus professional members all across the globe. And my hearty gratitude to everyone for their endless support from different countries, different locations, all institutional ambassadors, faculty, chapter members, student chapters operating in different regions of globe. And I also insist everyone to be a part of IFERP membership once again. I also believe the educational and institutional chapter we are organizing and we are connecting with the institutions are the connection points at the nodes where we establish our point of center of excellences as well as point of connections, because interconnecting universities, interconnecting educational institutions, and at a larger forum is a very much optimum need. So we are encouraging now faculty development programs so that the skills of the faculties and skills of education systems would increase all across the globe. We are encouraging faculty exchange programs as well, so that the knowledges, scopes, and experts we have in different universities would reach to other universities, irrespective of being developing and all being developed, so that every deserving researchers, every deserving student would access all possible source of knowledge with limited expenses and convenient budget, as well as with conveniences of scopes and opportunities. We are also establishing our virtual community that would help our researchers to stay connected with each other, ideas and innovation sharing. We are trying to move the concept of articles and research works from text to audio video, that comes up with a very convenient approach of citing good research works relevant to your field. So there are a lot of things we do work, and my team is, I'm really grateful towards my team for their endless effort, and all organizing committee members, scientific committee members and ambassadors and representatives of IFERP based in different parts. And I insist everyone that your innovations and ideas is a contribution for community, and your innovations and your ideas are again our responsibility. We take it ahead, we take it forward. We try to reshape them, we try to produce them in proper forum. Nowadays we have started connecting with industries and funding agencies so that the ideas and innovations you start up could be converted to real-time implementations. And we have also started our IFERP seed funding proposals. I insist all researchers watching this conference live to apply for IFERP seed funding. Our organization is delivering, trying to support researchers and innovations through seed funding proposals. We are also coming up with some great scientific publications and building up scientific repositories where your articles could be shared, promoted, and published. And I also urge this conference will be a very fruitful event for everyone, because we have researchers from different dimensions. We have researchers from tourism industry, we have from technology, we have from healthcare sectors, as well as looking for the abstracts. And it's really wondering that some of the research papers are related to the sustainability development goals of United Nations organizations, is related to climate change, it's related to zero hunger, it's related to food safety and security. So these all researches are definitely our goals, and we will be concentrating on these particular dimensions so that better scopes and opportunities could be created in upcoming days. I believe this conference will be again a useful and scientific interactions, and I greet all the scientific chairs and speakers and delegates for their excellent presentations to add on your valuable content to make this conference a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering your speech to us. It was really informative. You've spoken a great deal about IFERP and its activities, and you have given your gratitude to all that have been here, and your wishes for the conference well-being will always be with us. On that note, I would like to welcome our next special guest, Professor and Journal Reviewer, Guest Editor, Department of Tourism and Management, Kadi Ayad University, ST Essaouira, Morocco, Dr. Jihani Ben Massoud, to deliver her guest lecture. So, Doctor, the floor is all yours. You can take up the spotlight to deliver your address.
Thank you very much, Ms. Juwairia. Please first allow me to send my warm greetings to everyone. I would like to thank all of the organizing committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to share some of my knowledge with everybody here. Thank you everyone here for being here, and I'm really glad to be among you all. So I'll try to share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Thank you very much. So today I'll be talking about the effective ways of writing a research article and certain tips that should be remembered while writing an article. So probably one of the first things that any researcher struggles with is choosing the right topic. So it's always recommended to choose topics that are closely related to your intellectual interests, personal experience, and favorite research areas. However, one should avoid being overambitious when choosing a topic. So the massive question that occupies your intellectuality must be doable and researchable. Therefore, the research has to consider the variables that may limit the research process by answering the following questions. Do I have the necessary skills to accomplish this study? Are research tools and participants accessible to complete the study? Am I financially capable to accomplish my work? Is the allotted time sufficient to finalize all the steps of the research while choosing that topic? Do I have resources and documents necessary to obtain relevant data? And finally, is there an availability of professionals in my research field who are, ready to advise and assist me in the course of my research? Moving from the research topic to the structuring of the scientific article. And here I will try to go to every component of the article, starting with the title. So the title, as we all know, needs to be eye-catching, specific, and short, but comprehensive and sufficiently descriptive. It is essential that the title does not contain any abbreviations. And if the paper is focused on a particular disease or region, the identifier should be within the title. Moving to the second element, which is the abstract. So the abstract is positioned just after the title and is the game changer for the scientific paper. The abstract either impresses the editor and the reader and coaxes him or her into reading the whole paper, or else it puts him off. So discarding the paper altogether, the abstract is the second most read section of the paper, after the title, of course. It needs to be able to stand alone and be as succinct as possible. The section must be concise with word limit, which is usually around 250 words. It is essential for the abstract to showcase information that appears within the paper. It should avoid any additional information added over and above that found within the main text. It is customary that this section is written last after the whole paper has been finished and finalized. The abstract is a summary of the paper and is typically structured into, so we have background, the aim or the objective, the methods, results, and then conclusions. Starting with the background section clarifies the significance of the study in a clear, concise manner. The context or the aim for performing the research study needs to be defined. The objective section here needs to contain a clear statement of the research question and the purpose for conducting the research. The methodology section needs to be basic and only give an outline of the type of research conducted and parameters assessed. Then the results section needs to be concise and illustrates the most important findings of the research. Only the established main conclusions need to be stated in the conclusion section. After that, moving to the keywords. So it is customary that a list of 5 to 6 keywords is provided just after the abstract section. Keywords are composed of 1 or 2 words that describe the article and serve as keys to indexing and abstracting services. So keywords are fundamental elements for the dissemination of your research, as strong keywords enhance the likelihood that your paper will be retrieved by a search engine out of the huge number of published papers when someone, searches for a specific topic using a keyword. The next element is affiliation. So next follows, the affiliation is the affiliation that is related to the authors. So journals have different requirements regarding the affiliation, but authors' names, universities, and faculties or schools, countries, and emails are the most common ones. So concerning research, teamwork is preferable to individual work, and journals usually prefer papers with multiple authors, especially teams involving different nationalities. Now moving to the introduction of the research article. So the purpose of the introduction is to explain the reader or to explain to the reader what the research question is, how it is original, how it is important, and succinctly the outline how the study intends to answer it. It is critical that the paper starts with a brief introduction to the topic, which clearly describes how and why the research question has arisen. So provide adequate background information using relevant literature to acquaint readers with the topic, but do not include a detailed literature review. So explicitly state the importance of your research, as the reader may not necessarily make the leap in logic that is obvious to you. The introduction should end with the aim being clearly stated. If the study is addressing a hypothesis, then the hypothesis should be stated here too. Some authors write the introduction at an early stage as a guideline to the further development of the paper. In this case, they need to review this section and make all necessary changes when the rest of the paper is ready. Other prefers to write the introduction in the final stage or in the final stages of the paper. As the introduction is critical to attracting the reader's attention, it should consist of short sentences and be brief, coherent, logical, and stimulating, but not confusing to the readers, as well as creating a receptive mode. So concerning length, a typical introduction does not exceed 1 or 2 pages. Moving now to the review of literature. So reviewing what others have written on your topic is one of the fundamental steps in any research, and it serves a number of purposes, including identifying what has already been done and has contributed significantly to your topic, identifying what still needs to be done in order to justify the originality and the importance of your research. And here we're talking about the gap of research. Establishing links between your research and the most relevant research on the topic by comparing your study to previous studies. You can also point out similarities and contradictions if there are any. Defining relevant concepts for your study, and also identifying relevant theories, research designs, approaches, and methods used in the study of similar research problems that can be appropriate for your study. So the literature review needs to be the first step of your research, because without it, you can't prove the originality and the appropriateness of your study. Sometimes a paper is based on a research project, for instance, a dissertation finished some years ago, and it doesn't use preference or it doesn't use references from the last 3 or 4 years. Of course, depending on the research area, because or references that are can be outdated. So, which is a possible reason for rejection when you apply for publication. So to avoid this situation, you must update your references before submitting your paper. Next is the methods used, or the methodological part of your research article. So the section needs to answer the what, the how, the what and the how of the study. So it should have sufficient information to allow any other researcher to replicate and confirm the work being presented. Hence, a detailed description of all the study population, the materials, procedures, theories and definitions used in the research needs to be included in this section, along with the calculations, techniques, equipment, and calibration plots used in the study. So the inclusion and exclusion criteria need to be stated clearly. Furthermore, all analytic methods during the study, including references to any specialized statistical software, need to be mentioned in this section. It is important to detail the ethical concerns related to the study and how these were addressed. This is particularly important when human or animal studies are involved. Editors or reviewers reject papers when they consider that the research methods used are not appropriate or not strong enough. Any paper is rejected that does not use proper methods in answering the research question and accomplishing its objectives, while there may be an opportunity to reanalyze the results, perhaps using more appropriate statistical tests. The methods cannot be changed without redoing the research. So you need to write about the methods in the past tense with adequate detail to repeat the study design and validate results. So proof details of the selection and description of study participants, data collection processes, and methods used in analysis. When in doubt, provide more rather than fewer details. Next, we move to a discussion of the results. So the results section is a critical part of the manuscript. So the representation of results is the outcome of the application of methods to primary or secondary research resources. Some basic rules can help you present your results in the best way possible. And here I will start by interpret results and their implication instead of simply presenting them in a descriptive way. Use primary data, which is more relevant than secondary data. Use a combination of text and visual aids such as graphs, tables, or figures. These need to be well designed in order to make sure the reader understands the results more easily. Then keep graphs simple. Do not repeat information presented in tables and graphs in the text. Instead, analyze data in qualitative terms without being repetitive. Check that tables, graphs, and figures are correctly labeled with numbers and titles, and that they are cited in the previous paragraph. Make sure that you indicate the source of your data. Write results in the past tense and in a logical sequence. Match the arrangement of data to the methodology and communicate as much information as relevant or as is relevant. Do not omit unexpected results or results that do not satisfy your hypotheses. Report them and discuss your analysis. Avoid abbreviation if possible, but define them if necessary, or if you use them, or if they are used. When using quantitative methods, first present results of descriptive analysis, followed by results of inferential analysis. And then we move to the conclusion part. So the conclusion section is the most important part of your paper, and the one that readers remember best. So you have the chance to say the last word on your subject and leave a good final impression. So link your conclusion with the introduction. So conclusions must have a direct relationship to the objectives stated in the beginning of the paper, and answer the research questions and objectives, as well as confirm or refute your hypotheses. So first, make sure to compare your conclusions to previous research and point out implications and contributions of your paper to advancing knowledge in your field of research. Avoid any repetition of results presented in the previous section, and any ambiguity or speculation. Make your conclusion solid, brief, clear, and convincing. Explain study limitations and make recommendations if possible for future research. Then we move to another important element of the research paper, which is references. So references, when it comes to references, you need to structure the list of references according to your target journal's guidelines. This is one of the sections that require the most attention, as I said, and control by editors, and the one that usually presents the highest number of inaccuracies. So authors and journals cannot publish papers with missing or incomplete references without compromising their reputation. There are different styles for organizing and presenting references. The most common in social sciences is probably the APA style. If you cannot afford to buy, the publication manual of the American Psychological Association, so it's the most accurate and complete documents on the subject, it is advisable to check out materials on APA style guides that are available on the internet. In organizing your list of references, I will provide you here with some rules that you can follow, and the ones that are mentioned by Davidson and Delbridge 2011. First, follow journal guidelines. Include only references cited within the text. Double check references for accuracy, and ensure that all information in the references list is complete and accurate. Now, after writing and organizing your research paper, another important step is revision and proofreading. So when your paper is complete, revise it thoroughly and make all necessary changes. If multiple authors sign the work, all of them should revise the entire paper and not only their contributions. A complete paper needs to be subjected to multiple revisions before submission. Now, moving to the use of adequate academic writing. After the structure, it is important to pay attention to your writing style and the content of your scientific paper. Using adequate academic writing might involve different rules, and it is an extremely challenging task. So to start with, you need to ensure you have relevant findings to communicate to readers. So it's with the reader in mind that you have to find the best possible way of communicating your findings and arguments. So I'm going to share here some guidelines from different authors, which can help you to find the most adequate academic writing style for your research paper. So number one, I will mention use sentences that are short, clear, and direct. Use formal and carefully structured wording and make sure the subject of each sentence appears early in the sentence. Number two, make your ideas clear and your arguments easy to follow. The third one is avoid repetition, wordiness, long sentences, and excessive adverbs and adjectives. Next, utilize the spell check function in your word processing program. Write to enhance the elements of careful word choice, which are clarity, simplicity, and accuracy. So clarity means choosing the simplest and most accurate word to express each idea. Accuracy means choosing the precise word to express what you mean. Clarity is improved if having chosen a precise word, you use the same word consistently throughout and do not substitute inexact synonyms. And finally, double check grammar style, spelling, and references. Shorten and cut down your paper at every chance for crispness with the focus on accuracy, clarity, and brevity. I still need to add one more rule, which is to ensure you use research terminology correctly. So do not confuse or misuse terms. Moving to successful publishing. So after writing your research paper, so every author thinks to publish his or her paper, and to do that successfully, to make sure that your paper is accepted for publication, one needs to remember that the scientific paper needs to be accepted by the journal's reviewers and abide to the publishing style guidelines. So here I'm going to share 5 criteria that reviewers tend to base their decisions on. So number 1 is the relevance. So the relevance, importance, timeless, and prevalence of the problem under study. Number 2, the writing style quality. So it should be clear, easy to follow, logical, and straightforward. The third one is the appropriate, comprehensive, and rigorous study design. Then the thoughtfulness of the literature review, as well as whether the literature review was up to date and focused. And the presence of sufficient sample size to avoid biases. And also, I'll share the top 5 rejections rationale, and I'll start with incomplete, inappropriate, or insufficient statistics. Next, over-interpretation of results. Suboptimal, inappropriate, and insufficient description of population, then biased samples, and then poorly written paper or incoherent paper. So the authors may choose a journal, but doesn't mean the journal will automatically accept the paper. This doesn't mean that the work is unpublishable, but rather that the correct journal was not identified, or certain things should be taken into consideration. If the reviewer's comments have been provided, so it is essential to go over them, since this is considered a free advice that will help you improve your paper. The scientific paper can then be resubmitted to another potential journal. So it is extremely important that yet again the submitted paper abides faithfully to the new journal's instructions to author guidelines. One of the other, reasons that leads to the rejection of paper is plagiarism. And we know that plagiarism is easy for writers to avoid by simply copying any printed sources and by writing original text in one's own words, and if paraphrasing, citing the source. But unfortunately, these simple rules seem to be either forgotten or ignored by many authors. So as instances of plagiarism have become all too common throughout the scientific world, I will try here to just give a hint to some rules to avoid plagiarism. So I will start with don't copy, meaning verbatim words from any other paper or book, even if it's your own previously published work, is not good writing. So very short quotations are acceptable when contained within quotation marks and citing the source immediately following the quote. Write your own words, use your own original words to convey your ideas. Do not blend original and borrowed text without citing the borrowed text. When in doubt, cite. This is the sign you should consider rewriting your paper. Common words and phrases do not need to be cited or put into quotation marks. But any discussion or commonly understood concepts must be properly cited. Avoid self-plagiarism. If you reuse your own previous work or images or graphs or figures in new paper, this often leads to self-plagiarism. Do not recycle images, figures, tables, as I said, or text from one of your own previously published paper without citing. Make sure to ask for permission in case if you want to use a figure or table or any kind of data that hasn't been published before. And finally, cite while you write. To avoid missing citations, make sure to insert citations while you write your paper. So if you put your paper aside for a few days, you may forget where you found a particular piece of information or from where you copied a quote. And here comes the end of my speech. And thank you all for your attention. I hope I have given enough tips for everyone about how to write an effective research paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your wonderful speech that you've given us. It has been really enlightening, and I'm sure these listeners and our delegates have been really enlightened from it. So before we move on to the next technical sessions that we have, I have a request to all the participants who are participating today to please turn on your camera if you can, so that we can take a group session of this conference. Please note that we are not forcing anyone, and it is up to your own wish, but it would be nice to see this for once in a while. We could take a group picture. All right, I'm seeing a lot of faces. Thank you so much. I'll just wait for a few more and then we will take a group picture. All right, so I'm seeing a few faces. So as I say 1, 2, and 3, so we will take a group picture. All right, so let's see all the big smiles. All right, so 1, 2, and 3. Okay. All right. So yes, we have taken a group picture. Thank you so much for turning on your cameras, and thank you so much for. I'm sure we are joining in from different time zones, and it is, it might still be early for a lot, but thank you so much for joining into the session and to help with us. And with that, we are marking the end of the second day's inauguration session, and we are going to be starting the technical session. With that note, I would like to say welcome and assalamu alaikum to all the participants for the technical session one. And I would like to welcome our session chair, who is Mr. Patel Chintan Ashwin Kumar and Dr. Jugendra Singh for the technical session one to preside over it. Can I have a verbal go ahead from the session chair before I start the technical session and I start explaining the guidelines?
Yes, I'm here. Very good morning.
Good morning, sir. So another session chair that we will be having for today's this session is Putu Teddy Indrayana. So, Professor, can we have the go ahead from you also to start the technical session?
Yeah, yes, please.
All right. So thank you, session chair, for your confirmation. Now, to all the participants, best of luck. May the best presenter win. And let me explain a few guidelines to all of you so that you are aware what is expected out of you. The first guideline is that each presenter will be getting 8 minutes of presentation time. Please keep your presentations under these 8 minutes. You will have 2 minutes to answer any questions from the session chairs or from the participants. If you are to exceed the 8-minute timeline, the session chairs have the authority to step in and to ask you to conclude your presentation. So session chairs, I advise that you have a look on the clock as well, so that we are mindful of the time we have. The second guideline is to have your presentations ready beforehand and present them on the slideshow mode that is available on the PowerPoint. The last guideline is that we have lots of many presenters. We will be announcing your names and your paper. We would appreciate a response from you before proceeding with the presentation. Any participant who does not respond, your name will be called twice. And if you're not responding, we will be moving on to the next presenter. If any of you have any queries regarding the presentation or your time slots, kindly chat me up in the chat box so that I can address your queries. I hope the guidelines are clear to all the presenters. And once again, please be mindful of your 8 minutes presentation time. Have your presentations ready, and please do respond when your names are called out. On that note, let us start the technical sessions now. All right, so I would like to call on the first presenter, Ms. Maria Caciche, who to present the paper Biophilic Design as an Adaptive Reuse of the Built Environment Strategy and its Impact on People's Health and Well-Being Perception. Ms. Maria, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Hello to everyone. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see you and the presentation as well and hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. My name is Maria Cacique. I'm from Mexico. In behalf of my co-author, Shen Jung Oh, and my own, I would like to say thank you. We are very excited to introduce to you our research paper entitled Biophilic Design as an Adaptive Reuse of the Built Environment Strategy and its Impact on People's Health and Well-Being Perception. For today's presentation, we organized all the information into 4 main points, which are the abstract, content, findings, and finally, the conclusion. I would like to start saying that this research arises from the concern about the existence of abandoned buildings and infrastructure, a problem that will increase after the current pandemic, with an negative effect on people's health and well-being. And then the adaptive reuse that we have doing for a long time takes more strength now when we have neither the time nor the resources to build from the scratch. But how to carry out an adaptive reuse according to the new city's requirements, which has to be not only kind with the environment, but also with humans? Well, in this paper, we propose the biophilic design as an answer for the new built environment interventions. And through a case study evaluation and surveys application, we want to demonstrate the improvement on human health and well-being after having been in contact with a biophilic environment. Well, the content is organized into these 4 stages, which are the biophilic design principle compilation, then the case study selection and evaluation, and the online survey design and its application, and the data collection and data analysis in SPSS. For the first stage, the biophilic design principles compilation, the research process starts with the literature review, and after this, we use the 14 patterns of biophilic design by Terrapin, which are also supported by empirical evidence and by the work of many researchers. And each pattern includes the elements that we will use to evaluate the site, and also the experiences that we will use to evaluate the before and after for people's perception. After we got the variables and the elements, the most important was to select the case study. For this stage, we had 4 choices, but we select the one which has most elements included in its design. So the case study that we select as a successful case study is this one. This is Taichung Cultural and Heritage Park. This is located in Taichung, Taiwan. This used to be a wine factory, and now it has a successful adaptive reuse project. After we select the site, the next step is the online survey design and application. So due to the current situation, we choose the Google Forms to do an online survey to evaluate the before, during, and after being in contact with a biophilic design. The online survey is about 5 sections. The first section is the demographics with the general information of the participants. The section number 2 is about the health and well-being perception. We evaluate the before they saw the photo review. And the section number 3 is about during the photo review to evaluate the participants' perception regarding the 14 patterns of biophilic design by using photos and images. And then the section number 4 is the after. So we have the before, during, and after, and at the end is the general site evaluation to inquire about the satisfaction and general design of the site. This is an example of some images that we use for the online survey application. One photo is for each pattern. After we designed this survey, the next step was to identify the correct method that will help us to identify the differences between the scores of each pattern, and in order to identify which pattern has more importance regarding the health and well-being perception in the participants. And also we need to identify the differences between the mean scores between the before and after. So that's why we identify the means and paired sample t-test by using SPSS. About the findings, we got 63 participants from different nationalities with almost equal distribution of gender and almost equal distribution of years of design studies background. So the table number 2 show us the significant differences between each pattern. We evaluate the 14 patterns and we identify which pattern was most important and with higher and lower score from the participants. The patterns with higher value are strongly related to visual perception, which is reasonable since they were the best represented in photos and images. And the patterns with lower score are the ones related to the sensory information, which is also reasonable because they are not easy to be represented on an online survey by images and photos, not all of them. The table number 3, regarding the health and well-being improvement, we have the main question about the health and well-being improvement. And of course, in all of them, this table shows us an increase and a significant one after they saw the images and after they were in contact of this biophilic site. The conclusions, the most important is that this research, of course, demonstrates the health and well-being impact caused by biophilic design, and also demonstrate the before and after improvement with a significant result. And we can identify the patterns with most and least representative for biophilic design interventions. And some recommendations is to continue with the comparison between case studies, but also with online and on-site surveys, because some of the patterns can be different if we do an on-site survey for this research. Thank you very much, and that's all. Thank you all.
Thank you, presenter. Do the session chairs have any questions?
Yes, I got a question, but just a clarification, very simple clarification. Okay, Maria, can you hear me, Maria? Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you mentioned that you use Google Form, and you did it on 3 phases: before, during, and after.
Yes.
And you use some pictures to show them. Were they the same people? Because when you use Google Form, can be anybody out there. How you know that they were qualified to participate? They can give you, I mean, they have some knowledge on this biophilic design. Were they qualified? So when you went after, were they the same people? Okay, so that's my concern. Maybe you might have the answer. I don't know.
Thank you so much for the question. Yeah, of course, when we do the Google Form, we use Google Form. All these sections were included from the beginning. So that means all the people, the same people which answered the first question before the photo review was the same people who answered the after the photo review. And about their experience regarding this kind of biophilic design, that was one of our general questions in the general information. We really want to know if these participants have design studies background, and we divide the participants in groups. And of course, if you can see the PowerPoint, we have almost 20 people with less or with 0 years of studies background. And we also divide from 1 to 4 to 5 to 10 to 11 to 12 and to 21 or more years of studies background. It was important, this question was important for us, because we also identified that there is not significant difference
Maria? So let's just give it a minute as her screen is frozen. Okay, she seems to have lost her connection. So on that note, we have our keynote who has joined us for the event, and we will be having the keynote address right now, after which we will continue again the technical sessions. So let me request Professor Mikhail Tonoglu, Professor in Hospitality and Tourism Development of International Programs, Jeonju University, South Korea, to deliver his keynote address. To session chairs as well as to the presenters, we will be just resuming the technical session once the keynote address is just finished. So Professor, over to you. Please go ahead with your keynote address.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry because today is a little bit under tight schedule. I'm really glad to be with you.
Professor, just a minute. So Maria, we will be resuming back the presentation after the keynote address is happening. So kindly please hold on for a few minutes.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Professor, go.
Thank you again, and sorry because it's a quite a tight program, as I understand, and I thank you again for inviting me to this interesting conference and event. It's really glad to meet everybody. I would like to thank for the invitation, IFERP, and I would like to say that this interesting event is bringing different majors, different directions, research directions together. And as is the main theme of the conference, what I would like to say from my side, I'm coming from the hotel industry. I have been more than 25 years active in hotel and tourism management. So in this case, I decided to do more research and teaching at the last stage of my career, which is quite productive because we try to prepare the young generation, something that all of us in the universities are doing, to prepare them in the best possible way to face not only their personal challenges, I mean their career and their future, but also the social challenges, the global challenges that nowadays we see they are coming really in a different way that than what we were expecting. And of course, these challenges are becoming the most important part of our life and the daily life. So I believe it's a very good timing to have this kind of events, trying to bring different ideas together. And as you said, it's very productive and very efficient to create platforms where people from different directions, different background, knowledge, experience, research background, they're coming together in order to not just to develop additional research, but try to find meaningful connections between, for example, management, between technology, engineering, even other social sciences, and so on, tourism, of course, and because all these different areas, of course, they have their own development, they have their own characteristics and resources and development in knowledge and research, but at the same time, we know very well that we are living in a connected world. And nowadays, because of these challenges, we have the need and the common sense that we have to approach all these things in a holistic way, which means we try to avoid any barriers between countries, between specializations, between research areas. No, we have to connect, we try to approach everything in a holistic way. And this is what we trying now to pass and let the students understand that, yes, of course, they select a major, but they have to keep their eyes open. They have to try to understand the contribution from other research areas and majors and knowledge areas, so they can take advantage. They can take advantage in order to create innovative and meaningful connections with other areas of knowledge, as I said, and research, and try to improve, to innovate. Because nowadays, with all these challenges, the main thing is to think out of the box. This is the reality. We know that for many years, societies in general were focused to develop things. Lately, the last decades, through globalization. But from the other side, I think that we are not well connected. We have never approached in a holistic way our problems, our challenges. And now these challenges are becoming bigger and bigger. So I believe this specific approach, the theme of your conference, is creating a new area of interest. And this is the main thing that we can jointly develop, all professors or faculty from different majors and from different countries, different cultures, because I think one of the solutions for the future will come through this kind of holistic approach. And of course, as I said, technology is very important nowadays because it's not only contributing as a separate important, let's say, area of knowledge and research, but is acting as an accelerator of all these, let's say, efforts to innovate, to become more competitive, to become more holistic, to face and find solutions and answers to very, let's say, important challenges that we are facing now and maybe that we are going to face in the future. So I believe through this platform, through this conference, and of course, I would like to say that I feel so thankful to be here with you, even for a short time. It's really important to understand the key, let's say, advantages of bringing all these different ideas from different areas together and try to find connections that through these connections we can create additional benefits, values that will give us the opportunity to address challenges in a different way, in an innovative way, something that we needed in the future because we start having more and more difficulties and challenges, climate crisis, pandemics, economic crisis, disruption in the distribution channels and value chains. So all these things we see now that the problems are emerging. And of course, we have to direct our efforts and research efforts and let's say, whatever we try to do through our duties as professors, as faculty, with our students, with the research fellows, with colleagues from around the world, is try to connect the dots, to connect on these platforms, to connect our research efforts in a way to become, as I said, more holistic and more innovative. So I really want to tell you that nowadays we face this kind of challenges in a very interesting and important and innovative way. But it's really something that we have to consider seriously on a daily basis. So it doesn't matter from which area we're coming from. As I said, I have a background from hotel industry, tourism, management in different levels, public and private sector. But nowadays, all this knowledge, all this experience is helping me to develop solutions, new ideas, innovative ideas, because the problems that we are facing now, we understand it or not, they are connected with something that happened in the past. So our own experiences, in many cases, are able to address and create, let's say, efficient solutions and answers to what challenges we're facing now. So I think this kind of mentality, this kind of methodology, we need also to pass and share with our students and our faculty fellows and research fellows. So yes, I believe it's very important, and I really want to support your efforts on this direction with this multidisciplinary research, studies and education platform, which I believe is going to be successful as the time is passing. But as I said, we have once again to concentrate and consider seriously. It's a kind of change, personal change. We have to change our mindset. We have to consider our worldview in a different way because things are changing around us. And I think we really need to understand the reasons. And this we cannot actually, as I said, address if we don't change our mindset and we don't change our behavior as persons in the society on this planet. And of course, we carry so much experience and knowledge, and this is our weapon. This is our weapon to move forward, but maybe with some important and essential, necessary changes, because nowadays with these challenges, the change is something that is on a daily basis, something that we have to consider, because as we all understand, if we face difficulties now, if we face serious challenges and crises, as I said, is connected with what happened in the past. So with all this experience and changing a little bit our mindset, I think we are able to jointly, from different directions and from different majors and background, address all these serious and threats. And I believe that at our level, with our knowledge, and especially with these research efforts, we are able to contribute and present meaningful conclusions, results, suggestions in very important areas of our majors: engineering, social sciences, management, hospitality, and tourism. But as I said, again, in a holistic way, not isolated from anything around us. Everything has to be, and it is anyway, connected. So I would like to thank you once more. I would like to wish you the best success to the remaining part of your conference. And as I said, I will be always available to contribute and share ideas and knowledge and try to improve and do things on the direction that we all know that is necessary now for us and for our students and for our research efforts. So thank you once more, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your keynote address. And we are really grateful for your presence today and for enlightening us with a different type of talk and to bringing awareness as to what is the need of the hour and the need of the world. So it is a pleasure having you with us, and it is an honor to host you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Right. With that, we will be resuming back our technical session. So last, Maria Kakiche was presenting her work, and she was in the question and answer phase. So the session chair had posed a question to Maria, and she was explaining it. So we will be resuming back the session. So session chair, do you have any other question to pose to Maria? Session chair, do you have any other question you would like to ask Maria?
Myself, I don't have any question. I think she did very well.
All right. So on that note, we will be moving on to the next presenter. Thank you, Maria. Next, I would like to invite Yanan Liu to present the paper, An Analysis of Innovative Postgraduate Training System of International Tutor Auxiliary Education System, taking material science as an example. So do we have Yanan Liu? Yanan Liu? All right, the final call for Yanan Liu. All right, so I have received no response from the presenter. Moving on, I would like to invite Debbie Lal Rinaumi to present the paper, Aesthetic Norms of Femininity and the Issue of Colorism in India. Miss Debbie, you're on mute. Thank you.
So my topic is aesthetic norms of femininity and the issue of colorism in India. And jumping to the introduction, It all started in the colonial and pre-colonial times. The British have been looked up with admiration. Their dress code, their language, their skin color, their way of doing things and way of living has been regarded as good and ought to be. So brighter skin color is regarded as beautiful, while darker skin tone is ugly. The native people were getting oppressed more and more, while the guests got into the bowels of our consigns, and lighter skin tones give higher status. And as aforementioned, beauty has been redefined in accordance with the admiration of the British. This redefinition introduced the issue of colorism in the society. So, however, culture could not be completed without any association with Western things, and Indians looked down upon the original colors of themselves and admired that of foreigners who oppressed them. However, femininity has also been redefined from the westernized lens. There is no doubt that colonialism opened doors for feminism. Colonialism brought about the westernized version of patriarchy and feminism simultaneously. The expectations of the beauty standard of women altered after colonialism. Women have to have light skin tone in order to meet the beauty standard which reflected the colonizers. And a wider skin tone is a much needed necessary in order to have an ideal husband or an ideal job, for instance, like in the entertainment sphere. And an ideal woman is often expected to have a brighter skin tone, which makes it a factor and norm of femininity. On the other side of the coin, the Indian colored women are rejected for not making to the standards of beauty. And coming to the history of colonialism in India, in the second slide, I have mentioned that it started from the pre-colonial times. Racism and colorism is a common word in India. Ancient Indian texts like the Mahabharata and the Rig Veda praised and celebrated the dark-skinned color like Lord Krishna and Draupadi. And it started with the Mughal dynasty. Inherently fair complexion to the Mughal rulers reigned over the darker-skinned Indian subjects and introduced power dynamics into the sphere of skin color. These Mughal emperors were mainly Persian and Arabs, having a fairer skin tone than most of the Indian subcontinent. Most of the Indians looked up to the fair skin tone rulers and believed that the notion of beauty slowly altered from these times. And then the British colonial rule continued. The British began to reintroduce the issue of colorism in their own ways. They built restaurants, clubs, and institutions in which the dark-skin-toned people were prohibited from entering. However, they gave the idea of everything related to them as superior than the colonized, which is ingrained in the minds of the Indians. It can be said that the white skin-toned and the lighter skin-toned individuals had more opportunities in every sphere during those times. And so very important is that in these colonial times, a pseudo-scientific concept called social Darwinism gained popularity. This concept is a reference to Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, in which it states that factors such as skin color, bone structure, and facial features are the determinants of the level of intelligence, and it is in which the British put their notion of superiority on grounds of skin color. And a system of institutionalized segregation was established, and while some institutions segregated against all colored people, many segregated only against Black Indians, with signs clearly stating Indians and dogs are not allowed. Conversely, lighter-skinned Indians were given preference over the darker counterparts and were hired more frequently. And coming to the norms of femininity and the issue of colorism in India, one of the main results of colorism is that skin color is used as a determiner of beauty, preferably lighter skin tone. The Indian National Museum conducted a study on skin color as a determinant of beauty in 2015. For the study, 100 students were surveyed from across the country. Out of that, 71% of the respondents describe pretty as having lighter skin tone, including the word fair and light. The media shares the idea such that dark-skinned models are hardly used for advertisements and Bollywood movies cast light-skinned actors. It has its consequences such that females especially have the notion that one has to have a light skin tone in order to become successful in the sphere of entertainment specifically. However, it is believed that there are bad chances and disadvantages for dark-skinned actors and models in hireability. This resulted in the market which presents skin lightening, which marks a high health risks. And also, the Tata Institute of Social Science conducted a study where they surveyed 1,238 women and 746 men on the use of fairness creams. Out of that, 59.6% of women and 46.1% of men reported that they had experienced using fairness creams. 31.2% say they use it to look beautiful on grounds that lighter skin tone is regarded as beautiful, and 36.2% use the fairness creams because they believed that being fair would make them feel culturally acceptable. Although these products have certain side effects that can cause health problems, they are always a hot seller in the market. The Food and Drug Administration released a notice in 2006 stating that the skin bleaching products are no longer regarded as safe and effective, but the skin lightening market in India seems to be growing even more. It is estimated by 2023, it will raise as much as $700 million US. And colorism has its issues in the institution of marriage as well. It is worthy to mention that arranged marriage is still opted in India till date, but it is complicated because of one factor, the longing for fair skin. In 2013, a leading matrimonial website conducted a survey of 1,000 women and men in which majority of them believed that a fair-skinned woman made better partners. Shadi.com, which is an online platform for matrimony, is popular among the youths. On this platform, mentioning one's skin tone is in the basic profile is mandatory. And so jumping to colorism and caste in India, the caste system is one of the biggest hierarchies that shape the Indian society. Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology in Hyderabad, India unearthed the genetic distinctions with the different castes that clearly reflect the profound influence of strict marriage pattern and multi-layered endogamy, adding further to the variation of skin color. As such, people belonging to lower caste tend to have darker skin than the ones belonging to upper caste. Due to this, it can be concluded that the existence of colorism is there from ancient times in the face of caste differences. However, caste is the representation of colorism in India. The uppermost caste, such as the Brahmins, led a much comfortable life as compared to Dalits, who are the lowest caste who have dark skin tone. Although there is a little evidence before the British colonization, the homogenization of skin color in the Indian continent, the rulers tend to have much lighter skin tone than the Indians. The Aryans who established the noble class have light skin. The Mughals who ruled parts of India, including the Delhi Sultanate for a long time, have much fairer skin than the locals. So fair skin tend to become a sign of the noble classes, which paves the way for colorism in India. As long as classification is concerned, caste takes a leading role in India. The earliest classification found in Rig Veda was that of hierarchy based on one's occupation. Even retracing the ancient Indian society, there are two groups which is determined by the color of their skin. The Aryans, who are the immigrant noble people, and the Dasyas and Dasas, who are the tribal people of the region. There were constantly wars going on between them over a territory. However, the Rig Veda distinguished them from their appearances and color. And coming to the result and discussion, colorism plays an active role in the expectations of femininity. It is clear from the institution of marriage that women are expected to be fair in color, to be desirable regardless of their nature, and though fair-skinned men are welcomed in the Indian society, it is mainly women who are the victims of colorism. So it is not a matter of choice, rather it is by nature one possessed a darker shade of skin. And it is worthy to mention that women are more affected by colorism than men in India. We can say this because women are regarded as the epitome of beauty and the center of attention. In this regard, women not meeting the beauty standards are regardless, useless in every arena in the society. Fairness has been the highest component of beauty, so Indian women who do not have fair skin are not regarded as beautiful and pretty. But on the contrary, most Indians have brown skin color, so majority of Indian women have faced issues with not meeting the beauty standards and femininity because of their skin color. Coming to the last slide, the ideal of beauty standards, and expectations of femininity all lies within skin color. It, however, violates the concept of humanitarianism. People who are born with a dusky and brown skin are not their choice. It does not even mean that they are ugly because of their dusky skin tone. Therefore, it is significant that one must learn to appreciate its own self, such as color, culture, traditions, etc. Indian normally have yellowish and brown tones, so despising one's tone and obsessed over another is a way of forsaking one's family. So thank you all for listening. Thank you for your time.
Do session chairs have any questions?
Yes, just some clarification, Debbie. Very good morning. It's morning in Malaysia here, still not, it's about 11 a.m. Okay, now, your study was on aesthetic norm of femininity. You touched a lot on colorism, but can you tell me more on this aesthetic norm of femininity in your study? It can't be just colorism.
Yes, there are different norms of femininity, like what a woman should be, the ideal aspect of women. But I am concentrating, this research paper is concentrating on colorism, such that women are like, we think that the society think that an ideal woman should be of this and that, of should have a very fair skin, like in the institution of marriage, and like in the arena of entertainment. For instance, like I've mentioned, in the Bollywood and in the advertisements, and in the media as a whole. So there can be a lot of norms of femininity, like the how women should behave, like, and all that. But this research paper concentrates solely on the colorism. So I guess I answered your question.
Okay, thank you so much.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I would like to ask questions. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, Debbie, Miss Debbie.
Good morning.
Yeah, great presentation. I just would like to ask a question about the relation between the color tone of women and the case in India. Can you explain in more detail about the relation of the case with the color tone? Yeah.
You mean the relation between women and colorism? Is that your question?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes. First of all, thank you for your question. I think colorism has its effect on men as well, but the larger, how do I say, the main victims are on women because, like as I have mentioned just now, on the institution of marriage, because from the research done by this and all that, many choose bride, the fairer bride. So and in many ways, in like the job opportunities, fairer skin tone are more acceptable in our society because of the colonialism, the admiration of the British, and all that. There are many factors. So there are many things related with women and this colorism, and maybe we can get connected through email, and we can talk more about it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. I think we are done with the questions. We will now move on to the next presenter. So I would like to invite Hilali Ilham to present the paper Prevalence and Factors Associated with Vitamin D Deficiency Among Moroccan Women of Reproductive Age. Ms. Ilham Hilali.
Sorry, I think that I have a problem with my écran to partage my PPT. I try to.
I'm sorry, Ms. Would you be presenting? Yes. Ms. Hilali, would you be going ahead with your presentation? Ms. Hilali?
Hello, sorry. Can you pass another presentation? I have a problem with my PC.
Sure, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will get back to Ms. Hilali later. Next, I would like to invite Balo Wendapole Longe to present the paper Investigation of Wax Deposition Driving Factors on Crude Oil Transportation Pipelines. We have Balo Wendapole Longe. Mr. Balo, you have to close your window settings. Yes, please. 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 Yes Your video settings need to be closed. You're on mute actually. No, you are on mute. Please close your settings. Please close the settings window. Mr. Balo, unmute yourself, please. Mr. Balo, unmute yourself. Mr. Balo, please unmute yourself.
I think the chair can unmute him. You try and see.
Yes, sir, we are trying it from our end. Mr. Balo, can you unmute from your side, please? Your presentation is visible, but we are unable to see you and we are trying to unmute you from our side. Mr. Balo, could you please respond on the chat? So I am sorry to inform, but Mr. Balo, I think we need to revisit your presentation as we are pressed on time. We can revisit you at the end of all the other presenters until you sort out your issues. So I'm stopping your screen sharing. So kindly please sort out your audio issues. Moving on, I would like to. Yes, Ms. Lihali, are you ready to present now? Ms. Hilali, could you unmute?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
So you are going to be presenting now?
I don't know if you said the presentation.
Yes, we can see your presentation on the screen.
Thank you. Happy to be with you and happy to share with you my study about prevalence and factor associated with the vitamin D deficiency among Moroccan women of reproductive age. So vitamin D deficiency, a risk factor for many diseases, including non-scoliosis condition, is a widespread health problem worldwide. In the north of Africa, is estimated at 16%. In Morocco, despite this plentiful years round chasing, the prevalence of vitamin D deficiency is high. Most prominently among women, it's estimated between 78% and 98.4%. Vitamin D deficiency can be due to several factors, including poor skin synthesis of vitamin D, due to blockage of UVB ray in relation to skin pigmentation or use of sunscreen. Among of UVB ray reaches the earth related to the night angle and the sun, latitude, time of day, season, as well as the decreases of the amount of 7-dehydrocholesterol and skin due to aging. Vitamin D deficiency can also occur when the usual intake is below the recommended level over time. Obesity by the excessive sequestration of vitamin D in adipose tissue. Environmental factors like pollution, smoke, and pesticides. The method of the study, we have take 116 women of reproductive age from 18 to 45 years without excluding women with the condition or disease caused by hypovitamin D. A question was completed by women, included 4 items: general information, lifestyle, and sun exposure, and FIFQ. Biological analysis were done at the laboratory of Mohammed Sank Hospital in Morocco, including the metabolism measures of vitamin D, calcium, PTH, TSH, creatine, triglyceride, and cholesterol. In our results, all women had serum concentration of 25 hydroxyvitamin D less than 13 nanogram per ml. All women has hypovitamin D deficiency. And our results revealed high than normal PTH level and 13.55 of participants reflecting secondary hyperparathyroidism and bone remodeling disorder. We study some risk factors that may be related to vitamin D deficiency among women in reproductive age. A significant moderate and inverse correlation was detected between BMI and maternal and women in the reproductive age. Obesity is a notable risk factor for vitamin D deficiency that may be related to sequestering vitamin D in adipose tissue. The current study showed a significant correlation between the level of vitamin D and the consumption of food rich in vitamin D, and the recommendation dietary intake of vitamin D for women of reproductive age is 15 microgram per day. However, the average daily intake of vitamin D in our population does not exceed 9.01 microgram by day. This may explain the high prevalence of vitamin D deficiency. Our results have shown a significant correlation between vitamin D level and sun exposure. The vitamin D level is higher in women who regularly expose themselves to the sun and more precisely for a period of 30 to 60 minutes between 8 AM and 10 AM or between 10 AM and noon. In conclusion, our results have shown that despite the tropical climatic, vitamin D deficiency and insufficiency are higher prevalence among Moroccan women of reproductive age. It seems clear that vitamin D intake from UV exposure and date is not sufficient. Increased public awareness coupled with the revised policies regarding dietary vitamin D supplementary can most likely improve the public health of women at risk. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, presenter. Are there any questions?
Yes, we have some clarification and questions. This is a very good test, and I will want to find out, okay, you said that women, you did a test and found that there is a deficiency in vitamin D among women, okay? And you also concluded that this is due to UVB exposure and so on. Now, my question is, this is something on medical. It's been very widely researched. And in your case, what specifically was your contribution or significance of this particular study?
Hello? Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, what I'm asking is, you have done an experiment. It's a medical experiment. Okay, my question is this, testing of vitamin deficiency is widely done everywhere. Okay, you did it in Morocco. So what I want to know is, what is the significance of contribution of this study?
I don't know if you have a problem in the sun. I don't hear the question, but it's not experiment study. It's observational study.
Okay. So what is the contribution? What did you achieve?
What? What
was your contribution of this particular study? Contribution, definitely your study benefited people or certain authorities. Who benefited from your study?
Session Chair, I'm sorry, but your voice is going in and out, hence the question was not clear.
Okay, I will repeat back my question. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I'm asking is, yes, there's an experiment done, very well done, is excellent. Okay, now, what I'm asking is, in this particular study, which is done in Morocco, what was the contribution or significance of this study?
The principal study is to correlation between pesticide exposure and hypovitaminous D in women of reproductive age. So in the beginning, we have to know if we have really women with the hypovitaminous D. But in our study, it's 100% women. It's in epivitaminous D. Now we correlate with the exposure to pesticide.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, I think we can move on to the next presenter. So I would like to next invite Professor Sharayu Ashish Kumar Lokhande to present the paper on automated subjective answer evaluation system. So Professor Sharayu Ashish Kumar Lokhande.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, judges, and good morning, participants. I will share my screen first. The topic of my research is automatic subjective answering evaluation system. I'm Professor Sharayu Lokhande from Army Institute of Technology, affiliated to Savitribai Phule Pune University in India. And all my co-authors belong to the same college and the university. So basically the topic has been chosen because in this last 2 years in the pandemic situation, we all have gone online education in schooling and colleges. So where what we have observed, all the evaluation system is based on multiple choice questions, where the question and answers has been fed to the system, computerized system, and when the student has attempted the examination, automatically the student has been evaluated. But still, subjective answering evaluation automatically has not yet been done, and many people are working on this. So that's what I thought this topic may be suitable, because during pandemic, we have just go through this multiple automatic MCQ evaluation system. So here in the subjective automatic answering system, the abstract what I have chosen, it goes to the machine learning part. So my abstract is that a Seaman adaptation of long short-term memory network for label data comprises of pair of variable length sequences. Our model is applied to automatically evaluated subjective answers by assessing semantic similarity between sentences, that is given answer and the right answer. So basically in the MCQs, it is very, very easy. We have a question and we have the 4 supporting answers, and the student or any participant chosen one, automatically it is evaluated. But for it is when it is being subjective, then it is being difficult, because even though we have the question and the model subjective answer is fed to the system, evaluation is pretty difficult because there are so many semantics has been involved in that. So need of this topic has been, it will save the time, especially when we are just moved towards this online education system. It will save a time, because once the question has been fed to the system with the answer, automatically is it being evaluated. Then it will save the resources, hence it is inexpensive. It has been consistent, and it is biased correction, because sometimes it may happen that while as in a professor will evaluate the will assess the answer sheet, then depending on the handwriting, depending on the answer he has written, sometimes, or the we have the interaction to the student, sometimes it may be biased. So this will be unbiased correction of the answers. So watch.To-vector is the actually the part of our system, that is input is given, like since it is being a subjective answering system, input is given to the system like this. A model answer is fed to the system. Now here word-to-vector has been converted. So here my cat is been converted something like this. So if the student has chosen the answer something like this in a descriptive format, cat Fridays are the best. So the output has been come something like this, because the computer will understand the terminology in terms of only zeros and ones in the digital format. So first of all, the conversion has been take place when we have fed the question and answer by the machine learning system. Now here the RNN has been some limitation, because the earlier study they have tried the RNN, it has the limitation when applied to the long sequence due to vanishing gradients. So this is the model they have used. LSTM as the special kinds of RNN, which avoids the key limitation of traditional RNN, making them a powerful tool for semantic analysis, because basically it is being a semantic in that in the words, in the subjective answering, there are the words has been incorporated. Those has been called as the semantic analysis. And because and the, or sometimes the student has missed those, then even that case, if the actual answer is been there written by the student, and which is how we can match to the actual faded to the system. So their semantic has been playing very much a role. So that would have been considered in this diagram. Similarly, this where the input is there, the LSTM model is something like this, and the output is there. So here the sequencing has been done automatically over here in this word to vector model. Now here Manhattan LSTM. So in our model, the Manhattan LSTM has been chosen, which has been again categorized into two types, where you can see here the similarity score, because as I said, A, and B, or all these semantics has been considered. And suppose the student has forgot that, or because in the subjective, it is not being a exact match of the answer fed to the system, because there be the variation. So we are trying to find out the similarity score. So here the sentence has been given by the student. Then we have applied the LSTM-A. We have chosen the two models here, one model LSTM-A and B. I'll come to that point in the next slide. Then Manhattan distance we have been considered. So here this algorithm has been applied, and then similarity score. And if the similarity score is more than 70, then the assessment has been done and the student has been assessed and evaluated. So in this model, there are two identical LSTM networks. LSTM is a past vector representation of sentences and output a hidden state encoding semantic meaning of the sentences. Subsequently, these hidden states are compared using the similarity mechanism to output a similarity score. So here the first methodology of this Manhattan LSTM is Manhattan stacked LSTM. This model uses two LSTMs of 25-dimensional hidden representation H and memory cell, which gave the best result of our best data set among all the three proposed models. Its optimization is Adam and takes a 20% as validation data of our SIG data set. The result of the Manhattan LSTM model are fed into the Manhattan distance layer to predict the score between the answer and the correct answer. The second model has been applied, that is Manhattan bidirectional LSTM model. It uses a single bidirectional LSTM due to the limited label data set, which gives the worst result on the test data set among all the three proposed model. It optimizes the Adam and it takes 20% of the SIG data set as the validation data. The result of the MAB LSTM model are fed into the Manhattan distance layer to predict the score between the answer and the correct answer. So here you can find out the result analysis accuracy graph for the model. You can observe here. This is the training model and validation model. Now, this is a training model and validation model is something like that. We have the fed data. Some data set is there. So first of all, we'll train that data and we'll just remove all the miscellaneous column, just like nan, null, or blank spaces, or all this pre-processing has been done. So we'll train the model like it is have all this type of text, A and the, or conference, multidisciplinary, all this has been fed and that is been trained to the system. And once the new data has come for the testing, we just do the validation. So we can observe here, this gives us the result for that. Loss graph of model 1. So you can find out here the training data and there is this loss graph we can find out. For model 2, we can get the better result. So here my training of the data set and a validation has been done. It is quite mirror to this my trained data set, and here the loss is quite there because in the subjective answering model system, the 100% resulting is it's quite not been possible because every person has their way of representation, and it may miss few words because it cannot be the exact copy. When we learn and we'll reproduce, it cannot be the exact copy of what is there in the textbook. So that's what there is some loss of the information is there, but we are trying to find out the accuracy in the graph. So that's what second model gives us the better result. So conclusion is that the work demonstrates that LSTM is capable of modeling complex semantics if the representations are explicitly guided. Leveraging synonyms, augmentation, and pre-trained word embedded, we circumvent the size limitation of existed label dataset. So these are the references I have used. And thank you very much for allowing me to present myself in this conference. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, presenter. Do the session chairs have any questions?
Good morning. Overall, but no question, but just some comment to say that yes, you use Manhattan stacked LSTM. And your experiment is well done and the results are there. So I have no questions on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Your valuable inputs.
Are there any other questions from the participants? Professor, you can unshare your screen.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am.
All right, moving on. Next, I would like to invite Bernard Al-Rabia to present the paper ACNAF's website. So do we have Bernard Al-Rabia?
Yes, I'll start sharing now. Okay, good morning all. I'm Wafa Sharikh, a senior computer information system from College of Computer Science and Information Technology at Imam Abdulrahman bin Faisal University. Today, me and my colleague Renad Al-Baya will present our project, ACNAF website, which is an interactive website to automate the institution's work. As we know, technology is occupying a big part of our lives, which could become an essential part. All institutions these days need the use of technology to reach their peak and succeed. Yet, unfortunately, there is a large percentage of educational centers and consulting institutions that do not have a digital strategy, despite the advantages they can gain from technology. A meeting was held with the administrators of the ACNAF institution to discuss the problems they are facing. So this project aims to develop a website for ACNAF institution, which is interesting because ACNAF is still performing all their tasks manually without any help of technology, and current commercially available websites do not cater for all requirements. So this website will help the institution to make things easier and to achieve its desired goal to reach the largest segment of the beneficiaries and save operation costs for the institution. However, such a website can be extended to work in another consultation institutions. Now, my colleague Renad Al-Baya will continue.
Good morning. I'm Renad. The system has many functions that can be used by each user. So ACNAF website has three main users who are an admin, clerk, client. The admin's function can manage a user's add, delete, update, and block users. Manage a report, admin can schedule by determine time of opening the program, registration, and closing. Managing a consultation appointment by add, view, cancel, modify appointment consultation. Manage digital library, it will be containing electronic book and an article. Payment approval, admin will have access to approve or reject the submitted request. Generate a report, the system will generate a report to the admin with information about the number of enrollment of a certain program. Moreover, the number of all attendance on a program and in consultation appointments. The next user is the clerk. The clerk has the same function of an admin, but is different on generate LQR. LQR code to take the attendance of a client for any program. The last user is the client. As you see, they have many functions such as sign up, purchase electronic book, rate and comment, register for a program, view program, and register for a consultation appointment. Also, we have a common function between three among the users, such as sign in, sign out, forget a password, edit personal profile, and change the password. This is the ACNAF use case, will show how users will perform tasks on the website and how they will interact to each other. And my colleague Wafa will continue the rest of the presentation.
Okay, the tools used to implement a CNAF website were chosen based on their compatibility with the system requirements. Here are the specific considerations that influence programming language, server, and database selection. First, programming language, we choose PHP because it's considered the first server-side language that could be embedded into HTML. It allows website pages to load faster. Also, it may used on any primary operating system. Second, about the server, we use XAMPP because it enables a local host or server to test its website by computers or laptops before launching it on the main server. It is a simple, flexible, and lightweight tool that can facilitate website testing and development process. About the database, we use MySQL because it controls how quickly things load in a website and how quickly that stored data can be accessed. It has a direct effect on website performance, making it an essential part of web design. About the business impact, with the website being developed, ACNAF expected to reach whole new clients from all around the country. With the ability to hold online programs or consultation sessions, a new audience will easily find and connect with ACNAF and use their services. The recommended future work is developing a mobile application to reach out a wider range of clients. Also add features like live chat with the clients to make communication easier. Finally, our team solved ACNAF institution problems by building a website to automate their work in order to reach the greatest number of the beneficiaries and reduce operation costs of the institution. Thank you for listening and thank you for accepting us in this conference to present our projects.
Thank you, presenter. Are there any questions?
All right. I'm looking more at the business of your initiative. Okay. You mentioned some business, but I don't see in terms of some figures, in terms of time savings or customer satisfaction or complaint reduction, anything that you gave some information to say there is a business very clearly.
Session chair, I'm sorry, but your voice is again going in and out.
Okay. Let me adjust a bit. Okay. You see, what I'm asking is here. The student, I mean, the presenter mentioned business impact. Is it okay now? Hello?
Yes, it is okay now.
Yeah. Now, when we say business impact, what kind of business impact in terms of some figures? Very general information was presented. Okay. So when I say business impact, it can be in terms of customer satisfaction, number of complaints, or time savings. I'm sure you have some. Can you maybe share with us?
Okay, I will share. Yes, this is our business impact. And we help the ACNAF institution to reduce their costs for building a website and reach out a wider range of beneficiaries.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, good morning. May I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
Okay, that was a great presentation. And my question is, what kind of a specific business do you want to apply for this website?
What kind of what? I didn't hear you.
A specific business.
Respective business?
Yeah, the business. Business.
Well, this is a project that's built on completely no money pack from the same ACNAF. So it's considered as a community service. We wanted them to, their business doing all the operation manually. We wanted to automate everything that ACNAF is doing these days so they can reach the customers, their clients. And yes, so it is built on how to automate their manual tasks.
Oh, yeah.
Are there any more questions before we proceed to the next presenter? All right, moving on. Next, I would like to invite Yoon E. Yen to present the paper on subsidy and organizational performance post-COVID-19. Yoon E. Yen. So I'm calling once again, Yoon E. Yen. If you're there in the session, kindly please respond. Yoon E. Yen. Yoon E. Yen. All right. So moving on, next I would like to invite Tanmaya Kumar Das to present the paper, An Efficient Architectural Framework for Autonomous Cloud Computing Under Deployment and User Perspective for Cloud-Based E-Learning. Please go ahead with your presentation.
So, warm good morning to all of you. Am I audible, please?
Yes, you're audible.
Fine, thank you. So, I'll be sharing my slide. Is it visible, please?
No, not yet. We can see your screen now. Please start your presentation.
I think it's visible now.
Yes, it is visible now.
And now I think this one on a big screen, it is visible.
Yes, your slides are visible.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So my research paper is based on cloud computing, e-learning, and basically the hurdles what we do find during the COVID-19 days. The title of my paper is an efficient architectural framework for autonomous cloud computing and the deployment. It's an user perspective for cloud-based e-learning. So this is the abstract that I have already supplied with my paper. So these are the things that I'll be describing. The first one is background, objectives, and contributions. So this is my background. So as we know that cloud computing, so this is coming in use everywhere because of its on-demand access to internet and to share the computing resources without any much investment, and which is hosted there at a remote data center and managed by the provider. So this is the cloud computing service model. Basically, it is providing three services. One is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and application as a service as well. So e-learning, they are using a computing platform. I mean, cloud platform facilitates sharing, reusing learning objects, and interoperability among various learning content efficiently. Where we do have the services like this figure says the physical machine where exactly the infrastructures are there. Virtualization, that technique is being implemented here, and the services are provided there to the cloud management system through which students, faculty members, even the admin, they are interlinked. So the issues and challenges of cloud-based e-learning till date, it purely depends on the internet uplink. And the second one is privacy and trustworthiness. The third one, loss of data, phishing, and threats. And obviously, where there are a number of users, they are getting connected there to the cloud, there is a chance of degradation of systems performance. And as far as COVID-19 days is concerned, honestly, I was motivated only because of this, that as we know that based on the geographical positions, the people, they are basically diversified. So the challenges I found that online and real-time availability of data for the e-learners with respect to geographical position, that was really a constraint. Scalability and the knowledge domain of the user, as we know that the remote areas, the people, the students, especially from the school level, they're not that extent up to date there to the current knowledge of technology. So in those cases, scalability and knowledge domain, that is again a constraint for remote area users. Compatibilityness of gadgets, especially the students, they are using, they are at the remote areas, mobile phones and laptops, and they'll be getting connected there to the cloud. And again, the constraint is socio-economical barrier. So keeping this thing in mind, the objective of my paper was to develop a framework for the benefits of the e-learners and availability of data on time. On-time data, you may call it that when we are requesting data, the data must be available on time. But the constant they are there that I have already discussed previously, that it purely depends on the internet uplink. And privacy, that is another factor. Loss of data will be there. Live streaming, again, it's a problem. So keeping in view my contribution related to this particular scenario, that is cloud-based self-contained framework for secure on-time e-learning environment. So I'm concentrating on time e-learning environment with some security. So this is the framework we have proposed, and I'll be just describing it in this way. I think this one is visible. I beg your pardon. Hello?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, fine. So this particular framework, this is cloud-based self-contained framework for secure on-time e-learning environment. What exactly it happens? See, this part, the lower part is non-real-time service layer, and the middle one is a processing layer. And we have introduced a security layer here in between. And finally, the presentation layer where the e-learners are there. I have already circled in red mark the two things we have introduced that in this framework. One is your autonomous system and another is local cloud interface manager. Autonomous system, as the name says, it is self-configured. That is the ability of the system to perform configurations automatically according to some predefined high-level policies. This should be done seamlessly as much as possible. And the second property of autonomous system is self-optimization. This is the ability of the system to continuously monitor and control the available resources with the aim of improving the overall performance of the system. And the third property, that is self-healing. This is another ability of that particular system to automatically detect, diagnose, and repair the faults that may take place during operation. And the last point, which is important, that is self-protection. And this is the ability for this particular system to proactively identify and protect itself against any malicious attack or cascading failure. Such failure are not covered by self-healing measures. So the introducing this particular module, autonomous system, it will be just go on like maintaining the entire system itself. So this is purely based on knowledge based. Autonomous system is again AI and machine learning, that concept is there within it. Another important module, that is local cloud interface manager. So this is a module which is linked there to the local data centers to deliver services by improving data processing in cloud-based computing and the system performing closer to the source of the data, that is the e-learning site. So that the event of transmission delay or network failure to the cloud and the request can be stored and processed at the edge and services are delivered there to the e-learners. So this is the advantage, like when we are introducing this local cloud interface manager, it will be handling the request of e-learners. As we know that in remote areas, it's rare to find the good network, even no network at all. So in those cases, the learners will be finding a lot of difficulties. Live streaming, it is another matter, but to access their required data, it is again, it's a constant, it's a big challenge. When we are introducing local cloud interface manager, it will be handling all those requests and putting everything there in the local data centers. If there is a connectivity there to cloud or not, it's not a matter, but whenever it is required, it can deliver the services there to the e-learners. And one more thing, this proposed framework, we have introduced SOA, autonomous computing with knowledge-based reasoning, and a local cloud interface manager. These are the three major parts of the proposed architecture. Basic non-real-time services and critical real-time services are the two categories of services available. The presentation layer provides end users with an internet-based interface to the cloud. The processing layer is made up of that autonomous manager, knowledge base, and brokers. A network outage has no effect on the services, and they are running, since the core services are run by the non-real-time service layers. Finally, the real-time service layer, often it is known as home network LAN, manages the critical services and avoid the failures. And the limitations to this particular proposed framework, the proposed framework will allow e-learners to dynamically access services in their area and will be useful in the event of crashes, network problems, or natural disasters, among other things. And it has the limitations such as machine constraint, bandwidth, cost effectiveness, and scalability, because the learners are spread across different geographical areas with varying socio-cultural, socio-economic diversity, and statutory restrictions of the government policies. So these are the constraints where exactly the e-learners are there. So machine constraint, that is again, it's a matter because it must be compatible there too. The technology available and the bandwidth is another issue. Cost effectiveness, that is also there, and the scalability is one of the major factors. And the future work that can be extended to operate and provide services in real time using current IoT technology trends. So what is the trend IoT technology, current trend of IoT technology available? Based on that, the future work may be extended there in the real time mode. And the conclusion is this: using SOA, autonomous computing with knowledge base, and local interface manager, these are the three parts. And the basic non-real time that I have already explained. The presentation layer provides the end users with the internet-based interface to the cloud. The processing layer is made up of autonomous manager, knowledge base, and brokers. A network outage has no effect on the services. This is important, that are running, since the core services are run via the non-real-time service layer. I mean this one, this part, non-real-time service layer. So there is security. If anything wrong there happen, real-time mode, non-real-time service layer, that is important to handle the services. And finally, the real-time service layer, often known as home network LAN, manages critical services using distributed autonomous control. The failure of the cloud has no impact on the rest of the system. These are my references. Thank you so much. Any queries, please? Hello?
Okay, good afternoon. Okay, can you hear me now?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. Okay.
Ma'am, your voice is not audible. It's breaking, please.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I beg your pardon. Your voice is breaking, ma'am.
Still breaking?
Sir, the session chair is speaking. Can you hear his voice? Sir, can you hear
Sir,
us?
I'm finding difficulties to hear you, please.
I believe that the presenter's network is unstable, because I'm able to hear the session chair.
I'm extremely sorry, sir. It's again, the voice is breaking, sir. It's not audible.
Okay, I try again. Can you hear now? Hello?
So your voice is audible to us, session chair?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear?
I'm sorry, sir. It's not audible, please.
Okay. Naman, I will put the question in the chat and maybe just. Just one simple question.
Sir, it's not audible.
No, I can hear you very well. Can you hear? Okay, maybe we continue with the other session chair.
Okay.
Does the other session chair have any questions?
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Can you hear my voice?
I believe the presenter's network is unstable, hence he's not able to hear us. But our network
It's not audible, sir.
Hello, can you hear my voice, sir? Please.
Mr. Tanmaya, can you hear us?
Test, test. Can you hear my voice, sir?
I believe his network is unclear. He's not able to hear us. It is his network that is the problem.
I think the presenter cannot hear my voice.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Ma'am, please wait your turn.
Oh. So hello, dear professors. I'm sorry so much. So hello, dear professors, dear teachers, dear participants of this.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm sorry, but we have not yet announced you this one. Please wait your turn.
Could you please repeat once again?
Could you please wait your turn? We are not done with the other presenter before you.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, since there is some network problem, we can continue with the
we
next
can move
presenter.
to the next presenter. So next, I would like to invite Tazibeva Gulsina Toktomotovna to present the paper Innovative Technologies of Mass Media Materials in Learning Foreign Languages and Cultures.
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, hello everybody, greetings. Hello dear professors, dear teachers, and dear participants of this 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education. So my name is Gulsina Tajibayeva, and I'm going to present my scientific research article. Can I share with my my screen with you? Is it possible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Technical problems, sorry. Okay. It is impossible to enlarge my PPT, you know why. Oh, okay, that's okay. So innovative technologies of mass media materials in learning foreign languages and cultures, or State University, Kyrgyzstan. So I am an author. Here I am Gulsina Tajibayeva, and there are my co-authors, Jildiskan Karimova, Damira Toktorova, Ana Raskarova, Tazagul Toktorova, Albina Mamatovna, and Eliza Mamatildakadze. So let's go on. When technology integration is at its best, a child or a teacher doesn't stop to think he or she is using a tech tool, it's second nature. So it's just a citation. So let me begin my abstract. The article discusses modern innovative technologies of mass media, such as an electronic library and online testing. project methodology, and the use of new information technologies, internet resources help to implement a student-centered approach in teaching a foreign language for self-taught. So in English lessons, with the help of such innovative technologies, it is possible to solve a number of didactic tasks to form reading skills, abilities, using the materials of global network, improve the writing skills of students, replenish students' vocabulary, to form students' motivation to learn English on their own, to broaden the horizons of students, to establish and maintain businesses connections and contacts with their colleagues in English-speaking countries. So keywords are technical means, innovative technology, and internet resources, multimedia tools, computer technology. So the objective of this academic article is to create an electronic educational environment designed to improve the efficiency and quality of education for foreign students by maximizing the facilities of computer and innovative technologies in education. The academic article is focused on the development of software solutions, the preparation of methodological base and training materials for work in a field of e-learning, electronic and distance learning. Such innovative technologies are universal software systems focused on solving problems in the field of automation, modernization of educational process, giving the teacher a convenient and flexible learning tool. So innovative technologies are obtaining a new or efficient production of an existing product technique, new or improved technological processes. So electronic library, and it's an ordered collection of heterogeneous electronic documents, including books, magazines, and etc., equipped with navigation and search tools. So at the moment, the following software products are actively used in an educational center of electronic library system of State University. So here you see the link of the e-library of State University. Such resources of these modern technologies are known not only to employers and students of State University working with these systems, but also for foreign specialists coming to our country who visit State University. This electronic library management system for high-tech electronic textbooks. So therefore, you can use all electronic resources both in classroom, computer classes, and remotely via a mobile phone or tablet if you have an internet connection. In this way, students can learn independently with the help of a modern innovation system. So in a modern world, the issue of using of new information and innovative technologies in educational institutions is increasingly being raised. So they are not only innovative technical means, but also new forms of and methods of learning of foreign language, a new approach to the learning process. The main aim of teaching foreign languages is the formation of and development of students' communicative abilities, possession of not only theory, but also practical skills, yes, and the use of language in life. And the task of teacher is to create students conditions for practical mastery of their language for each student, to choose such teaching methods that would allow students to show their activity and creativity. And the task is of this process or object teaching foreign languages, contemporary pedagogical technologies such as the use of new information, innovation, like electronic libraries, online tests, internet resources help to implement an individual touch to learning, provide individualization and differentiation of learning, taking into account the abilities of students. So this at the moment today, any gadget of user of internet connection can easily install various software applications for working with electronic textbooks or online testings. So now I'm going to talk about the online testing. So the main principle underlying such a teaching aid, the main emphasis in approach is interactivity, the ability of an electronic textbook to interact with the student. So the student can analyze the actions and word results or choose the other alternative options for studying educational material. And in other words, on feedback that printed textbooks and their electronic counterparts in well-known formats, such as Word, PDF, or web page format cannot provide. In advanced books, one can see a sufficient interactive approach. For example, all textbooks material is packed into one file, including multimedia data, for example, video, audio files, and tests, online tests for self-control, exercises, and other related files. In other words, the students can interact with the textbooks and self-control. So the next type of research is undoubtedly a new innovative technology in learning English. The benefits of these resources are felt by every user learning a foreign language. Online tests have advantages for e-learning courses that there might be hesitation about accuracy, validity, yes, maybe security, integrity, and quality of online testing. But however, this type of assessment offers so many benefits for online learners, type of and educators, mostly in terms of administration, grading, that is deserve a closer look. Students can take multiple short tests, yes, throughout the e-learning period. Tests can be personalized or tailored to each student, yes. Now let's turn to the advantages of online testings. Multiple choice tests, online tests such as multiple choice, can be graded instantly, allowing students to see how they did or on the test at a glance, and online instructions to make real-time changes to instruction based on the data. This allows students and teachers to spend more time giving feedback to students rather than reading and checking papers. Voice feedback tools such as Kaizen or built-in feature inside of LMS allow teachers to provide voice responses to tests or other assignments, which is convenient for both teacher and student. So online tests offer many opportunities for versatile assessment of students. The next is such tests are especially important for final assessment, which determines whether a student graduates, moves to the next level, or receives a certificate. So, methodology of this research is existing data. So I've searched all the information from internet, from libraries of our state university. So in conclusion, innovative technologies in English lessons teach students to organize their activities, the ability to think competent and meaningful reading. And as a result of learning on their own, the techniques of such technologies give students the opportunity to express their point of view on the topic being studied freely, without fear of making mistakes and being corrected, to record all statements, expand their vocabulary, and use the acquired knowledge in their life. Many students like to work independently, use e-libraries, and check their knowledge by online tests, because they get more of necessary knowledge and use the skills in their life. Okay. I've done my presentation, so if you have any questions, then you are welcome to ask me.
So, session chairs, do you have any questions to ask the presenter?
Yes, we have some questions. Maybe we start with the.
Good afternoon, Miss.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, that was a great presentation. I have one question. So what kind of technology would you like to apply for the English lesson?
So during nowadays, I'm implementing this research in my lessons. So I'm using this kind of technologies as e-books, electronic books, and online tests. So during my lessons, my students use a paper-based books, and at the moment, at the same time, they use e-books and online tests also. I'm implementing my research, and it is very, very, let's say, practical, more practical. And you may spend less time to check their. Yes, and you spend teacher and as well students spend less time to improve their abilities in foreign languages.
I totally agree. I totally agree with you because technology can help us to understand or to get more knowledge and to access more knowledge and also skills exactly in English. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much that you give me a chance to participate in your conference. It was I really appreciate your conferences. Thank you so much for participants and dear professors. Thank you so much.
Got one more question. Okay. Now, you mentioned innovative. Sorry, you mentioned about innovative technologies of mass media materials in learning foreign language. I think you are only focusing on English, correct? And you also mentioned cultures, but you did not present anything on cultures.
Yes. What about the cultures? As you know that every book about on foreign languages, it should consist of, by the way, the grammar, skills for reading, writing, and at the same time about the culture. For example, during the reading activities, we read about the culture of foreign countries, about the traditions, about the holidays, about main important traditions and cultures of each of different kind of foreign countries. That's why I've added the word cultures. But at the same time, during the learning the e-books, yes, students are able to know about the culture.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So if there are no more questions, we will proceed to the next presenter. Thank you. Ms. Galisina, can you please unshare your screen?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So next is again Yun E Yen. I believe that this person is not present in the conference. So once again, I'll announce Yun E Yen. Are you present there in the conference? Okay, moving on. Next, I would like to invite Kumud Ranjan to present the paper, A Study of Attitude of Faculty Towards Implementation of Total Quality Management Practices in the Management Educational Institutes. So I invite Kumud Ranjan. Once again, Kumud Ranjan. Okay, moving on, as Mr. Kumud Ranjan is also not present, I would next like to invite Dr. Drupajyoti Niyok to present the paper Design Analysis of Hydrofracture with Reference to the Sandstone Porous Media of the Upper Assam Basin. Dr. Niyok, can we have your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Kindly confirm if my presentation is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible. Go ahead.
At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for having me in this particular session. I'll be delivering a talk on the design analysis of hydrofracture with reference to the sandstone porous media of the Upper Assam Basin. So this study is related to improving crude oil recovery from subsurface reservoirs, and these are my presentation outline. So most of the oil fields of Upper Assam Basin, they are produced based on depletion drive mechanism, water drive mechanism, and combination drive mechanism. This particular slide, it shows how crude oil reside within the pore spaces of the reservoir rock. And because of these complex locations where crude oil reside within the porous spaces, the black portion represents the crude oil, and this crude oil has to flow to reach the well bore or to reach the wells. As you can see here, these are the position of the wells, and they are on the oil reservoirs. Oil reservoirs, when you see them in microscope, you will be having this sort of structure, internal structure. So because of some reason, sometimes the flowability of crude oil is reduced because the connectivity of the flow channels through which crude oil flows to the wells, they are blocked. And this sort of issues are also found mostly in Upper Assam Basin. Productivity in many oil fields at a declining stage because of lot many issues, and one of the issue is the reduction of the permeability, which is technically represent the issue of blocking of the flow channels. So water injection, bottom water drive, and water flooding. So these are the means of producing crude oil from the subsurface reservoirs, which require enormous amount of water. And the opening of the block flow channels through which crude oil flows to reach the well, the process is known as well stimulation. And this well stimulation has different means of improving or opening up the block pore channels. The objective of my study is to use the wastewater in the excesses of creating some hydrofracture in the porous network, so that some good conductivity is developed within the subsurface porous media through which more crude oil can flow towards the well. And the study was conducted using simulation study. This study area belongs to the Tipam sandstone of Upper Assam Basin, and these two layers are very tight sand. Therefore, the conductivity is really low in the reservoirs. Many of the issues have encountered whenever hydraulic fracturing, which is a means of cleaning up the block flow channels or opening of new channels. Whenever those operations are performed, lot many issues are faced, and therefore careful exercise is required in order to reach the objective of hydrofracturing operations. As you can see here, the target was to reach the 1200 feet of length with hydrofracture, but in reality only 500 feet was obtained. So these are very common issues with the hydrofracturing jobs, and because of which conductivity is not perfectly or adequately found even after such stimulation programs are performed on the wells. So these are some of the issues. As you can see here, target was to create fracture in the porous media so as to have some new flow channels, but all layers have not been fractured. And some of the issues, growth of the fracture sometimes doesn't happen with time. So the porous media was analyzed why this situation has developed after the hydraulic fracture operation was over. It was found that the porous media were actually very heterogeneous, and therefore normal well stimulation does not work in such cases. And your screening also confirmed that the ongoing method of reaction like water injection, water flooding, those operations are adequate enough to produce from the reservoir, but issue is the block flow channels which should be opened up in order to allow the crude oil to flow through those conductivity channels to reach the well. Some of the details of the science in the study are shown here. And these details reflect the potential of the reservoir in order to produce the crude oil. However, the issue lies with the permeability. Frac Pro study was performed. In this study, the well was analyzed, and based on its different depth and completion diagrams was studied in order to understand where the issue is there. And also when hydrofracturing job is performed, we require propens because propane has to be there inside the reservoir in order to keep the created fracture open all the time. The hydrofracture operation, when performed, it took into account many aspects, and one of the aspects was the preparation of the fracturing fluid, because the fracturing fluid is mostly based on water waste, and the water will be derived from the wastewater which is produced along with crude oil and natural gas. In that way, use of the wastewater reduces the environmental effect on the aquatic life also, because otherwise those wastewater has to be released to the environment and that pollute the environment. Based on different configuration, it was found that the different types of propanes which used in formulating the fracturing fluid, because propane has to be injected along with the fracturing fluid whenever fractures are targeted, because those propane will be remaining there once they are injected inside the porous channels, and their function is to keep the block channels open all the time, because hydraulic fracturing the kind of operation which are performed where the permeability is very low. Only in such cases hydrofracturing job is required, and it is mostly done in sandstone reservoirs. The reasons of hydraulic fracturing is to bypass the flow channels which are blocked, and also to sense the pattern of the fluid which is flowing through the porous media to the well, because otherwise if you do not change the fluid flow pattern from radial to linear, there will be no very high volume of flow of crude oil towards the well. So fracturing is carried out in different stages. First of all, we have to create the fracture, then we have to think of extending the fracture. All the length of fracture should be extended, and thereafter this propane transportation part is carried out. Some of the fracturing jobs are massive because that depends on how low the effective permeability channel is there. And the cost benefit of different well operations or well stimulation programs was also analyzed in the current study, and it reflects that hydraulic fracturing is not a very cost-effective method, but in the long run, if they become successful, they can deliver huge volume of crude oil from the subsurface reservoirs. Well selection criteria, the criteria is based on existing reservoir pressure. Reservoir pressure should be sufficient enough all the time so that once the block flow channels are open up, the crude oil can flow. And injectivity of this channel is also a matter of concern. It has to be at least 60 liters per minute injection or admission of the fluid by the formation is required. And since we are fracturing the formation, no oil water contact should be near within the 30-meter range above or below the phase zone, and acid jobs should not be performed. So these are the criteria based on which those sands were selected in the study. Finally, coming to the conclusion part, so both sands were found to be very heterogeneous, means there is localized permeability differences, and in such cases, formation damage cannot be avoidable, and that's why hydraulic fracturing is required in order to increase the formation injectivity. Modeling is required because this sort of study takes into account many parameters related to the subsurface reservoirs, and it was found that with the hydraulic fracturing operation, it is possible to enhance the crude oil production, and those waste water along with proppants can be used effectively in order to improve the recovery of the oil wells. So these are my conclusions. Thank you all for patience listening.
Session chairs, do you have any questions?
This is very technical. I don't have any question. Unless.
Does the other session chair have any questions? All right, as there are no questions, let us proceed to the next presenter. Thank you, Dr. Neo. You can unshare your screen now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Dilip Kumar Mahapatra to present the paper towards a service-oriented on-demand cloud computing paradigm for smart cities.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir. We can hear you.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
By taking the name of Lord Jagannath, I am going to start my topic towards service-oriented on-demand cloud computing paradigm for smart cities. Dear sir, today we are dealing our lifestyle. We are living in a smart environment that is called smart city, where our day-to-day service, our requirements, our activities, and our lifestyle being smart. And the major concept of smart city is that how to avail the service in just-in-time mode. That means whenever I require a service, it can be available to my end without any delay, without any fail. Whatever the machine is constrained, it should be not a constraint. Network should not be a constraint. Geographical barrier should not be a constraint. My motto is to avail the service. And basing upon my topic, the aim and objective of my topic is to design a supply chain management system that is integrated with IoT device applicable in smart city environment to avail the on-demand service. On-demand service means there are some types of services that we are going to avail in the smart cities. For example, governance sector, energy and climate sector, pollution and waste management, social, economic and health management, financial sector. All these sectors integrated with cloud and IoT, employed in a smart city environment to avail the services. And as we know, supply chain management is a concept that integrates the consumer to the production organization and
Mr.
avail
Dilip?
the
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Would you be giving us any visual presentation in the mode of PPT or something?
Yes, yes. My PPT is PPT. I'm opening it up. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Is it visualized?
No, not yet.
Not. Ma'am, it is visualized?
No, not.
No. Is it visualized?
No, sir, not yet.
No, not yet. Is it visualized? Hello?
No, sir, not yet.
No, not yet. Yeah. Is it visualized?
Sorry, sir, it is not yet visualized.
No, it is not visualized.
You could share your
don't
screen.
suggest you
Clicking
continue
on
the
the
series.
option.
I am sharing the screen, but no, it is not visualized. Share.
Mr. Dilip, would you like
Yes.
few
Yeah.
minutes?
Yeah.
Yes, now we can see your screen.
Yeah.
Your screen is visible, sir.
Screen is visible.
Yes, you can close your settings and
Correct.
open your PPT and start sharing that.
Choose your PPT.
Just close your settings, so that is enough.
Close the setting. Close the setting.
Now your screen is not visible now.
Yeah.
Again, click on screen share and
Screen share. Start screen share. Is it visible?
no, sir, it is not.
You need to click on your PowerPoint slide.
Yeah. Click on the PowerPoint slide. Then
I suggest you continue your verbal presentation.
yeah.
Okay, please go ahead with your verbal presentation.
Yeah. Share the screen share. Share. No. Ma'am, kindly let me some time. Then again I present it. Hello.
Sorry, sir, can you repeat?
Kindly give me some time. Few minutes. After a few minutes, I will join you.
Sure, of course, sir. Go ahead. So we will move on to the next presenter in the meanwhile. So next, I would like to invite Mohammed Lusfi Yaqub to present the paper on surviving in vicious cycle of poverty. Muhammad Lusfi Yaakob.
Yes, okay, I'm Nora Shikin. I'm presenting this paper, yeah, because Muhammad Lusfi Yaakob is also my team member.
All right, ma'am, please go.
All right, okay. All right, so I try to share the screen first, okay?
Yes.
All right, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, good. All right, so first of all, thank you very much, and also good afternoon, chairperson and all the colleagues of the floor. All right, so today I would like to present the surviving in vicious cycle of poverty. And this is me, my name is Rashikin, and from Faculty of Management, Multimedia University, Malaysia. And Muhammad Lusfi Yaakob, actually, he's a lawyer. Okay, previously he's my student. And Nurbani Mahasan, okay, from University Kuala Lumpur. All right, so the abstract, the area of the research is conducted in suburban area of Selangor, Malaysia. Selangor is one of the 13 states in Malaysia, and focusing on low income and poor people. All right, so this is my area. The objective of the study is to examining the low income and poor people's well-being in terms of income, food, housing, health, and education. The study employed qualitative method, and 20 participants were interviewed. The result shows that the low income and poor are far away from having appropriate basic necessities due to their insufficient income. When we talk about basic necessities, mean that house, shelter, even they do not have this accommodation, and some of them get the housing, sponsored by the, our lembaga zakat, is mean AMS, yeah, the welfare department. Okay, all right. So next slide. Okay, why we come to this study is about problem statement that in Malaysia, yeah, the concept of welfare state is less popular. We are not actually a welfare state compared to the European. Yeah? Welfare is largely seen as an aid by the government to the poor, whereby in European, welfare is for everybody. Okay, but in Malaysia, okay, we are still in a developing country. Is more on the helping to the poor first. Okay, the concept of welfare. All right, this one as I mentioned. The objective is to explore B40. When I talk about B40, it's the bottom 40 of the hierarchy. We have T20, meaning that 20% of higher income, 40% median, top T20 meaning top 20 higher income. M20 is a middle income. All right, and B40 is a 40% at the bottom income in Malaysia in terms of household median income monthly. All right, so after this, I will share you how much actually the monthly of B40. And then to the objective to suggest the enhancement of existing social protection we have, but of course there is a room for improvement that we will find, something that mean that the government may take a look, yeah, to improve. And this, there are a few things that this study actually way back 2 years ago, but now the government have done something. I will share later, yeah. All right, it's a qualitative depth semi-structure, and from Rawang, Selangor, Malaysia, the city, yeah, got Rawang. It's a 20 people of B40 participant. And what is B40? Bottom 40% of the citizen, working citizen, household, is a classification, okay, 40% consisting of citizens who monthly median income of below, all right, this is a 2020, 4,850. Previously, about 5 years ago, this 4,850 is a M40 middle, but now it's become B40 due to the inflation and economic condition. And it started increase the salary for this B40, not started salary is good, meaning that it's 4,800 is considered poor, it's low income. It started when it's COVID-19 in 2020. Previously, it's below than 3,000. All right, so I mean that if this much that you is actually in that low income. And this B40, we have 4 layers. The worst one is not the worst one, the bottom line is below than 1,000 ringgit Malaysia. So, okay, B40 is the lowest category, and we use purposeful sampling technique, yeah, for this study. And it's a 10 minutes presentation, so we compile, and the themes from this research is the income, yeah. We have a few themes that actually is published in other journals already, and one of them is income for this study. Okay, and this income, there's a sub-theme here called low earning, level of education, retirement, inability to work, and job loss. Okay, so low earning because due of the odd jobs and seasonal works, and level of education. Most of these, difficulties because they don't have any certificate. Yeah, they have the elementary and secondary school leavers, and during retirement they don't have a lot of fund. In Malaysia, workers should have a employee provident funds that we call EPF, yeah, for our retirement. All right. So some of them who work in the informal industry, yeah, or self-employed, they're not contributing to this EPF. For working in the company, it's a must and compulsory to contribute employer and employee in the employee provident fund. Yeah. So there is no sufficient saving for those in agriculture or self-work or odd job, and then they have to work during golden ages. This is a come when the problem comes. Job loss due to economic condition, of course, COVID-19 and inflation, and automation. When the company do the automation, they have to let go employees. Yeah, most companies prefer foreigners for factories, agriculture, and so you know that Malaysian, right? So because they think that local they have certain salary, but they employing other foreigners may pay cheaper. All right, but they have a levy, yeah, on that thing. And last one, inability to work due to sickness or accident, and they have to take care of the members of the family. This one where the social protection is supposed to come. Yeah, all right. For working people, they have a SOCSO, yeah, insurance, yeah. Okay, but this one we talk about the lower income that they may have a self-employed or odd job, they do not have a social protection. It's only another 2 slides, yeah. Recommendation based on findings after we know that there are difficulties, and then we found out that the government have to enhance, yeah, not into the B40 lower level, but to upgrade to more percentage of B40. All right. So right, in Europe they developed their social protection in every cycle. They call from cradle to grave, yeah. So from the babies and we also have it, yeah. But as I said, that it's not enormous, yeah. It's not massive. Government intervention or compulsory social insurance for working citizens, whether they are working, yeah, or they are working in informal industry. They're supposed to have a compulsory social insurance whereby when they have accident, sickness, or old age or anything, they have some money, yeah, to help them in retaining their life, yeah, lifestyle, yeah, this is what that we wanted. Because if they not have this social insurance, when they get sick, unable to work, or have to take care of the other members, then they actually no fund for their life, yeah, for whole their life. So this one, government have do something, yeah, but still not massive, yeah. It's a targeted welfare. Okay. Minimum wages. Okay. This is about 2 years study that staggered to be published, right? This one, minimum wages, we have talked about it. And only this 1st May 2022, Malaysian government has announced that all employers must, it's compulsory, mandatory to impose 1,500 ringgit Malaysia as a minimum salary. Okay, I thought that is a positive outlook. However, we learned that in the social media and everything, when the government announced 1,500 is a minimum wages, now the price is rocketing because company have to bear their losses. They pay their salary. The employee provident fund and also social protection of insurance is based on the frame of the fraction of the salary. So that is increasing. So what they do is to bring to the end user like us, okay, we have to pay more for basic necessities. We hope that is only for temporary, but as we know that the price will, it means that it's increased but never going low, right? I think that is over the wall like that, yeah. All right, so last one, providing long life trainings to increase the skill of B40, whereby they have been terminated and so on. Maybe they have a certain soft skill or any training that, you know, they can, you know, can change their work or doing, yeah, so that they still can earn for themselves, yeah. If they are insufficient or have not knowledge, maybe the government with all the agencies, right, can work together to provide this kind of skills that they can do it for their life, yeah, to work, to earn money. And the solution and the conclusion that, all right, is they are struggling, okay, during this 20 people, because it's qualitative, we are hearing about 1 hour about their stories. Before that, we make, you know, like socialize with them so that they can tell the truth, yeah. So it's still struggling. And most of them have the assistance from the welfare and so on. And the concept of welfare, yeah, what we want is a full commitment from the government. Yeah, sometimes when the government change, the policy change. All right, so we hope that whatever change, yeah, the commitment to these people is still always there and is improving. All right, so well-being is not a state where people live in hedonistically happy, but they have an avenue and resources to keep their life forward. All right, thank you very much.
How, are there any questions from the judges?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yes, I have some questions. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
No. Okay. What I want to ask is,
now it's lagging. Your voice is not so clear.
Study is surviving in the vicious cycle. Is that your study? Yes.
Actually, it's a lagging. Yeah, at my place, I lagging. I can't hear you. Can you repeat? I'm so sorry because it's lagging the system. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Your study is on surviving in the vicious cycle of poverty, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I look at your study, you interviewed B40. Okay. Can you share your research question? Any specific research question?
Okay. I don't have at my place now, right? Because I'm concentrated on the presenting. Some of the question is that okay, how do you do? Okay, mean that in your what actually you do for your working, right? The work, the economic activities, and I mean that do you have any assistance from the government? And how actually you can, you know, get some type of basically like food, accommodation, and how to actually to survive your family, yeah, to cover up for your family. That's kind of questions, yeah. When we say B40, yeah, in Malaysia the grouping is poor is under B40. We no longer use the poor people. Okay, we use the B40. So this B40, we have 4 levels whereby the poor actually is the lowest of the B40. The lowest of below that 1,500 is the lowest level of B40.
Okay. Just to follow up on this, your themes that came out of your study, I will put them as these are the ones that contributed to this B40 being poor. You mentioned job, retirement, no income, no savings, low income, inability to work. all these antecedents to being poor. But when you say survival, I would have expected answers to come out like living conditions, health, education, housing, children's education. That consequences did not come out. That means the surviving part did not come out.
All right, okay. All right, I got you, Prof. Yeah. This is in my first presentation just now, there's a 3 papers that from this study. Yeah. So sorry about it. Yeah. 3 papers so that I extract from my presentation. But in our paper there is so I extract pieces to talk about the presentation. Yes, there is knowledge. There is the thing that you get from the abstract here, right? How health and also and so on. Yeah, they have actually in other teams. So this one I concentrate on income. Thank you for being so focused, Prof. you can see it clearly. All right. Yes, correct. That's why I divide. We got 4 teams actually. Yeah. So I just concentrate on income for this presentation, and I would say sorry because I thought there's 10 minutes I cannot talk so much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but you are really can pick up things. All right.
Okay, are there any more questions? Okay, so Ms. Noor, can you unshare your screen?
All right, thank you very much, Chairperson and the listeners.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Dilip, are you ready to prepare?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can present.
Yeah.
How to unshare?
Yeah, you can just click on the stop share button on top of your screen.
I click the cross one. Oh, stop sharing. Okay. All right.
Mr. Dilip, go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Dilip, can you go ahead with your presentation?
Yeah.
So next is Mr. Balu, who will be presenting.
No.
No, sir, I'm just announcing the next list of participants. You can go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah.
So next would be Mr. Balu, and then we will have Kumud Ranjan presenting. So Mr. Dilip,
ma'am, is it visualized?
No, not yet.
No, not yet. Not yet. Stop sharing. Then share the stream. This one. Is it visualized? Hello?
Yes, it is visualized.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dilip Kumar Mahapatra. By taking the name of Lord Jagannath, I am going to start my topic towards a service-oriented, on-demand cloud computing paradigm for smart cities. Is it visualized, ma'am? Ma'am, is it visualized?
Yes, it is visualized. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, we are living in a smart city where our day-to-day life, day-to-day service, day-to-day activities are being smart. That means whatever our activities we need to do it can be available in just-in-time mode. There are 2 factors we are contributing this research work. One is whenever we are sharing the information from a cloud environment through the IoT device to integrate our activities, there is two types of data we can find it. One is data is at rest and data at flight. Data at rest means the historical data that we put at the time of project designing, and the data at flight means ongoing during the ongoing service. If our requirement is updating and we need to change our requirement, that information is called data at flight. During the present scenario of smart city devices, smart city architecture, we are facing a lot of problem to distinguish in between the data which are data at flight and data at rest. And in our research work, we can develop a real-time integrated IoT device that can contribute the supply chain management of smart cities. And in smart cities, we are dividing different types of application. There are three types of application. One is user level, one is integrator level, one is infrastructure or service provider level. There are three types of application environment we can avail. And if we concentrate on the present scenario of smart city architecture of supply chain management, ma'am, supply chain management means from a production organization, the product can travel the different channels to get the opportunity of consumable product by the consumer. That means supply chain management is a cyclic process starting from the production organization to the consumer and vice versa. In this regard, we can represent our research work in something different way. That means if our requirement during the, suppose we can order a product in online and the product is registered and we can get a confirmation that you are going to get the product in after a week or after a month. But during that period of information, if we are our requirement is being updated, then that is a problem. And in our contribution part, we are concentrating on the present smart framework of a smart city, that we are dividing different modules in a smart city environment, that is logistics, storage, operation, design, manufacturing, sales, purchase, payment, customer and resource management and review, smart traffic, smart waste management, smart pollution control, smart energy management, smart mobility, smart healthcare, smart planning and coordination with the government. And these are the applications that we need to deal with the smart city activities. But how the information is shared? The information is shared through the data center, and data centers are locally available. Data centers observes the requests from the customer and access the information from the information warehouse according to their operational activities. Here the problem is that if our requirement is fixed and data center gives us the acknowledgement to avail the service, that is something different. But if there is a chance of updation of day-to-day requirement or on-demand requirement, that means real-time requirement, then there is a problem. In this scenario, we can adopt IoT request manager who can implement an architecture that holds the responsibility of demand service manager. It has three parts. One is request log, one is request buffer, and one is request process. That means request optimization. In this regard, request demand service manager responsibility is to analyze the what type of request I am going to send or I am going to put in my current demand. That is my updating demand. And on the priority basis, he or she with the IoT device help, he can or she can prepare a request queue that undergo the process of request buffer pooling activities, and it can be solved through the data load distribution algorithm, that load sharing algorithm. And through the load sharing algorithm, we can put our requests, and the requests are available in a queue. And after that, optimized requests are again coming under the data center or information warehouse or operational request manager process. In this regard, we can solve the on-demand request approach of smart city activities. Then come to our limitation and future work. It is depends upon the geographical and socio-economic barriers of a smart city environment. And basing upon the supply chain management, it can be again developed through the blockchain technologies. And conclusion is that through the demand request manager or demand service manager, we can analyze, we can execute the on-demand request in a just-in-time mode. We can put the data to flight, and data to flight means real-time data, on-demand data, request can be solved. Any queries? Ma'am, any queries? Hello?
Do the judges have any queries?
I got no question at the moment. You can proceed.
Yep, this is my research work, and thank you all for giving me an opportunity to share my views with you. Have a good day. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can unshare your screen now.
Okay, thank you. Answer.
So next, I would like to invite Mr. Balo to present his paper.
Good afternoon.
Okay, Mr. Balo, just wait a minute. Can you just unshare your screen, please? So I am just been informed that one of our keynote speakers has another pressing event and would like to deliver his keynote address now, after which we will once again resume the technical session. So Mr. Balo, just unshare your screen. All right, so let me invite Dr. Noor Zaman Jhanji, Director and Associate Professor, Center for Smart Society 5.0 Cluster Head Cybersecurity Cluster, Taylor's University, Malaysia, to deliver his keynote address. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Is my screen is visible and you can hear me?
Yes, sir. The slides are visible as well as we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting and providing this opportunity. And I'm sorry for the presenter, what we just he unshared the screen because having another meeting. This is the reason that we interrupt you, so you can continue after this. Thanks again, and sorry for that. As we mentioned about my introduction, today we will be presenting about the cutting edge technologies for the smart society 5.0. So this is a very cool domain where the and the Japanese government and all of the research communities they are focusing for. So we will be looking how and where it is. We will try to wrap it up within our allotted time of the 30 minutes. So I'm the associate professor and the director for the Center for Smart Society and the cluster head for the cybersecurity. Our center is actually mainly focusing for super smart society, the idea, the concept what we are going to discuss today. And this Research Excellence Center at the Taylor's University, Malaysia, has the 5 different research clusters, including cybersecurity, again headed by me, artificial intelligence research cluster, data science research cluster, additive manufacturing research cluster, and finally the drones research cluster. We have a very enriched professional team, more than 60%. Including the internal members and the same number of those from the international community. 40 international academia universities, they are on the platform, cooperating and collaborating for the research activities, and more than 10 universities from the local, and also the same number of the industries from worldwide. We're focusing for the super society, the smart society cause. So we are today here to look at what it is and how it is and what is the concept about the that society. We know that society as Society 5.0. We call it as Smart Society 5.0. We call it as a Super Smart Society 5.0. These are the different names, but they are all representing to the one point. So what it is, and from where this idea came, and why we are focusing for this. This we can see that we can imagine that this could be our future world where we are looking for. So if we just have a look, means aside of that, then we can see that how we are moving towards the next levels in all of the different aspects. Say, for example, if we are looking for the healthcare 5.0, if we are looking for the Industry Revolution 5.0, we are already in 4.0 and we are going toward the 5.0. We are already in telecommunication generation 5.0, and then we are looking already the lab tests are done for the generation 6 as well, and we are moving towards the wireless technology, which is the 7.0. And recently the Bell Laboratories, they already tested for the chip which can have the support for the wireless speed. That is 37 GB per second, and they already tested for the media cables, which is they can have a capability of transferring up the data 39 terabytes. We are moving towards that world very soon, and beside of that, we are moving towards the Internet of 2 and Internet of 3, and all of these directions. So this technology is going to be a change, a huge change very soon. So now we know that the United Nations, they come up with the idea, which is known as the SDG, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. They are focusing for the entire world with the 17 different goals that how they can achieve, and they are putting their target by 2050. So keeping that point in view, the Japanese government and the other different researcher communities, they came up with the idea of the Society 5.0. So as you mentioned that it has the different names. Society 5.0, you can find out in the literature, Super Smart Society, Smart Society 5.0. So these are the different names. So they came up with that idea. So what is that? That is actually beyond the technology and beyond the technical skills are what we are using nowadays, consuming nowadays in our daily life. We are looking far away from that. Everything will be independently means on technology, and every person can be independent. They can live their life very comfortably. From all of the ages, either they are the means children or either they are the very old age people. So probably we are not looking for the old age houses, and we are not looking for the very teenagers and very young children, nurseries and like that. But we can be able to entertain all of these things with the technology by involvement of the different cutting edge technologies. So as what we mentioned about the Sustainable Development Goals, so you can see from the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are there. So society is focusing, smart society is focusing how to uplift the living standards of a common person, how to uplift the living standards of the entire society, how to bridge the gap. Like nowadays, the people who are living in the corporate cities, those people who are living in the metropolitan cities, and those people who are living in the rural areas or in the smart cities. So how to bridge the gap, and how we can bring them at the same level. So that is what actually the concept about the smart society. So if we just go through with here, so this cannot be possible with any, this direction cannot be possible with any, one technology, by playing a role by the one technology or depending on the one technology. So as what we mentioned, that this is a parallel growth from Industry Revolution 4 to 5, from healthcare 4 to 5, from internet generation, and from the mobile telecommunication generations. So in all of the aspects what we are moving, so even in those aspects, they are taking us to complete this goal, and what that we are targeting by 2030, which is not so far, only the 8 years, and we will be hoping that it will be. So in other words, how we can define it. So the smart society is a fully integrated, but it's a fully human-centered society. And that will be all the data, everything will be human-driven, human-centered, human-controlled, and everything will be on our fingertips. So we will be depending on all of the different technologies, including big data, artificial intelligence, the drones, which is the very important component, 3D additive manufacturing concept, that what we can also call the robots, and the cloud computing and cybersecurity and everything. So, but then we will be touching to the next level. What it means by the next level, robots we already have. Robots we are already using for the different purposes. In Industry Revolution 4.0, we are using the robots. They are helping us a lot, okay, for the automation of the processes and for working and for so many things. But we are looking for the next level. The next level is what? That level is that what we will be bringing it up with the IFERP 5.0, that the robots, they will not only work for us, but they will work hand to hand. They will be working with us as a partner. It's a great message. What it means by that? The partner. The partner, it means that they will be having the capabilities to think, to come up with the new ideas, and then they can work like a human completely. Not only they will be helping us, like in a current era, they are. In the current era, how they are helping us, we are assigning the task. We can witness in so many industries, car manufacturing and electronic manufacturing and so many things. But no, then they will be helping us as a partner. So that is actually means what we are targeting in all of the fields. The same thing it goes for the health. The same thing it goes to the tourism. The same thing is going to the our environment, and same thing it goes to all of the SDG goals, where we are focusing to make our world better. So that is actually the goal for the smart society. So what we will be looking for, the high quality lives and vitality. So everything will be on our with our control, with our thoughts, will be controlled with our fingerprints. We do have already at this stage, but we are going to the next level. That's what actually the smart society or super smart society. So what are the objectives? At this stage, we are in Smart Society 4.0. So if we just compare this one, so this can give us a more clear understanding that where we are looking for. So you can see from here that what are the objectives for smart cities at the Society 5.0. In Society 5.0, we have the concepts about the smart cities. So if we do remember, that we started from the smart systems, smart applications, then we headed it to the smart homes, and then we headed it to the smart cities, and now we are heading to expand it further to the smart societies. Means we are going outside from the cities and we are increasing the scope. So we are focusing to solve the social challenges. Okay, previously we were optimizing our infrastructures, optimizing our services, optimizing our resources, optimizing within the city and within the smart home. But now we are trying to expand it to the wider spectrum, where we can solve the social challenges and we can uplift the living standards of our society. That is the actually main goal. I do know that we have to wrap it up in 30 minutes. So maybe we'll just try to skip a few of the parts, but they are there. So this is how we are looking at how this can uplift the standards for our lives. Now, this cannot be possible without what we can see, the role of the technology. And this is the state, this is the point that we need to understand that which technologies and they are involved at this moment and which technologies will be playing a major and important role in the upcoming future era. So that is the time where we can set our directions, that what is the right direction that we can go. So you can see from here that a lot of the different technologies they are there. Most of the technologies we are well aware and we are using them. Artificial intelligence, IoT, edge analytics, blockchains, and these are the technologies what we are using. And also you can see about the lithium and the clouds, AR, it becoming enriching very much, face recognition. Most of the technologies they are being used. The digital twin technology, this is also new, but it's not very new. It is already in the market, but it is being used only for the industry at this stage. So we can be looking at how we can be utilizing these technologies and these things that can help us to get our dream, that what we are dreaming at this stage. So again, we can group the technologies that which will be at the high certainty level and which will be at the low certainty level, and we can be able to plan well for targeting for the super society 5.2. So these are the technologies, as we mentioned, that this will be dependent on the variety of the technologies. The variety, it means why it's a variety, because we are now targeting to the social challenges, and social challenges are having the range. So they are not to the specific like a smart home or like a smart city. So you can see here that the cognitive approaches we will be looking for. 3D printing we will be looking for. Cobots, which are now becoming very popular and very common nowadays, we will be looking for. Cognitive optimization, cognitive based systems we will be looking for. Why we will be looking for? Because we know that we are using almost in multiple areas the 5G. The theoretical means data throughput speed, the bandwidth is 13 to 12 to 13, or you can say 11 to 13 GB, which is actually in the lab. But when we tested it into the different environment, we achieve from 1 to 5 GB per second maximum. So normally it is a ratio goes to the 50%, or between 45% to 65% in the practical life. The external factors they affect. But now when we just mention about the Bell Laboratories, and we mentioned about the a wireless chip that was hardware we required that can carry the data, that was 37 GB per second for the wireless medium, and for the wired medium it is 39 a terabyte. We are not talking about the gigabytes, but we're talking about the terabytes. So you just imagine that when we will be reaching to that practically possibly soon in a couple of years, then do you think that our current protection systems for the cybersecurity, they can work? We believe may not be work. As you can see that now almost the antiviruses, they are obsolete. In the same pattern, the current ideas and current firewall and the other systems, what do we have? They are helping us for the system security. They are intimating us, and then we are making plans for the mitigations and making the plan of how we can get rid from these things. Those patterns will be changed as well, because if suppose 39 terabyte of speed or 37 GB per second, so we know that what common devices, gadgets, what we are using, how much data we may have in those devices. And if suppose any of the hacker, our machine is compromised, how much amount of the time is required to swipe over all of the data. So at that stage, we are looking for the very advanced level of the systems. We are dependent on the technology. Like maybe we have the cognitive approaches, so they can take the decision at the runtime, not to inform us, but they the mitigation methods. So these are the challenges. These are the futurist challenges that they are waiting for us. And also that is actually the domain we are need to get ready at this stage. We need to think about that in the same way for AR and VR, same way for the digital twin technology, 3D and cloud computing, and so many different aspects are still waiting for us as well. So this is actually the journey, like what we are going, how we are going, and in 21st of the century we are looking there, and the industry 5.0 that is already started in very few parts globally, but it's already started, where we are focusing that how we will be focusing to the robots. They can work for us as a partner. So you can see this is an imaginary picture which can give us a sense. You can see from the left and the right. The right side is already what we are utilizing the robots, we are utilizing the machines. We are programming them. They are working for us in manufacturing processes and so many other things. And they are very intelligent, super intelligent as well. But now with 5G, we are looking at how they will be able to work for us, but work as a partner. So you can see this is an imaginary picture. It shows that how they can be a programmer, how they can be planning, how they can be designing the projects as well, how they can be coming up with the project. So we are moving towards that level. So why? Because we are moving towards the super smart society and to improve these things. So as we discussed that in Industry 5.2 concept, it is started implementing it in a couple of the different geographical locations where it is a mass customization. So we don't want to go more about that at this level. Maybe this could be a next session, a new session. So we are just seeing that how we are moving towards all of the aspects so that we can be able to achieve our super smart society. So going ahead, see now which of the technologies, like we mentioned a group of the technologies. So now we can see which of them that is actually most important, most dependent technology that is the future where we can be looking for. These technologies, we just group them into the 10 highest important technologies. Those 10 technologies are including your cloud. And now you notice that cloud is very much enriched, and now there is no old-fashioned, no old pattern like we were using our gadgets and machines before. So almost they are, we are going towards the dummy machines, the dumb terminal concept. Everything is on the cloud. Everything is, we are executing on the cloud, we are storing on the cloud, and we are processing on the cloud. Everything we are doing with the cloud. So this is the main important part. In the same way, digital twin technology, that is helping us a lot. Like what we mentioned, that we are going to the next level where we need to have the cognitive system. So probably the digital twin system, they can help us as well. We can plan by making, maybe I can take a 1 minute to brief about the digital twin. In the digital twin, actually, you can see that it is, we can generate a carbon copy of the system. And it can be generated for any process, for industrial process or for any of the process we can generate. So they can give us the real behavior. So we can be able to know that in case if suppose what sort of the emergency will be there, we can how we can be entertaining that one. And also this can help us digital twin technology. Mainly at this stage we are using with the aero engines with the aerospace and for that particular purposes, because that's very critical while we are flying on. So we don't know that if suppose any part of the engine is going to be start working, we will not have a chance like what we have while so we can stop by a roadside and we can be waiting for the mechanic or engineer. But in air we cannot do that. So there we are using since 2015 the digital twin technology. It is using the history, the data of the engine, the parts and everything, and it is helping us in advance that which part can be working, how much life it is, and if it is required the maintenance, then how much maintenance is required, and what it's better that we need to replace it, or it is a very detailed, probably the same like the other parts. It could be very interesting for the one of the full topic as a lecture, but we're just trying to understand how this will be helping. So this could helping us to know the behavior before of our systems, In case if suppose anything is coming to our systems, then we can be able to means protect our systems and restrict our system, because after 2 to 3 years, we will be in a very different situation. Our privacy will be on stake. Our security will be a challenge to maintain like these things. So that's why the cybersecurity is among one of them as well. So in the same point, the industrial Internet of Things, this Internet of Things revolution actually changed the whole entire world. So we know that now is Internet of Things is everywhere. We can start with Internet of Vehicles, Internet of everything. Industrial Internet of Things. So it can means ranges, because now we are become able to make any of the object connectable, and they can pass the readings to us. So in the same way, you can see about the additive manufacturing, which is the 3D. The world is moving very fast now. We are even making the huge infrastructures, the bridges, the ships, and using this 3D concept. And also we place this at a very high level during this pandemic time. It helps us a lot, to be very honest, with the 3D printing and additive manufacturing for the medical purposes during this COVID period. So in the same way, we can see that if we go for big data analytics, data science and analytic, so this is all of these technologies. They will be our eyes, they will be our ear, they will be our hands, they will be our brains that can lead us to approach, get our dream true. And for that, this is the one side of the coin. The other side of the coin, that we are supposed to make ourselves ready. We need to ask ourselves that, are we ready? Do we have the resources, technical resources at this stage? To be very honest, we are out of resources. To be very honest, we are still focusing to the conventional systems in most of the parts of the world. But this fashion is changed in almost in most of the countries. So I can give you an example here from our university, from the Taylor University. So here we are following completely a multi-level approaches. We offer, our students, they can go for MLE. What is the MLE multi-level approaches? The research is MLE oriented as well. So multi-level approaches are our students will be doing the projects. They will be doing the projects with the different schools. The engineering school will be doing with the law school, with the medical school, and with the science school. And also from the other schools, they can be able to take the extra major from the engineering side, from the computer side. A computer science student, they can go for law, they can go for account, they can go for finance. So this is actually the requirement of the future. Then we will be able to fixing these things out. So again, to keep the timeline, the time limit in mind, so we just try to wrap it up accordingly. So you can see that these are things which are helping. AR and drones. Drones become very popular. Like what we can discuss about the IoT. So these are the technologies and how they are helping us and gaining the dreams and achieving these things. So this is how we are supposed to be in line. We are supposed to be aligned, and we need to think, we need to plan that where we stand at this moment and how we can be producing or generating those resources so that we can be able to accept these challenges. So with your permissions, maybe I can just skip a few of the slides because we already discussed about this form of the technology, and we can go for the challenges directly to save your time. So now these are the details that what we discussed about these the 10 technologies. Okay, this is the one of the aspect for the digital twin technology. So now we are looking for a super smart society, like the society what we are dreaming. Okay, what that society could be, not the smart cities concept like what we have, but this is far away from that. In smart society, we are optimizing the resources, infrastructures, okay, and what we discussed, what we mentioned. But in super smart society, we are standing here, where we are understanding that each of our things being controlled by our mind, being controlled by our thoughts, being controlled by our wish, being controlled on should be on our fingertips. So this is one picture. It can give us a very clear idea about the smart society. How? So you can see a circle around which shows the different technologies, the reports, AI, big data, IoT. It doesn't mean that these are the only technologies that, like what we discussed, these all of the technologies. And you can see that all of the different ages from children up to the old age, people as well and the young people as well. So they all will be independent. Everybody will be independent, and for everybody will be the opportunities. Nobody will be dependent on anything. Okay, we will be using the technology. Where we will be using the technology? Everywhere. Our traveling will be completely autonomous. Like nowadays, we can say the experiments that how we can go, and I hope that most of us we are already aware that today one of the company, the air taxi, they got the proper permissions in USA. That was the today's news only. Today now we are going towards the air, means our traffic towards air, and that will be automated on roads. Automated vehicles, autonomous vehicles will be there, and our agriculture will be now the next level. To the next level, we will be controlling them. We will be watering them with the smart system. We will be seeding them with the smart system. We will be spraying and everything with the drones and like that. So everything, even our whole infrastructure, our medical system, our industry, means what aspect of our life they will be completely automated. So you can understand that what we are looking for, we will be depending on these all technologies, and there will be so many opportunities and challenges as well. But before we become able to achieve those opportunities, to catch those opportunities, for that we need to prepare ourselves. We need to have workforce, technical workforce. This is the right time to take a decision to go in that particular direction. So you can see that the Society 5.0, that will be a society for problem solving, for a value creation. As what we discussed, that MLE approaches, and now the world is changed. We are changed. If suppose you ask from someone from any professor that what is your specialty, if we ask 10 years before, everybody will be saying I'm computer science specialist, I'm AI specialist, and blah blah. But nowadays, no, because everybody has to. Otherwise we cannot survive. This is the MLA approaches. And the other point is that now the world is changed its research from the old pattern research that what we are supposed to do, and now they are targeting that how research is going to be converted into the product, how we will be looking towards the society, means problems and issues. That is what actually the Society 5.2 as well. So we are looking now at how we are converting, how we are going towards the products, and how the society can be getting the benefits from us. So it's a very diversity into being diversity area, okay, and there is nothing centralized. If everything is decentralized, everyone can get opportunity. Everyone can get opportunity. Only what we need, the skills, the professional skills. Okay, so you can see that these are the important points, okay, related to the society, and that is the future, and that's what we are supposed to prepare ourselves for the future, and that for the future. So the challenges are there, but who will address those challenges? For sure, we are supposed to address those challenges. For sure, we are supposed to be ready. So you know that the most of the challenge is the security challenge. We know that these things, when we are moving towards the high bandwidth and high these things, and we are moving towards the IoT and these things, we know that these are the security challenges. The literature suggests that any of the IoT device, if suppose it's become online, so it required only to be compromised only the 5 minutes of time. So these are the challenges. It doesn't mean that we can stop working on that, but these are the challenges, so we can see that how we can address them. Okay, so we have to know that how we can be improving and addressing and getting the maximum benefits. We need to upskill ourselves. Okay, we need the technical skills, workforce. This is the major important point. Okay, so we do have degrees, but we do have understanding that what is the demand of the future and how we will be looking for and how we will be contributing for that. Okay, so these all are the things which are the challenges. But again, all of these things, they have a lot of impacts, a lot of opportunities. So we will be looking for a very different world where everything will be completely automated, not semi-automated. Everything will be completely controlled with our thought and by the humans, and all things we can say, we just concluded it into the one word that all and everything will be human-centered. The approach will be changed, everything will be human-centered. So we will be improving in all of the aspects. Okay, but the main focus, the major focus is that uplifting the lives of the community, the lives of the society, the lives of the people, and to bridge the gap as much as possible. Okay, and that is from the rural areas, that is from the urban metropolitan cities, and from the smart cities. So just trying to uplift all of these standards of the daily life. So this is how the society 5.0. So you can see from here that it is to optimize on individual lives as society, so it can impact to the as an overall society. So now it covers everything, because when we talk about the society, it covers even from, it starts from the energy, it starts to the automated automations, vehicles, it goes to the air travel, and it goes to the health, agriculture, fashion, and everything. It comes under this one. So this is how that's what actually the particular dream for the smart society. And again, while we are addressing this one, we are contributing to the United Nations Development Goals. Thank you very much. I tried to complete within 30 minutes allotted time, and I hope you decide about that for the smart society. If any question, you are more than welcome, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for the wonderful keynote address. And we are really grateful for the knowledge that has been shared by you. It has been an honor hosting you in our conference. So with that, we will be resuming back the technical sessions that we were having. So Mr. Balu, you are up for your presentation. Please go ahead now.
Thank you very much. I'm just stop sharing. Thank you very much.
Hello? Hello,
Yes.
everyone.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Baro Mandapole. I'm going to present the topic that says investigation of wax deposition, driving factors on crude oil transportation pipelines. The abstract: wax deposition is one of the main flow assurance problems faced by the oil industry, affecting many oil companies everywhere in the world. The aim of this conference paper is to investigate wax deposition driving factors on crude oil transportation pipelines. The investigation focuses on the pipe wall temperature, the pipe surface roughness, deposit crude oil composition, time, pressure. So the introduction: wax deposition is one of the main flow assurance problems faced by the oil industry. Wax precipitate is a solid phase on the pipe wall when its temperature drops below the wax appearance temperature. The deposition results into the crude oil flow restrictions in the pipeline, creating pressure drops and causing effective cross-section area reduction, total blockages, and abandonments. This failure results in the unnecessary pigging and pigging costs, because when the wax deposit, you need to remove them using these pigs, and you will need to have the pigs, different types of pigs, and which will cost differently. Example 51, severe practice in 1992 up to 2002, we have from Mexico, were reported, which costs blockages remediation of $30 million, failed abandonments of $1 billion and fee. This is how the deposition, the early stages of deposition can be seen. Here is inside the pipeline, then outside this one. This is inside the pipeline, the crude oil, then this one starts precipitate, solid. Then at the early stages, you can see the crude oil But when there is a temperature gradient, then you can see there are some wax depositing on the pipe. More further, when the situation gets bad, then you can get this one, the area is decreased. Then in severity situation, there's this one, tends to broke the pipeline. So wax deposition in the pipeline may be caused by several factors as discussed below: pipe wall temperature, pipe surface roughness, deposit crude oil composition, time, normally called aging, pressure drop, temperature differential factors. Findings: wall temperatures. According to this factor, it is found that the paraffin deposition depends on the thermosufficient driving process, which is the temperature difference between oil bag and the inner pipe wall. If there is no small temperature difference, we expect there will be no deposition, and the temperature of the crude is always almost equal to the temperature of the pipeline. However, when there is large temperature difference, then more and more wax will be deposited due to greater temperature gradient. The other one is pipe surface roughness. From this factor, it is found that wax deposition increases with surface roughness because pipeline surface have a great effects on the number of crystallization centers, and thus easy crystallization. On the other hand, also the adhesion bond at the surface and the total contact area have a relationship, and it is found to be proportional to each other. When letting material with different surface roughness, it is found that different material have different paraffin deposition manner, like steel of this value, deposition in gram 4 hours is this one, 110 grams. This material of this nature in 4 hours, 62 grams. And the other one having this roughness, this is, then it has got the position of 15. So the pipe surface roughness have effects on position as far as this factor is concerned. Deposit crude oil composition. The crude oil composition comprises of both light and heavy molecules. The light molecules include methane, while the heavy molecules comprise of linear, alkyl, and isoparaffin, of which at low temperature they tend to change micro and macro phase. The crude oil composition of substrates, aromatics, resins, and asphaltes. It is found that the larger aromatic amounts in the crude are stable and they keep the heavy paraffin wax in solution, thus causing less deposition. On the other hand, the crude oil system with dry substrates is unstable, and for that case, they precipitate and they deposit easily. Time has influence on deposition. Results show an increase in deposit amount with time increase, even though there is reduction in paraffinic content in crude oil. Still, deposition increases slightly with time, increase called aging. In petroleum, we call this time as aging. Pressure drop. This is another factor that results to wax deposition in the pipelines and cause some sort of problems. This one is the one of wax deposition causes in the internal surface of the pipelines. At reservoir pressure of about 50 up to this one, waxes tend to dissolve completely in crude oil. But when the problem comes when the pressure drops, when the pressure drops, mostly occur when crude oil travels from reservoir to the surface facilities like pipelines. When the pressure falls, the light hydrocarbon hydrocarbons leaves first from the reservoir, causing reduced wax solubility. Then the reduction in wax solubility causes other problems. The wax appearance temperature increases with the pressure above the bubble point. The dissolution of light hydrocarbon caused by pressure variation directly affect wax deposition. Temperature differential factors. The temperature differential factor contributes deposition in pipeline in case when the temperature of the crude oil declines below wax appearance temperature. Research shows that the deposits are significantly reduces when the temperature differential across the deposit is reduced and vice versa, indicating that the deposit is a strong function of temperature difference across the deposit, causing driving forces effects. This is for waxy deposition. Wax deposition, this is the conclusion. Wax deposition is the key issue that needs to be carefully observed in the petroleum industry. In our discussion, various driving factors have been carefully identified and discussed. The following conclusions have been made from this research. All the identified driving forces need to be carefully observed. On the other hand, much efforts are required to minimize this driving factor. Thank you for listening.
Do the session chairs have any questions? Are there any questions that you would like to ask? All right. On that note, thank you to all the presenters who have presented in the technical session 1. So right now we will be breaking for half an hour of lunch. So we will convene back here at Malaysia time of 2:20. So everyone, we will start the technical session 2 around 2:20, and the awards will be announced at the end of the conference, which will happen post lunch. So please note that we will convene back again at 2:20. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. So before we start, can I get a quick thumbs up on the chat box so that we can start the technical session too? Participants, can I have a thumbs up on the chat box so that we can start the session? All right, so we would be starting the session now. So can I invite session chairs Patel Chintan Ashwin Kumar and Teddy Indrayana to preside over the session? So Chintan, Professor Chintan and Teddy Indrayana, are you there? Can we start the technical session too?
Yeah, hello. Yes, I'm ready for this session. Thank you.
So Professor Chintan, are you also available? All right, so let us start the session. So our first presenter for technical session 2 is Suzaini Binti Abdul Ghani, who's presenting the paper on clothing comfort performance with relation to fabric physical properties of selected knitted fabrics. So I would like to announce that Ms. Suzaini has sent her video ahead to us, and I will be sharing the video. Give me a second as I share the video. All right, so I am sharing the video now.
My name is Suzaini Abdul Ghani. I'm from Hello and Good Day. My name is Suzaini Abdul Ghani. I'm from University of Jimara, Shah Alam, Malaysia. And today I would like to give a presentation titled Clothing Comfort Performance with Relation to Fabric Physical Properties of Selected Knitted Fabrics. Here is the abstract of the paper. So basically, we're going to look into clothing comfort performance of fabrics which has been tested for different properties, especially the physical and also the mechanical properties. And after that, a correlation between physical and mechanical properties will be looked at, and we want to know which properties that has higher correlation, and also later on the fabric properties were identified in order to do some prediction where equation is being developed and prediction of clothing comfort can be done. Alright, so we go to some introduction on the comfort. Okay. So basically, comfort where people want to have when they wear their clothes. Okay, so so it's related with few parameters such as human physiological and also human psychological, and this can be related with the fabric parameters such as physical or mechanical properties. So combination of these will give human comfort, and also in the choosing the right materials to be used according to the situation of the wearer. Okay, so in this study, the relationship between knitted fabric physical properties and comfort properties of the knitted fabric is determined, and we can use this as a predictor to look at the properties which has the highest influence in the comfort properties of the fabric. So in order to summarize that, we can look at this diagram where the comfort performance of clothing can be related to each other according to the human psychological, human and also fabric properties, and also human psychological. Okay, so physical of the human, the thinking of the human, and also all this together with the fabric properties, including the mechanical and also physical, can give a comfort feeling or can identify the comfort performance of clothing. Alright, more from that, we're going to look at the research method. So basically, there are 10 fabrics that has been selected, and it's all based on the knitted fabric, which commonly being used, especially for t-shirt materials. And we do testing on physical properties of fabric, and also we do a lot of testing on the clothing comfort performance, or also we can call it as mechanical properties. If you look here, moisture management anti-crease recovery angle is where the clothing comfort performance can be determined. And later on, we will do some correlation analysis between fabric physical and comfort properties in order to know is it has any significant relationship between these two. So physical properties of fabric is also include the fiber identification test, where we want to know whether the fabric is truly what has been labeled. Okay, so basically we want to know there's a burning test where we will determine by looking at the ashes and also the smell of the fibers. Then we can determine whether it's cotton polyester, or rayon, nylon. Or in order to make it more accurate, we will do the solubility test, where certain chemicals will make the fiber soluble, okay, either being heated or not. So based on the standard, we will know what kind of fiber that we are dealing with. Okay, so beside of that, we also do basic physical properties of knitted fabric. Okay, this is the most common testing that we have to do in order to for fabric, any type of fabric, which is density, where we want to know what is the value of cost and wheels in 1 inch or 1 centimeter. Okay, we want to know how tight the yarn inside the parameters such as 1 centimeter square or 1 inch square, and also the weight of fabric in gram per meter square, and also thickness usually determined in millimeter. Beside that, we also do a lot of coded comfort clothing comfort properties, which the first one is moisture management tester for fabric. Okay, this is the testing that we use, which is equipment from SDL, okay, or known as MMT, moisture measurement tester, where we can get a fingerprint of the fabric on how it behaves on releasing moisture from the body to the outer surface of the fabric to the air. Okay, so we can have a lot of fingerprint of the fabric. Okay, whether it's good or poor in managing the moisture. Okay, the other test that we do for the fabric comfort clothing is the air permeability fabric. Okay, where we want to measure how much air that can go through the fabric. Okay, and then we also do water vapor permeability of fabric, where we want to see how the water vapor can go through the fabric. Okay, this now is air, now is water. We also do fabric stiffness. This is more objective method in order to determine how stiff the fabric, so that we can compare between one sample with another sample. And also surface friction to find out the resistance of the relative motion of fabric. Okay, so we will do the testing, and we can have the surface friction value of the fabric. So lastly is crease recovery angle, okay, where we want to know whether the fabric reflect or go back to its normal condition after being creased, after being folded. Okay, so that the better recovery is better crease recovery angle. Okay, so this is the results in discussion, where we have 10 fabrics with different fiber properties and also structures, and this is the basic physical properties: thickness, fabric weight, and also density. Okay, and this is the result of discussion, where we look at the correlation between the clothing comfort, such as air permeability, and also fabric weight, the physical properties, and we can see it has a good correlation, 0.7, and also good correlation in terms of air permeability and thickness, 0.7, and we have a good correlation between water vapor permeability and thickness, 0.6, and very high correlation when we look into between weight and water vapor permeability, 0.87. So this means that the water vapor permeability and weight can give influence in the clothing comfort performance. And also when we look at the between stiffness and also physical properties, okay, we can have a very good result, and most of the stiffness properties give a value of 0.6 in terms of coloration, and especially here we see the flexural rigidity with the cost value, okay, give a higher value, and cost per centimeter with the flexural rigidity of cost give 0.8, means the direction of the yarn in the fabric, especially in cost, give a high correlation in terms of flexural rigidity. The rigidity give you the how stiff is the fabric, and it gives correlation in terms of comfort, as well as between crease recovery angle and with cost and fabric weight, and also wheel per centimeter. Okay, it gives us significant results of 0.6 and above, where fabric weight give a better significant results. And as well as surface friction and density, give a 0.6 for one coloration. So by looking at this, we can say that few parameters which include air permeability, crease recovery angle, the bending length and facial rigidity, both direction of wheel and cause, have a good correlation with the physical properties, and this can be identified as parameters that influence the clothing comfort performance. Okay, and when the equation is being developed for this particular set of fabric, we can see a good correlation between experimental and predicted results. So we can say that if we have these parameters, okay, we can predict the outcome, especially for air permeability, crease recovery angle, bending length, and fragility for this set of fabrics, okay, in order to know their clothing performance. Okay, so I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you for listening, and hope you can have better understanding about textile materials, especially in clothing comfort performance. Thank you.
So that was the presentation from Suzaini that she had given as a video presentation.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, may I ask a question?
Just a minute, let me check if she is available. So, Ms. Suzaini, are you available in the call?
Yeah, I would like to ask a question about the presentation, the last presentation from Ms. Suzaini Binti.
I'm sorry, session chair, she's not there in the session. Hence, she had recorded a video of the session.
Yeah.
So we will be moving on to the next presenter. So can I ask Ashikin Mohammed Rom to present the paper Social Security via Takaful Ijtimai Beyond Basic Needs.
All right, okay, thank you, Chairperson. I will share my screen now. A very good afternoon, Chairperson, and also session chair, and also the colleagues of the floor. Right, so my name is Nur Ashikin. I'm from the Faculty of Management, Multimedia University, Cyberjaya. And my friend Nurbani Mat Hassan from University Kuala Lumpur. And our collaborators is from the Industrial People Etika Berhad, okay, the giant insurance company in Malaysia. Right, so the topic today is a social security via Takaful Ijtimai beyond basic needs. Okay, what you want to see here, right? All right, this is the abstract, yeah. After this, I will talk about what is a Takaful Ijtimai. Okay, whatever this is in the 10 minutes, yeah. So the objective of this study to deliberate, yeah, on the concept, yeah, to explain more on the Takaful Ijtimai. It's hardly heard, yeah, in whether in the journals or publications, yeah. Right, this one is to improving the quality of humans' life. Right, the study is aimed to investigate the saving ability among respondents, whether they can save or not, they have the ability or not, based on their monthly disposable income and also based their number of dependents of their family. All right, so mean that if they have 6 dependents, children and parents, and whether they can even, I mean that there is a changes, yeah, in the regression. Findings revealed that more than half of the respondents in the informal sectors were unable to secure their own safety net due to insufficient income. So they just work, they don't have any saving, they don't have any protection. Okay, especially when we talk about ijtimai, is about social protection. Okay. Analysis of the saving ability among respondents found that there was a positive relationship for household monthly disposable income, meaning that the lower they don't have ability to save. However, saving abilities have negative relationship with the number of dependents. When there is more dependents, they of course unable to save more. Okay, even though if they not having many dependents, they are also really struggling. The need to have mutual social responsibility program, namely takaful ijtimai for the underprivileged people, is highly significant, since that we look at the respondent, they do not have any means of protection throughout their years until their old age. Okay, all right. So this is what we meant by the takaful ijtimai beyond the basic necessities. It's not about food, it's not about shelter that we're talking about, but when you are in the golden age and when you are in the situation of you unable to work, all right, or sickness and so on. Okay, the introduction. What is a takaful ijtimai is all about? Okay, this is an Arabic word that's called under kafala. It's meaning care, meaning that the group taken care of you. All right, it's nice to hear that, right? A group taken care of you, especially for the under-destitute or underprivileged people. Everybody in society should be together to support human forces in society. So maybe some country they have this kind of thing, yeah, but it's not like informal thing, yeah, a tribe or whatever thing, but this one is supposed to be into the highly standard situation. So that's there is a a concept of takaful ijtimai is driven by the great sense of compassion, concern, preaching, yeah, from Islamic faith. In this Etika Berhad, where our collaborators in, they have the wing of the ijtimai, meaning that they are profit center. Of course, yeah, financial institutions, insurance company, they have profit center, but they also have the wing of another arms of their industry in providing, security for the underprivileged people. This is what we wanted. Okay, all right. Not all companies do that. All right. The objective is to deliberate more, and the study aims to investigate the saving ability. All right. So the research methodology is a quantitative data. Okay, it's a questionnaire, not sending via internet or not, because usually they are illiterate and we have to face ask questions, and this one is a strength of quite longer time, so we can manage to have 230 urban respondents of informal sectors in Selangor, and we have to have a regression analysis to find the relationship between saving and monthly disposable income and family dependence, to find out and to see that whether they need this social protection and whether they have actually or not. Right. So these findings, okay, from the tables we can see in Malaysia, we have employee provident funds. So look at the table one here. All right, okay, 15%, and then it's a social protection for insurance, employers insurance. And when you work in the factory or whatever, you have the coverage. Personal insurance only 1%, and none of above 57 mean that they do not have any means of protection. They just work. Nothing if they're sick, they are not working, so they don't get paid, and they are not getting allowances in the hospital. But social protection we are talking about, when you get sick, so you go 2-3 days or 1 week or 1 month, you can have allowance in the hospital. Okay, that's what we want to say. Yeah. So 69% of the respondents will not be exposed. They don't know. Is that really have the social protection? Do we have to have the social protection? We thought that only work and spend for food and so on. All right. So analysis saving, of course, is mentioned earlier, is a positive. But however, the saving ability with the dependent is negative, because the higher dependence, I mean that it will not significant, yeah, with the saving ability. So however, we found out that in this informal industry where they are here, is merely have savings, and they merely don't have any other protection of course, they don't have a pension. Yeah, so we are talking about the informal industry. Yeah, self-employed or odd jobs and certain skill. For example, you work in the service industry whereby they are not offering you certain benefits. Okay, more than 60% respondents have more than 5 dependent children. They have more than 5. So they even have a 10, 12. Right, there are respondents, 50% who 15% have take care of their sick parents, mean that 5 add on 2, so become 7. Yeah, they also face challenges in paying their debt due to scarce income. Of course, we have more, findings, but for this 10 minutes, I just put whatever that is supposed to present here. So the analysis is that 57 of the respondents did not have any financial protection. Yeah, it may lead to the poverty in old age. You don't have anything. All right. Okay. Other than compulsory saving into EPF, Employee Provident Fund, and so by Malaysian government, the respondents should participate in insurance. That is come the takaful ijtimai, what we want to do. Okay. Insurance and takaful, coverage that offering for accident, medical, and so on. Actually, we call in the mainstream. We call protection from the mainstream. Mainstream is very expensive. All right. Not everybody can get their own insurance or takaful plan or any protection. It's very expensive. You have to contribute every month, monthly pay. Yeah, without lapse and so on. So obviously, those respondents can't afford to have them. To close the gap, that's why deliberating of takaful ijtimai, whereby that is usually is financed by the government or corporate sector, is a suitable solution in offering such protection. Okay, so ijtimai means that take care of your society. Okay, under this takaful ijtimai, they have name for this protection called micro takaful, the smaller. In the mainstream is considered another arm of takaful ijtimai, which emphasize the affordable protection. Okay, in this case, it's the government, right? They may identify the severe poverty or whatever thing to provide, to cover free coverage, and maybe for the low income, maybe they have to pay certain amount, maybe 10 ringgit per month. We have previous study that they afford to pay 10 ringgit per month. If we put 50 ringgit, if they don't afford, then nothing. This is nothing. Yeah, actually it's 10 ringgit. Actually, it's not to be covered, right? It's supposed to be 200, 300 per month. Yeah, but that's what we call takaful ijtimai. Is sponsored by corporation. Yeah, especially the insurance industry under their arms of a social responsibility, and also government on the states. Okay, so this is what we call kafalah, taking care of people that unable to have all these things, because to ensure that they are not asking, in the old age, they have no house, they don't have, they cannot afford to on their living. Right, cover this takaful ijtimai also cover the risks that are not included in the normal scheme. Yeah, for example, like it's for vulnerable people, loss on property due to theft. Yeah, sometimes they have a business, a small business, okay, on the street, but that thing also can be stolen. So how to start again? Yeah, for us it's small matter, but for them it's a big matter. Loss from catastrophic, for example, like flood. So how to get back all their equipment, their house, and so on is weighed by the flood, any other catastrophic and so on. Yeah, landslide, farm losses, death, disability, and illness is very important when the breadwinner is no longer living. So what happened to their children, and then we do not want them to come to the street, right? So that's why takaful ijtimai have to come forward to provide this kind of how to say that protection. Okay, some kind of financial protection that you have actually paid the contribution earlier, even though yesterday suddenly you die today. Yeah, you pass away today, so you have signed yesterday for 10 ringgit. They will cover you, for your dependents and so on. At least they can go for the education, they can proceed to their with this kind of thing, other than, they work daily, but they don't have any benefits. I mean that to cover up for the future. So the conclusion is that takaful ijtimai through wakaf is another thing, and micro-takaful plays an utmost important roles to provide the have-not society a decent protection. Yes, of course, smaller fees, smaller coverage. Yeah. Besides government undivided support, government have to always continue to support. Society should take part in the social solidarity. Society, for example, like mosque or any other welfare department. This ijtima is not only for Muslim, it's for all. When we talk about the social protection, it's for all. Only the ijtima is an Arabic word, yeah. So it's actually for all, not only certain races or certain religion. No, it's for all. Okay, by adopting the practicality of takaful ijtimai, no one will be left out from the prosperity of the economy, and it can resolve more social predicament faced by underprivileged people, especially those working in the informal sector. This is what we want to see after we know that they are not having a saving ability and so on. We want that, this takaful ijtimai to be really, take charge. All right, they have. But not really in a normal situation, not really big, but there's something in the corporate, certain corporate that have done it. Okay, so thank you very much for listening. Okay, I end my presentation.
Are there any questions to be asked to the presenter? Session chairs, would you like to ask any questions?
No question.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Noor, and you can unshare your screen. So next, I would like to invite Pratish Mohan to present the paper on humanizing working environment for sustainable job satisfaction, a case study of teaching engineers in a Malaysian technical university.
Hello everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
1 second. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pratish Mohan. I am a master's student at the Technical University of Malaysia, Melaka. And today I will be presenting an article entitled Humanizing Working Environment for Sustainable Job Satisfaction, which is a case study of teaching engineers in a Malaysian technical university. So firstly, I would like to thank the conference for giving me the opportunity to present my article today. So without further ado, let's begin. So this is the abstract of my paper. I would like to highlight that this study utilizes the qualitative approach for data gathering and data analysis. Next is the introduction. Malaysia is in need of a technical and engineering workforce, especially technology and engineering. To meet the demands, the government focused on technical and vocational education and training, or TVET, to produce knowledge workers, and have established the M2, which is the Malaysian Technical University Network plus University, to prepare human resources for technical and technology programs. So far in Malaysia, there are 4 public universities which are considered under this cluster. So we will focus more on UTM, which is the University of Technical Malaysia Melaka, which is my university, by the way. So UTM is the first technical university and a member of M2, operating with 3 campuses and 8 faculties, one of which is a technical faculty, or as they call it in Malay, FTK. This faculty, just like the other faculties, consists of many academics, such as lecturers, professors, and so on, but has a special group called teaching engineers. What are teaching engineers? Teaching engineers are engineers brought into the university after working in the industry for 5 years or more. They are essential and are placed in the faculty due to the industry experience and skills to prepare the syllabus and modules for faculty courses. So the teaching engineers have 4 job scopes. teaching and learning, where they focus mostly on labs, lab sessions and lab tutorials and whatnot, lab management and maintenance, industrial supervision, such as industrial training for students, and industrial networking and consultation. Teaching engineers are an integral part of the faculty and university, and therefore their every need and concern must be taken care of. So this study aims to examine the effect of the working environment on the job satisfaction of teaching engineers working in a technical university in Malaysia. This study focuses on determining the best practices of the work environment that can be or have been utilized to boost job satisfaction. This study will use the methodology of focus group discussion, which is further explained below. As a result, this study will discuss the various themes of the working environment that impact job satisfaction and the improvements that can be made or to ensure the satisfaction of teaching engineers. Here is the methodology of the study. As I've mentioned, this study follows a qualitative approach. The figure shows the flow of methodology and data collection. We first begin by choosing suitable participants for the study. Then we notify the faculty for the approval, which is usually given by the approval of the faculty dean. Once the approval is obtained, the participants are contacted via phone, email, or in person. Once the approval is received, a personal information letter and the approval letter are provided before the discussion. The focus group discussion is then conducted. For the study, 20 teaching engineers are chosen, which we divide into 3 sessions, taking up to 3 hours. We divide it because, if we were to conduct focus group discussion for all of it, it would be time-consuming and we would not be able to gather as much data. Hence, why we divide it like that. There is also a team of graduate students to help with the study. The discussions are then recorded with a voice recorder and are then transcribed verbatim. It is checked for error multiple times and preliminary data analysis will occur, where the data is schemed to figure out the study's themes, patterns, and concepts. Once the appropriate sample size is obtained, theoretical saturation is reached. Theoretical saturation is where there is no new data found and the themes are all well-defined. In general, the study utilizes 3 approaches. The grounded theory approach, which is an approach to generate a theory by data collection systematically. Theoretical sampling, which is an approach to gather and study the data to decide what data to use to create a theory. And the constructivist paradigm, which utilizes the insights and experiences of participants for the discussions. As a result, the study was able to reveal 5 themes. The number below shows the number of participants that mentioned each theme. Now, since this is a qualitative approach, regardless of the number of participants, each theme are considered mutually significant. Just because a particular theme is mentioned less by a participant does not mean that it is less important than the rest. So first, we will go on each theme in detail. The first theme is job promotion, which is mentioned the most, indicating that it prominently impacts the teaching engineers. The respondents explain that the significant change in the job promotion scheme has affected their promotional period and eligibility, making it harder to be promoted, while also expressing inequality between promotional schemes of other academics such as lectures. So what it means is that initially the promotional period for teaching engineers from one scheme to another scheme is not too long and it's very easily achievable. But then the government has implemented many circulars and many policies which makes it even longer. So this is a problem for teaching engineers and the university in general. The second theme mentioned is benefits. The respondents explain that teaching engineers are provided with many benefits, such as job security and work facility, but stress that they are not allowed to further study, stating lack of allocations by the university as a reason, which is weird because they are despite being considered as academics working in an education establishment, they are still not allowed such benefits. Hence, this has been very frustrating to many of them. Other academic staff and even non-academic staff could further study, but not teaching engineers. The third theme is salary. In comparison, the respondents mentioned that the salary of teaching engineers does not equate to the work they do, elaborating that they usually do more than they are supposed to. They sometimes do work that are supposed to be done by lecturers, for example, which is not fair for them. Organization structure is the fourth theme. The respondents state that the hierarchy and structure of the faculty are complex and mismanagement is common, where the teaching engineers are sometimes overutilized. For example, any faculty meetings, any faculty events or whatnot, there is always teaching engineers who are being used to participate and to do all the work. They also add that communication is an issue, stating how higher authorities sometimes do not heed to their complaints. So they say that sometimes they have so many issues and concerns, but they don't have the channel to voice out to, because at the end of the day, everything revolves around the higher authority. The final theme is working relationship. The respondents explain that teaching engineers are not acknowledged or respected for their work and are looked down upon by other academics. They also stress that teaching engineers should be respected and acknowledged by other academic staff. Usually in UTM, for general, when we ask them, do you know who is teaching engineers? Most of them don't know what they are, which is a very, very sad reality. Teaching engineers, when I was interviewing them, most of them felt very sad that they are not recognized by the university. And this should change according to them. Next is the discussion. The study has highlighted all the significant issues faced by teaching. While the respondents primarily discuss these problems, they have also provided some insights and suggestions to improve the working environment. On the theme of job promotion, the teaching engineers suggest that the job promotion scheme be thoroughly revised and time-based. This revision meant that the promotion is guaranteed as long as it checks on all the requirements in the key performance index for one. Not only that, but the respondents also wished for standardizations and allocations for job promotion, meaning that it should be a somewhat same provision such as lecturers and other academic staff in certain parts. On the theme of benefits, the teaching engineers wish to study further and had hoped that the university would consider the recommendation of the teaching engineers. Teaching engineers should also be provided with benefits and motivation to study further, such as paid study leave and sponsorship, because teaching engineers do almost similar work as lecturers. They also teach, they also educate, so they should be given the same benefits. On the theme of salary, the respondents suggest that the pay scheme for teaching engineers be made equal or considerable. Teaching engineers also wish for a compensation plan that inspires and enables employees to stay for an extended period. Due to the salary, many employees feel like they work, they are not getting enough pay and they're not getting enough, which is basically what everyone does. Everyone works for salary, and if the salary is not good for them, it might compel them to leave. So, yeah. On the theme of organizational structure, the respondents stated that task delegation needs to be improved. Hence, delegating the work and positions among qualified academics would be beneficial. The overall hierarchy and organizational structure need to have a proper redo to ensure a balance as well. Not only that, there should also be a provision of an organizational chart that clarifies the hierarchy, and communication channels should also be advantageous. Therefore, teaching engineers expect that the university would provide with a proper channel so that all of the issues and complaints and whatnot can be well received by the university so that they can make any necessary changes or improvements. On the theme of workplace relationship, the focus of respect is highlighted by the respondents. The respondents mentioned that teaching engineers should be rewarded and respected for their contribution to the university. Not only that, the respondents believe that the management or higher authority should listen to their opinions or insights and make them feel welcome. Basically, you should always, basically what the teaching engineers expect is that, they are also highly educated, they also have qualifications, they also have educations, academics and whatnot. So, bearing all this in mind, the teaching engineers only want the other academic staff to, consider them as one, consider them as equal, and so on. In conclusion, the study was able to pinpoint crucial findings in the work environment of the teaching engineers. This study has successfully uncovered the 5 themes of the working environment that significantly impacts teaching engineers' job satisfaction in the university. It should be noted that the working environment has a vital relationship with employees' job promotion, job performance in an organization. The working environment is essential in motivating employees to perform their duties well. Conversely, having a bad working environment can affect the overall teaching performance of teaching engineers, which could lead to a decrease in the organization's productivity. Therefore, it is hoped that with this study, the stakeholders, such as the university management, can find better ways to improve the working environment of teaching engineers in the university. That's all from me. Thank you.
Are there any questions that anybody would like to ask the presenter? Does the session chair have any questions?
No, there is no questions.
Right. So thank you, presenter. You can unshare your screen.
Hello.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Mohammed Habib.
Hello, Pritesh Mohan. This is Chintan Patel, the session chair.
Hi, yes.
Doing. I just have one question. Can you please share your screen again?
Oh, sorry. Someone is sharing. I can't share because someone is sharing it. Someone is sharing their screen. I can't seem to share the screen. I'm sorry. Okay. 1 second. Yes. What's the question?
Can you go to the second slide?
The abstract?
No, not abstract. That's the result one.
Oh, the result. Okay. This one?
Yes. Okay. This working environment you have mentioned. So these are the parameters that you have mentioned. So apart from these parameters, do you think that any other parameter can be taken into consideration?
Yes, actually, I mean, this is just based on what based on my data analysis, based on what my respondents have mentioned. However, working environment, obviously, we can consider many other parameters such as demographics, such as the age, gender, the working experience, and whatnot. But for my study, I've only focused on these 5 because this is the 5 that is mentioned by my participants. But yeah, we can include any of them more.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
No, I'm done from my side.
All right. So I'll stop sharing.
Okay, thank you, session chair. So we will move on to the next presenter. So next is Dr. Mohammed Habibullah, who's presenting the paper on Wakaf management for poverty alleviation in Bangladesh towards achieving sustainable development goals.
Okay, good afternoon, respected moderator and respected my fellow presenters, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah for all my fellow Muslim brothers and sisters. Today, I would like to present the topic is Wakaf management for poverty alleviation in Bangladesh towards achieving sustainable development goals. First of all, I would like to share about the abstract, the ideas of the research of the paper. Bangladesh has huge amount of Wakaf asset which can play very important role to alleviate poverty in Bangladesh and to achieve sustainable development goals. The objective of this research is to discover the Wakaf sectors and opportunity in Bangladesh that can alleviate the poverty with proper utilization and management of these Wakaf assets by changing the attitude towards Wakaf system, which can bring result in achieving sustainable development goals of Bangladesh. The qualitative method is applied in this study to evaluate the fundamental concept of Wakaf from the primary and secondary sources of knowledge in Islam, which shows the model of socio-economic system to alleviate poverty in achieving sustainable development goals in Bangladesh and to identify the challenges of governing the Wakaf properties accordingly. Thus, this study aims to examine the challenges of governing the Wakaf and different ways of Wakaf management to reduce poverty and achieving sustainable development goals in Bangladesh by creating more employment, educating the poor, and facilitating them towards entrepreneurship. So before I move to the Wakaf state in Bangladesh, I would like to just highlight a bit to share the knowledge about the Waqf, because many of my fellow presenters might not have the clear idea of the terminology of Waqf in Islam, because they are from the different of the faith and belief. So they might not familiar with the concept of the terminology of the Waqf. Waqf in Islam is something that is it is donating from the family or the person that for the sake of God, for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to get the reward in hereafter. And this is one of the important and very encouraging practice since the Islam started by our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So the Muslim around the world, they practice since that time until now to donate their property, their wealth, their money for the benefit of the humanity, for the benefit of the society, for the benefit of the especially for the Islamic activities such as mosque, madrasa, the Islamic schools, and aitam, the orphanage, and so on, the others elements that can benefit the humanity, the peoples, and also as well as especially for the poor and the needy people in the society. So that is the Waqf. So Bangladesh is a Muslim largest country, as you know. So in Bangladesh, historically, we have a lot of wealth, lot of property, Waqf property, which are, some of them are managed by the government, and some of them are not still in considering as the good element to support and to get advantage of it by the government. So it seems that the Bangladesh government somehow is not so much focusing on the issue, the importance of Waqf asset that we have in Bangladesh, because since long time Bangladesh is the most popular country, most Muslim largest country. So there are a lot of Waqf asset, but it is not taken care by the government properly, and also it is not managed accordingly by the government and other organizations. So now we would like to highlight and we would like to emphasize and focus on the issue of Waqf in Bangladesh, that the government and as well as the other organization, they might focus and give the emphasis to these issues and to take care properly for the good management, so it can benefit to the people and the society in Bangladesh. So as we discussed, as our topic is the poverty alleviation, so we have here some that Waqf can be unit trust model that can benefit the poor and the needy people in the society and can alleviate the poverty in Bangladesh. So there are some ideas here that we would like to share. The Waqf wealth or Waqf asset can be a source of Islamic social finance. As you know, many of you know that Islamic social finance, we means that the zakat, the sadaqah, the waqf, and other elements, other means of the donation from the Muslims. So this kind of wealth and asset can benefit the needy people in the society. So Waqf is one of them, and it has a great opportunity and great role to play in order to alleviate or reduce the poverty in Bangladesh. Secondly, the Waqf asset or Waqf money, Waqf land, or any kinds of property can be utilized or can be considered as the corporate management. It can be utilized, or it can be considered, or it can be as the corporate. It can be implemented or apply as the corporate idea on it to get the benefit and advantage from this kind of asset and property. And then it can be also fixed price features. Also, it can be also sustainable investment strategy and return. And also, it is another way can be done to alleviate poverty is the variation form of cash wakaf. So in Bangladesh, as the Muslim largest country, every year we are inshallah going to discuss it. We have a lot of amount and the money that coming from the people. They are donating in the masjid, they are donating in the aitam, the orphanage, they are donating into the madrasa, the Islamic schools. So the amount is huge as the population are very huge and they are Muslim. So it is a really very crucial idea and the tools for the society that if it can be properly utilized and it can create a new model such as like unit trust model. So it will really help the government and the people in Bangladesh to reduce and to help and to alleviate the poverty from the society. So we would like to also highlight here the Wakaf-based sustainable economy, how the Wakaf can contribute, how the Wakaf asset and the idea, the concept can play a great role in order to the sustainable economy in the country. So as we discuss, as we share the idea of the Wakaf historically, that it is very great, one of the great idea and elements in Islam. So this historically proven that Wakaf has been utilized in the previous decades and the centuries when the Muslim rules around the world, like the Khilafah, Usmaniya and Abbasid. So that time this Wakaf was really considered as the one of the great and the important income source of the Islamic government, of the Muslim government in the countries. So still there is the opportunity and the way that the government can take advantage of this idea and the property and the asset to make the economic growth and make it sustainable economy and can follow the concept of it. Secondly, the Wakaf, the good Nadir governance. So those who are taking care, the in charge person, the people are involved in the management of Wakaf asset and the property in the countries. So if it is if there is a rules and regulation and to monitor them, the people, there is no corruption, there is no kinds of any deception. So this can really help the economy of the country. And also the risk management. So when we are going to invest the Wakaf for the benefit of the people, so there should be a risk. So government and the other entity can look after it and focus it and can manage the risks of it, then it does not make any loss. And also performance measurement of the Wakaf institution. In Bangladesh, government has the Wakaf board. It is handled by the government. Also, there are a lot of private organizations are also handling many Wakaf assets. So all the organizations and the institutions are involved in this regard. So the performance and the measurement can be taken care by the government and other entity in the country. So it can play the good role and it can have the good influence on the economy. Also performance of the audit of the Wakaf. So all the entity, all the institutions are involved in this regard. So the audit should be done properly. So it can be seen that there is no any kinds of deception, any kinds of mismanagement, any kinds of corruption involved in it. And also Wakaf fund for the poverty alleviation. Also there should be a plan. There should be a statistic plan for the fund, for the cash money, especially that are gained by the organization in Bangladesh. So they can have a good plan that every year how many percentage of the poor or the poverty can be alleviated. So Waqf for sustainable economic development, also the government can have the good plan and the in the yearly budget to involve this Waqf asset and to utilize it for the benefit of the country's economy. So this is can be taken care by the government and the organization that are handling and looking after the Waqf asset and the property in Bangladesh. So we come up with the proposed framework for the Waqf. So how the role of the Waqf can be implemented in or can be applied to alleviate the poverty and to gain or achieve the sustainable development in the country. So there are a lot of elements that can help to alleviate poverty and achieve the sustainable development. So Waqf can be one of the important elements and the supporting or auxiliary source to contribute to alleviate the poverty and and achieving the sustainable development of the country. So we humbly, we simply, and we try to propose some ideas for the government and the organization in Bangladesh, so which can contribute to develop the ideas and the plan of the government and the organization and the institution in the country. So the good governance of Waqf. So one of the important things that it should be good governance. So without good governance of the property of the Waqf asset, there will be no any result. There will be no any outcome of it. And secondly, the Waqf for family of development. So there are a lot of family in Bangladesh that the father or the grandfather has donated the asset, the land, to the Waqf fund, but later on the family become poor. So the government or the organization really need to look into the family that their father or forefather given the land or the asset to the Waqf fund, but they are now becoming needy. So this is another way of developing or the uplifting the poverty in the country. So they should have some sort of plan that they can develop the family, and not only the donor, the other family matters. So it can be family to family or issue to issue can be taken care. Waqf for economic development, as we discussed earlier. So Waqf asset, as the number of Waqf is very huge in Bangladesh. So it is one of the good things that can contribute to develop the economy in the country. So Waqf fund for poverty alleviation, we have already shared the idea. So this is one of the way and the means to reduce the poverty in Bangladesh. Waqf for achieving sustainable development goals. Also, we have touched on the idea. So I think I missed one of the slide here about the Waqf asset in Bangladesh. Yes, here. So let me come back to the previous one of the ideas here that we may estimate and see the Waqf asset in Bangladesh. So it is taken from one of the sources that they have done the investigation. So Bangladesh has 6 divisions, namely Chittagong, Sylhet, Dhaka, Barishal, Khulna, Rajshahi. So these 6 divisions, according to the research, according to this investigation, we can see here they come up according the division. In Bangladesh, we don't say like state, we have the division system. So in Chittagong, all Waqf states, the number is 26,386, which is percentage at 17.52. The Sylhet is another division, which is 11,267. The percentage is 7.5. Dhaka division, which is the biggest division and the capital city, so 41,317, which the percentage is 27.45. Barishal is another division, 11,931. Khulna is another division, 14,533, percentage is 9.52. Rajshahi is another city on the north, 45,159. And according to the research, according to the investigation, the registered asset, those this Wakaf registered asset under the government is Chittagong division is 17,562. Sylhet is 6,024. Dhaka 28,422. Barishal 8,224. Khulna 6,395. Rajshahi 3,419. These are the registered asset and the lands into the government office. And there are also some Waqf asset and the land are verbally Waqf, verbally donated, but it is not officially registered, which is also, according to the research, the Chittagong has the 7,132, 4,509. Dhaka is 11,225. Barishal is 2,877. Khulna 7,055. Rajshahi 12,809. So these are the more or less the statistic ideas of the asset and the property in Bangladesh for Waqf. So it is a huge amount of land and the property in Bangladesh that can be taken care. So let's see the conclusion. So Waqf is one of the tools for the solution of poverty alleviation that has great role to play for the economic growth and development, which contribute to improve the society and achieving sustainable development goals. Historically, Waqf system has a significant role of socio-economic service to the society without any cost, and it can play important role to every modern economic system for reducing expenditure of government, which will restore the distribution of income and wealth management, as well as contribute to enhance the overall economic progress of the country and reducing poverty. So our focus is that the last point that I would like to share and to highlight that Waqf, the terminology, the concept of Waqf is very important and significant in our religion, especially in Islam and in Muslim countries. So it has been obscure. It has been like it's forgotten issue by the Muslim, that Waqf can play a good role in order to contribute to the economy of the country and to contribute to alleviate the poverty. So we would like to remind and highlight and focus this issue that especially the Bangladesh government and the organization, those who are involved in this regards in managing and looking after the Waqf asset and property and this thing in Bangladesh, and those who are working into the helping and alleviating the poverty in the country. There are a lot of organizations, especially the NGOs, are now working on the issue of poverty alleviation. So they might have the idea and the plan to utilize, which is already existed in the society, and we have the asset and the property and the money, as well as the cash money in the bank. So it can be a good idea and good elements to take advantage of it and plan it and utilize it, so that the Bangladesh is a huge populated country, and there are a lot of needy people, not of poor people. So it can be Waqf can be one of the auxiliary tools for the organizations and the government to contribute and to alleviate and uplift the poverty, the people from the poverty. So that's all. I humbly and simply share my ideas about it. So thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to share my idea. present some information from Bangladesh and for the Waqf. Thank you very much.
So session chairs, would you like to have any questions asked to the presenter?
Yes, I have, sir.
Yes, please.
Doctor, I would like to ask, this is very interesting question actually. My question is there any success story of Waqf management? If you say it's poverty alleviation for Bangladesh. So if there are any success story, can you share with us? Thank you.
Actually, Bangladesh was previously ruled by the Muslim rulers during the before the colonization of the British. You know the historically. So that time, yes, the system was like as per the Islamic system in the India continent, like Bangladesh, India, Pakistan together. It was together that time. So all the rulers, the Sultan, they utilized the Waqf asset and all the Islamic like Baitul Mal, the Zakat, all these things. But after taking over this the British colonization, there was 200 and plus years that has been ruled by the British, and the Bangladesh, India, Pakistan was under the colonization. So during that time, the system we can say is collapsed, and the system was demolished by the colonized the British ruler. All the Islamic system was really neglected by that time. So after the British and the colonization lifted, the country has been divided, India and Pakistan, based on the Muslim majority and minority. So in the 1947, there was two countries, India and Pakistan was two, East Pakistan, West Pakistan, which is Bangladesh. So, and then 71 also have another division, Pakistan and Bangladesh. So after the British left from this area, so Muslim were mostly like fighting for the political gain and their own success. So we cannot produce and cannot be proud of that. After being divided from the India, like Bangladesh, Pakistan, all these things, even the rulers, the government was Muslim, but they were not really keen and interested on the Islamic system to focus and to establish and to apply into the society, because during this 200 years ruled by the British, so the Muslim minds, the Muslim educated peoples, the politicians was the brain drain of the British. So they were very much assimilated and adapted by the education system of the colonization. So they really forgotten their own Islamic teaching and Islamic system. So we could not accept, could not expect, and then could not get any kinds of advantage from the rulers during from the 49, since the Pakistan has been established and India divided into two, and later on 71 the Bangladesh. So both countries, because it was established the concept of the majority Muslim countries, but even though we did not see any kind of success story and history or any kinds of model that this government during this time, last 50 years from the colonization, they were not keen and interested to establish and apply the Islamic system, especially the zakat and waqf based economy or the Baitul Mal, all sort of it. So that I can share with you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Are there any other questions the session chairs would like to ask? Okay. So we will move on to the next presenter. So doctor, you can unshare your screen.
Okay.
So next I would like to invite Chen Yaji to present the paper on blended learning, design of English language course in higher education, a systematic review.
Okay, so hello everyone, good afternoon. My topic is blended learning design of English language course in higher education, a systematic review. Higher education has been innovated by technological advancement to fulfill the demands of various learning needs. Blended learning is one of the most widely used approaches to integrating information and communication technology into the education process. In its in its simplest definition, blended learning is to combine face-to-face and online settings. This hybrid learning approach based on ICT offers new possibilities, design an innovative teaching model that effectively integrates resources and activities online and traditional classroom offline into dynamic and sustainable teaching and learning experience without limitation of time and space. Researchers have focused on investigating different BL perspectives since 2000, and this trend has been highly promoted regardless of the worldwide COVID-19 pandemic since 2020. While 22 years of research have been conducted on BL, there still exists several challenges and unanswered questions. Researchers on blended learning in English courses increased as researchers have looked for ways to utilize this educational model in English teaching and learning. However, there lacks a comprehensive systematic review of BL in the English teaching and learning context. So this paper conducts a systematic review of blended learning design for English courses in higher education to provide an overview of using BL in ETL. We employed a systematic review method to select previous studies related to the field. As there are no reviews related to the effects of BL in ETL and a course design that implemented in higher education, this study is necessary to answer the following questions. The first, what are the trends, gaps, and future directions of BL research in English courses? Second, what is the BL design applicable for English courses in higher education, models and approaches? Third, what are the effects of BL in ETL, outcomes, influencing variables, and challenges? Based on PRISMA guidelines, we conducted a literature search of the following databases: Scopus, ACM, and Web of Science. The search yielded 469 studies that were identified through further screening and eligibility, and at last 69 articles were selected for inclusion in its review. Technology-based model applied in the BL field was employed in this study. After adjustment to the ETL context, 4 factors were selected from this model to address the above-mentioned research questions: BL design, the highlighted area of this review, participants, and technologies. These other 3 factors were identified as the variables that influence the central factor of BL effects. These 4 categories of factors overlap with each other, which explains the inner relationship between BL research fields in ETL. Therefore, the research data in this review was not only collected according to the focus of each included paper, but also extracted from every possible content in the paper to help ensure a relatively comprehensive synthesis. Then comes the result. As shown in figure 3, the number of research on BL in higher institutions has increased gradually over the past 5 years, except for the very beginning of 2002, at which this review was conducted. This indicates a growing need for BL in ETL, and an increasing number of researchers have shown their interest in this field. As shown in Figure 4, review studies primarily target students as participants. Only one paper focuses on the cultivation of qualified pre-service English teachers. Administrators and supporters such as the state institutions, faculties, enterprises, and social organizations, which play vital roles in political, economic, technological, and social support, are neglected by researchers. Research on students' minds and behaviors can be divided into 3 categories. According to the learning procedure as shown in Figure 5, the characters in the in-learning stage receive the most attention, closely followed by the post-learning stage and then the pre-learning stage. It should be noted that although there's no research mainly focused on students' academic performance, BL design in many papers has produced a better academic performance in ETL. An efficient online learning platform and management system forms the technological base in BL practices, as shown in Figure 6. Moodle is the most used platform for BL in ETL. Superstar platform stands in 2nd place. It is a priority for most English teachers in China. Some teachers use online resources on MOOC and conduct activities in Superstar. For BL design of English courses, 3 parts are identified as the basic elements: front-end analysis, activity and resource design, and evaluation design. Models and approaches stand at the center of BL design. According to the intensity and impact of online practices, BL models in ETL have been divided into 3 groups: low impact blending, no language teaching content online, only some resources, practices, or extra activities online; medium impact blending, some of or all of the language teaching content online, some learning activities online; high impact blending, all of the language teaching content and learning activities online. As shown in Figure 7, the most frequently used BL models in ETL in higher education is the flipped model. In this model, the teaching content of language skills occurs outside of the classroom through online resources before class, and in class time mainly focuses on active language learning tasks, language communication practices. Then exercises, evaluations, and reflections are completed after class. This teaching and learning approach allows language learners to realize a balance between language learning and language practice, making more room for using language in real situations. It fits the aim of most language courses. The second most used model is the mixed model. In this model, language content teaching and learning activities take place both face-to-face and online. Compared with the flipped model, face-to-face time can focus on both language skills teaching and practical learning activities. Teachers use a mix of classroom deliveries and online materials for language content teaching. This model best fits the real learning situation where some difficult language points must be analyzed by teachers, and not all students can discipline themselves to view the online teaching content. It combines the advantages of face-to-face classroom teaching and online learning while avoiding the problems of both ones. Another medium impact blended learning model is a state and rotation model. In this model, the students can rotate through online and offline stations on a fixed or unfixed schedule. The low impact models, the first one is the online practicing model. Students are involved to exercises, tests, peer evaluations, and interactive practices online and are provided with immediate feedback. In a supplemental model, in order to better engage and facilitate students' learning, some online activities are supplemented to the course. These activities can be both with or without relation to the in-class activities. The flex model is a high-impact blending model. In this model, both lectures and activities are conducted online, and face-to-face meetings only occur when necessary to allow periodical checks and feedback. A common way to implement this model is by building a complete online course from scratch. To be highly mentioned, of all the identified models, only the flip model is nominated by the researchers. Other models are not mentioned by using their academic names, although the authors have adopted them in their research. Large numbers of research studies investigate the use and effects of BL in the ETL context. The efficiency and benefits of BL in the ETL context have been identified from the following perspectives: students, teachers, and organizations. In addition, many researchers have conducted explorations of using BL on various language skills. However, as shown in Figure 8, most of the studies didn't demonstrate the BL effects on specific language skills. Therefore, BL design on each particular language skill is suggested for future research. Then the conclusion part. This study conducted a systematic review of BL in English courses in higher institutions, and each research question was addressed by several findings. First one, an increasing number of research on this topic over the past 5 years indicates a growing demand for blended learning in English teaching and learning. Second, blended learning proves to be effective, efficient, and beneficial in English teaching and learning practice. The effect of blended learning depends on the following 3 variables: blended learning design, participants, and technologies. Last but not least, the most known and used BL model in ETL research is the flip model, while the mixed model tends to be more practical in real ETL circumstances. Some possible future research topics. First, BL in ETL from the perspective of teachers and administrators. Second, knowledge of BL models and approaches in ETL practices. And third, BL design on specific language skills. Okay, thank you for listening. Thanks very much. Okay, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your time. Listen.
Are there any questions for the presenter? Are there any questions to ask the presenter? Session chairs?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Here shows the result, blended learning and face-to-face, show 50-50%. How it is possible? Please answer the showing or any example.
I'm sorry, can you repeat exactly?
No, this is the result going ahead. Then next page. I show next page. Next page. Next page. Next page. Lastly, next page. Next page. Next page. Next page. This is. This is, yes, here showing one line on blended result, and face-to-face result is showing the 50-50. How it is possible? Please show an example.
Yeah, the mixed model. Actually, we use this model every day in our daily classes because this is quite practical. One, in this model, it is used the language content teaching and learning activities can take both face-to-face and online. In the preparation part, we can ask our students to see the prepared videos and materials online in our online platform, or some other materials, some other materials on the internet. And during the class, we can also talk about, during the class, we can also talk about the language skills. And at the same time, we can also ask our students to communicate and make presentations for their own ideas and discussion about some very important skills. So during the class, the time can be both made to the language skills teaching and also the students' communication and some activities or discussions. And after class, we can make evaluations or some other supplement activities. You see, so from this in this model, the teaching content, the language skills, the teaching of language skills can both occur on the online platform or in our daily class. So I think this is the mixed model, and actually we are using this model every day in our daily class. Okay, thank you for your question.
These are the phenomena of the process. But my question is, give an example where it is possible or it is proved. This is an example how it is actually possible or not, or yes or not. This is an example. My question is that how it is possible.
You mean a more detailed example, right? A more detailed one?
Yes.
Okay.
Any literature review you have? Any literature review you have?
Example? Not very specific ones. Not very specific one. This is just a literature review, and I just present a general outline, overview of English of blended learning in English teaching and learning context. And I just showed the knowledge and the possible models that can be used in English teaching and learning. But during my previous research, I have used the flip model and mixed model as the examples, the model examples to conduct my research and do some did some practical exercises. I think so. This is just systematic review.
Okay, thank you. It is your proposal. It is your proposal for future.
Okay.
It is your proposal for future?
Proposal?
It is not now is proved. It is, I think it is your proposal for future.
My proposal, you mean with I'm sorry, I can't understand what kind on the meaning of proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Next, I hope you proved very clearly and very fruitfully. I hope. Thank you for this
Okay.
lecture. Okay.
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 Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for your attention. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, we'll move on to the next presenter. So the next presenter is Ali Ibrahim Muhammad Al Saraire to present the paper Recent Improvements in the Longitudinal Shear Resistance in Composite Slabs, a review.
Hello, I am audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. This is Ali Ibrahim. Thank you for letting me participating and presenting my research. Thank you for the previous researchers. I would like now to present my pre-recorded presentation. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and welcome everyone. I would like to thank you all for your presence and listening. This is Ali Ibrahim, PhD student, BTM University, Johor. In this presentation, I would like to present a literature review on the recent improvements in the shear resistance of composite slabs. Composite slab is defined as a slab system consists of profiled metal sheet that acts as a permanent formwork in the construction stage and tensile reinforcement in the composite stage and hardened concrete. In this figure, it shows the main components of the composite slab system, including the profiled metal sheet, concrete, and temperature and shrinkage reinforcements. The key advantages of this structural system are the speed of construction, the elimination of traditional replaceable shuttering, and the decrease of temporary support. Also, this type of slabs can reduce the overall weight of the structure comparing to the reinforcement. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. As shown in the figure, there are three failure modes occurs to the composite slab system. Failure number one is the flexural failure, occurs when the maximum bending resistance of the composite slab exceeded by the applied bending moment. This type of failure occurs only when there is a full interaction in the steel concrete interface, which is not achievable only if a proper shear connector is used. This type of failure can be seen as section A. Second type is the vertical shear failure. It only happens for thick and short slabs with large concentrated force applied near to the support. This type of failure can be seen as section B. The third type of failure is the longitudinal shear failure, which is the most common type of failure occurs in the composite slab system, and it will be presented in the next slide. This type of failure happens at section C. The longitudinal shear failure, considered as the most commonly type of failure that occur to the composite slab system, which can be identified from the end slab and separation between the profiled metal sheet and hard concrete. This type of failure occurs when the resistance capacity of the steel sheet concrete interface is no longer capable to fully transfer the horizontal shear stresses along the shear span. Shear point failure is identified as a development of a diagonal tension crack in the concrete that results in slippage between the concrete and the steel deck as that spans in. In composite slab system, it's essential to provide up and down with the profile metal sheet and harden the concrete to act as one unit. Even though there is a friction bond between the two parts, this bond will be degraded due to high loads. Therefore, it's important to use mechanical shear connectors to overcome the bond loss and make the two parts act as one unit. As shown in the figure, which is according to Euro Code 4, the composite action between confined metal sheet and concrete can be formed by mechanical interlock in the form of deformations such as identifications or endorsements, frictional interlock as the profiled metal sheet formed in a re-entrant shape, end anchorage such as welded studs, end anchorage by making deformations at the end of the profiled metal sheet. The most used mechanical shear connectors, as shown in the figure, are embossments and end anchorage such as shear studs. The embossment shear connectors is widely used in the profiled metal sheet to provide friction and mechanical interlock between the concrete and profiled metal sheet. These embossments are in a typical pattern needed to each profile. As a result, each pattern has a different shear bond property. Therefore, it would be considered as a disadvantage, as every pattern needs tests to examine which lead to increase the cost and being not economical and make the analysis complex. The welded studs at the end of the profile metal sheet has increased the bond in the composite slab system. It has a disadvantage as the welding process leads to weaken the profile metal sheet that has 1 millimeter thickness. According to the literature, there are other different types of shear connectors, but it can be considered as not economical and not easy and practical to use in the composite slab system. Longitudinal shear resistance must be improved to provide a high degree of connection, allowing the composite slabs to obtain their full bending capacity. Over the past decades, many researchers have attempted to propose new methods to improve the longitudinal shear capacity. These improvements can be categorized into 3 categories. Improvements by using different types of concrete. Second, improvements by using different types of shear connectors as in anchorage. And the third type is by using shear connectors which placed along the composite slab span. In this paper, technical literature for the past few years for previous researchers who attempted to improve the longitudinal shear capacity will be presented and reviewed. As shown in the table, several researchers tried to improve the resistance of the composite slabs by using different types of concrete, such as chrome rubber, derived from used tires, lightweight expanded clay aggregates, fly ash aggregates, and engineered cementitious composites. The failure mode that controlled the most of these experiments was a longitudinal shear failure. However, using these systems can improve the self-weight reduction and help the environment by recycled waste materials. Improvement was by using anchorage shear connectors. The control failure mode of these experiments was the longitudinal shear failure. However, according to the table and experiments, it was concluded that using anchorage shear connectors improved the load capacity and ductility. And the final type of improvement is by using shear connectors along the profile steel sheet. This type of improvement is considered as the most effective way to improve the longitudinal shear capacity of the composite slabs. This is attributed to the fact that many experiments in this type showed full interaction, leading the composite slabs to fail by bending. However, in terms of practical and cost effective, these systems still need more improvement to make it possible to apply in construction sites. As a For the past few years, many researchers have attempted to improve the profile steel sheet and concrete by different proposed methods to make the composite slab attain its full bending capacity. These methods can be categorized in this paper as improvements by using different types of concrete, improvements by using different types of bend anchorage, and improvements by using different sheet connectors along the composite slab span. Most of the previously proposed methods only improve the partial interaction behavior from brittle to ductile. A limited number of previous researchers attained full interaction. However, these methods either uneconomical or impractical, which leads to the fact that more experiments are needed. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your listening and welcome for any comments.
Are there any questions to ask the presenter from the participants or the session chair who would like to ask?
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
I have no question, but to know I want to know what is the benefit to use the connector, steel sharing connector. What is the main benefit we get from this?
In this system, there is an interaction between the concrete and the steel sheet that need to be improved. Otherwise, the slab will fail by longitudinal shear failure, which is a slippage between the profiled steel sheet and concrete. And it will make a separation and it will uplift forces also will lead to. So that's we need an interaction, shear connectors to make the concrete and steel sheet connect together more. So this system can work more efficiently.
Okay, here you use the normal sheet and special sheet. What is the cost sharing? Please you have share this cost
Sorry?
difference. Cost
Sorry?
difference. Cost difference to normal sheet and special your steel sheet. I know the cost efficient difference between we normal use the sheet your proposal is steel sharing sheet.
Yes, there is a cost difference depending on the type of shear connector that used. But until now, most of them are unpractical and it will lead to more cost, which is not economical, not practical to use in the construction side. So these, in terms of shear strength, these connectors can be efficient, can provide the required results, but in terms of economic and practical, it's not possible to use these in the construction site. That's the main issue of these types of shear connectors.
Okay, sir, thank you. My another sharing. They here where use this steel sheet and what is the modal cost of use the sheet of any construction or special construction?
This sheet can it's more better to use this type of sheets to cast slabs above it and make composite slabs, because in the ordinary reinforced concrete slabs you need shutterings, you need formwork, which lead to more cost, more time consuming. So this type of composite slab just straightforward, just put the metal sheet above the steel beam and connect it with shear connectors and cast directly. And it can handle even the workers during the construction stage.
Okay, thank you. Here you not discussed any demerits. Any demerits it have or not?
Sorry?
Demerits, any disadvantage the composite slab has any demerits or not? Yes or not?
Sorry,
Any demerits or disadvantage the composite slab have any merits we know, but any demerits it have, yes or not?
it has, is the main disadvantage of this system is the interaction between the concrete and profile steel sheet. That's the main disadvantage and still need more improvements.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Okay, if there are no more questions, then we would proceed to the next presenter.
Thank you very much.
So next, I would like to invite Shafiqa Zulaikha Mohammad Hashim to present the paper ESL Undergraduate Perceptions Towards the Role of English Subtitles on Vocabulary Learning. So this presenter is going to be presenting in the form of a pre-recorded video. So please bear with us as we are just preparing the presenter's video. All right, so this has been shared by my colleague. So it is a pre-recorded video. I would like to inform that to the session chairs. All right, please go ahead. Swati, we are unable to hear the audio. Could you enable the video's sound before sharing it? That's my Swati, I'm sorry, but the video is not clear. The voice is not clear actually. So Swati, the audio of the video is not very clear actually. I think that is the case to the others as well. So we will skip to the next presenter and have the video played in the last. So next, I would like to invite Nurul Nisa Omar to present the paper on participants' impact towards digital literacy and competency program, a study on Klik Dengan Bijak program organized by the Malaysian Communications and Multimedia Commission. So can we have Nurul Nisa Omar to present her paper? I once again repeat, can we have Ms. Nurul Nisa Omar? Is there anybody that is representing her as the co-author? All right, as I've received no response, I am moving on to the next presenter. So next, I would like to invite Rogers Baker to present the paper, An Exploration of the Effects of Emotional Intelligence, Depression, Anxiety, and Stress on Work-Life Balance in Royal Malaysia Air Force. Can we have Mr. Rogers Baker presentation? Rogers Baker, or if any of them that are representing Rogers Baker. All right, I've been informed that these presenters will be presenting on the video format. We will like to move to the next. So next, I'd like to invite Siang Yun to present the paper on effectiveness of safety management system for construction project in Malaysia heavy industry. So Siang Yun, or anybody representing Siang Yun? All right, so I have a representative of Rogers Baker. Would you like to present your paper now? Rogers Baker's paper. Ms. Husna, you have reminded me that you would like to present now. Would you like to proceed? The video is not audible, Ms. Husna. Please enable sound on your video. All right, Ms. Husna, I'm sorry to report, but could you please unshare your screens? We can give you a few minutes to figure out your audio issues. Meanwhile, we will move on to the next presenter. Okay, thank you. So next, I would like to invite Gabby Khoury to present the paper, Estimating the Influence of Obsolete Curricula on the Effective Tourism Education.
Thank you. I'm his co-author. I will be presenting the paper, but he's going to join us now. Just give us 2 minutes. I'll notify him to join us. And thank you for receiving us. Okay. تمام جدا. We just need a couple of seconds to share screen. Okay, that's it. Okay, second. تمام جدا. Is it shared?
I'm sorry, it is not yet shared yet.
Okay, 1 second. Yeah, maybe because someone is sharing on his or her side.
No, nobody is sharing right now. The screen is available.
Great, great. So Dr. Gabby Khoury, I'm his co-author. I will be sharing the screen. And I think I shared it a second ago. Let me 1 second. Yes, okay, screen shared. Is it shared?
Yes, we can see your screen. Please open your presentation.
Thanks. Excellent. Yeah. Just 1 second. I'm going to ask Dr. Khoury to join us. Okay. So basically, we are going to present my master thesis about estimating the influence of obsolete curricula or programs on the effective tourism education implementation. Dr. Khoury is my master advisor, and I am George Bellows. So we are presenting now, actually, the outcomes of my research. Doctor, we are on now. We are presenting now. They changed. They had issues with their connection. So we are on now. See you. See you. Dr. Khoury is joining us. So basically, he is the academic director of the Lebanese International University, Mount Lebanon campus. And I am a graduate student in the School of Education from the same university in the same campus. So what does our study entail? It entails, the purpose of this study is to see how tourism education, tourism education can be most effectively taught in educational institutions, whether they are schools, high schools, technical institutes, or higher education institutions. So basically, this research is talking as its main objective to find out how effectively these programs are at preparing students and being engaged in their careers, because we are looking now at this point, the current students who are graduating from those institutions, if they are getting the skills they need, if they are having what they need to have, if there is a match between the society needs and the way that the schools are preparing preparing the students in order to be able to meet those needs. So while some of those schools are providing effective teaching skills or effective teachings of those needed market skills, some are dramatically lacking in other schools. So we have a high discrepancy between vocational in one end and academic in another end, in public versus private schools. So more studies are needed in order to see what is the best scenario between matching education and what's actually needed, or to see what are the curricula, because we have a wide range of curricula basically. So even though this industry is constantly modernizing itself, we are talking about tourism, we are talking about the IATA and other international conventions, every 6 months or every year they are notifying of their updates. But unfortunately, it has suffered a lot of issues during the pandemic. They had recorded loss of revenues in the order of a couple of 100 to 100 billion to even 900 billion, a huge amount of deficits. So our study comes in is also to discuss tourism education programs at public vocational schools. Are they outdated or not? That will also require further investigation, because I had done some observations. I have actually taken courses in one of the public institutions, and I noticed that they are advanced with respect to other schools who are claiming to teach tourism. Unfortunately, or fortunately, literature review seems to confirm that private schools are most effective in teaching students about phenomena based on more recent programs, and some of them in outdated programs. And this is something that needs to be checked and updated, whether they are using the old school curricula or the modern ones. So our study is using interpretive philosophies, reliable hypothetical inductive methods based on interviews as a main means to collect data. So basically, what did we do? We decided to collect interviews, but at the same time, while we're doing this study, we have designed hypotheses for maybe a future study of people who want to actually investigate our work quantitatively. Basically, this is what we will be doing. We will be at a later stage going to prove or disprove the hypotheses that we are now actually formulating. So basically, in terms of findings, we have pointed out that indeed outdated Lebanese programs do affect the proper implementation of those tourism education classes or programs. It would, of course, require modernizing those curricula, and whether they include the normal courses or tourism courses, in order to mix and match what the tourism sector is needing, because we want to find out if we want to uplift this industry or not, because we know that post-pandemic, this tourism sector has a lot of opportunities for future works, whether it's on a local scale or regional scale. In terms of background, our study hopes to address how delivering these courses through using the updated programs or curricula can help in addressing social or societal needs in a world post coronavirus pandemic. At the same time, many of those programs seem not to be targeting what the youth worldwide are seeking in the tourism industry. That also includes the advent of online learning. We are noticing that in some cases in our studies, in similar studies, we noticed that the online education may have caused negative impact on learning, basically. So while also at the same time we are looking at this syllabi being progressively updated to cater for those global changes that were triggered by pandemic and other issues, some solutions seem to be proposed on a global scale. Yet, in our case, in Lebanon, in Beirut, in some of our institutions, whether private or public, we did not notice this. We noticed that some curricula were updated timidly, but not on an international scale, basically. So what does it mean for us? It means that there is an imminent need to follow the sector. It's also noticed that the youth are still being taught by those outdated programs. In terms of problem statement and research question, we are looking at how much do those current curricula influence the effective implementation of tourism education, which is basically what my master's studies is focusing on. At the same time, is there a relationship between using the outdated curricula and effective implementation of those education courses? We want to find out specifically if those outdated programs, what are the effects on the implementation of curricula? Will outdated curricula help us, or will they actually hinder us in this basically? So now, in a quick recap of literature review, we have noticed that these courses do not necessarily refer to the education of how tourists must behave when visiting destinations. We are referring about how students in tourism sciences are taking courses as part of their program. This is the first-hand difference between what people discuss as tourism education, because we are talking about the curricular definition and not how to educate tourists. In some cases, these programs seem to be sufficient and efficient in the field of tourism, but perhaps address traditional views of the business. It means that maybe, for instance, that they are using marketing or techniques that are maybe common in 2010, 2014, 2015, but not in a pandemic stage. So in some other instances, related courses following different syllabi don't necessarily tackle the main needs of the youth, or, as I mentioned, utilize these old and outdated programs. In terms of literature, we must distinguish between the educational curricula catering to official public schools, which are under the auspices of our Ministry of Education, and those that are not, because there are some cases where they have advancements, but they are timid. They are not necessarily widespread, as we noticed. In terms of public schools and some simple private schools, regarding that there are some fancy private schools that might have different type of curricula, we noticed that there are different curricula, although the bases are good and sound because we are known to have a good educational system, but they are unfortunately tiered between the public, the private, the technical, the non-technical, the academic, and university. So basically, they are reflecting the nature of the programs, tending to the curricula, and sometimes the industries impose a change in curricula. It means for us, in terms of educational philosophies, outdated programs rely on realism and idealism, following traditional modes of delivery, like a teacher-centered techniques where teachers are actually handling the classes and doing most of the discussions. If you talk about modern or progressivist or pragmatic approaches, we are looking at student-centered or learner-centered, or sometimes even subject-centered, meaning that the subject actually dictates how the teachers and the students should interact with each other. In terms of our literature, we are needing to find out how to implement those curricula, what are the effects between current curriculum, if it is harming or benefiting the actual and effective program application. At the same time, the investigations, we are noticing that they do not do good or they don't harm if they are using the right curricula. If they are using the wrong curricula or the old curricula, they indeed may harm and hinder proper education. As I may have mentioned, that some students are graduating with improper skills or mismatching skills, or the skills building techniques are lacking in some cases and good in other cases. So this is why the drastic and dramatic changes of those programs are urgently needed. In terms of the issue, we briefly reviewed that some of the curricula applications or the lack of motivation in the Lebanese state to valorize the culture, there are some kind of situations that might be linked to other variables that we are discussing in other aspects of the study, but we are sticking to our scope, that we are just wanting to find out the role of using old curricula on educational courses, if these courses are benefiting by being taught from outdated programs or not. In terms of research design, very simply, we have used a qualitative approach using interpretivist philosophies, reliable hypothetical inductive methods, basically in deductive, because we are using a posteriori arguments based on interviews. We have talked to around 18 experts from various fields in tourism, education, archaeology, and related subjects, where the arguments were mostly coded using Excel, but we had done a manual approach also. In some of the investigations, we relied randomly on collecting student responses on surveys to test some of the hypotheses, where the results were conclusive to include in this research, because we are still collecting data, basically. Into the findings, proper tourism education programs should be pragmatist in nature because of the need of showing real life issues in classrooms. We want to find out if students know about the real needs of the industry. Personally, we shouldn't care anymore of the 1970s, 80s, 90s, or 20s about the marketing skills. We need to know about digital marketing and modern techniques, about online, like some of the colleagues mentioned, the hybrid systems or modernized learning systems. We need to have these approaches as well. But till then, a teacher should adapt the teaching skills in order to have the open or hidden curricula as an alternative to showcase what the student should know for the exams in terms of summative assessments. But at the same time, if the teachers want to be conscious enough and teach students the real skills, sometimes they should work double effort. They should work on teaching the curriculum as it's supposed to be taught according to policies and strategies, but at the same time, showcase to the students, because eventually, due to internships and other options that they might not be available in some cases, to give the students the chances to be more, to be more intrinsically motivated, to do some of the work themselves, do some efforts, but encourage them to do so. So until these curricula get modernized or updated, schools also should be providing teachers with appropriate instructional tips, technologies, methodologies, and tools in order to teach properly. Of course, followed up by promoting other peripheral means of teaching, such as seminars, workshops, and field trips. I have mentioned that sometimes if we talk about a touristic site, in theory, we must see it in vivo, in real. If we're looking, let's say, at Carthage or one of those major ancient sites, let's say like, for example, religious centers or temples and so on, we should be going on a field trip. We should have workshops on how to showcase students the new techniques in the field. Seminars or guest lectures are needed in modernized techniques, but not always available in terms of findings. We should also have institutions helping teachers staying up to date with advancing their modes of teaching in their fields via professional development programs. One of my instructors told me, for example, to interview a teacher, they tell the teacher, how many years of experiences do you have? He said, let's say 19 years of experience. And then his next question is, how many workshops do you have? The answer is 0. So the guy looks at him and says, you have repeated the first year 19 times. So basically, if there are no workshops, there are no means of advancing. So if they are teaching for 1,000 years or 100 years or 1 or 2 years, it's not relevant. I, for example, have never taught, but I have had many workshops. So I could be better off than the teacher who has been teaching for 19 years with no workshops. So this is also important, to coordinate with the main stakeholders in the field, whether they are students, teachers, institutions, or people that could assist major technical and financial contributions, especially if you're talking about the private sector or the public sector, to help us through strategies and policies in order to maybe channel us in order to work in the right way. If we want to talk about relationships or interactions between institutions, private institutions, schools, and the state, for example. Implementing this should cater students' needs, lead to site valorization, and ultimately to economic development, because we are looking at multiple aspects. But again, we are only talking about curricular advances, basically, and not necessarily the outcomes of having good curricula. In conclusion, we could mention that there is a link between curricula and effective implementation of tourism education programs. If we talk about outdated curricula and effective implementation, we may notice that there's a discrepancy. The more outdated the curricula, the less effective implementing tourism education will be. Again, if we use modernized and updated programs, the link will be more effective. So it depends on the real relationship So here we have found the link between the curricula and effective teaching or instruction. So it means that while doing the quantitative studies, we will really look into this detail further. We will see what's the real relationship. As I had mentioned, it's inconclusive, so we cannot say yes or no. We can say there is a link here. However, the more the tendency to go to outdated programs, the less effective this implementation will be, can and will be. This is what we have found qualitatively. Introducing an updated study or curriculum will have a link with valorization and tourism programs promotion. So if you have this update, we will have this link with valorization tourism program. So it means that we have the curricula, teachers get more able to teach using pragmatic techniques. They can go and they can be better off in the field. They can teach students properly. And again, they will show a link with valorization of resources and of course tourism programs promotion. Education specialists should ensure that such courses are integrated in the curricula. We had mentioned that they have courses that they are specialized or unspecialized, because in some cases students were not necessarily aware of the tourism education curricula. Some students at master's level specialize in certain topics. In some cases, it's the high school technical departments that provide these skills. Could it be that there is a lack of interest in showcasing these students in order for those students to be accustomed to the tourism sector? Maybe they should have more chances that they become exposed to the sector. For us, it means further studies also needed in order to effectively study this link between the curricula, the implementation, and the outcomes of implementations. But we noted that students are indeed being taught about specific phenomena in tourism using outdated programs, also taught about other phenomena. We talk about marketing, sales, and other options in our case. But in the world, in some cases, they have more or less updated issues or they update while the IAT and other societies are updating or institutions, they tend to follow this shift. Youths are not necessarily aware of those best practices about preserving and valorizing resources because the curriculum might not necessarily be inclined to teach these possibilities in some of the schools. Others, of course, they are updated. To us, it also means that youth are currently being exposed to domains such as business, engineering, law, and medicine. These are the money-making fields. They are the fields, and we have also noticed that the educational system provides potential for increasing the unemployment. They are teaching students to be employed. They're not teaching students to be entrepreneurs. They're not teaching students to become investors. They're not teaching, let's say, like Muhammad Yunus said, that people are born entrepreneurs, and societies somehow are not necessarily giving that a chance. These are also things that we should be discussing in the future. And of course, they should be equally exposed to tourism education, as this will entice or motivate them to choose the sector in future if they want to have a better career, because we now need to find out if we have shortages in the job market, why doesn't the industry in a sense showcase the shortage? Why don't they publicize this shortage? And why don't they invite institutions to showcase maybe within workshops and other options to give chances and exposure to students to be able to become maybe leaders into the market? Because in the next 5-10 years, with sustainable development and SDGs, they might have a need to create jobs. And if we know that there are industries that desperately need highly advanced and technical people, like in the HoReCa hotel, restaurant, and cafe or hospitality business, then it's a chance maybe to do this. Again, the further studies are needed in order to investigate the tourism industry's best practices and how we could, as educators, enhance students to learn about these skills for them to excel in that field. So as such, assessing and monitoring the actual effectivity or effectiveness of this current program should be done, and we should consider encouraging and we should consider and encourage investigating this numerically, statistically. Thank you so much for your time. If there are any questions, I am open for discussions. And if needed, I will unshare this screen if there are some people who need
Any
basically
questions that the session chair would like to ask the presenter? Would anybody else like to ask any questions to the presenter?
No, I have no question. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, presenter, for the presentation. So we are moving on to the next presenter.
Thank you so much for the chance and opportunities. It was an excellent opportunity for us. Looking forward for the future ones. I had, while waiting for our turn, really watched and attended effectively beautiful presentations about the sustainable development in Bangladesh and the Malaysian ideas. Excellent work, especially the one that was before us about the blended learning. It was very, very nice. So thank you again, all of you. It was beautiful work. And if someone wants to have more details, you can always discuss with us on chat box. I will be available for future discussion if needed. And I'll be doing the same with the presenter that I had mentioned, because I may like to have some info from them if they can share it with us. And thanks.
Thank you, presenter. So moving on, next I would like to invite Dr. Abdul Rashid Olatunji Abdul Salam to present the paper Descriptive Study of Digital Transformation in University Education Institutions, Islamic University of Perlis, Malaysia as a model.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good day to everyone. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. My name is Dr. Abdul Rashid Olatunji Abdul Salam from Department of Arabic Language, Faculty of Islamic Studies, Islamic University of Perlis, Malaysia. I would like to discuss about digital transformation and using it in education. And the topic of my paper is the descriptive study of digital transformation in university education institutions, Islamic University of Perlis, Malaysia as a model. Abstract digital transformation has forced organizations to take advantage of modern technologies, be more aware and flexible at work, and innovate. With these features, they can keep pace with the times and adapt to renewable needs faster to achieve the desired result of their business and move towards success. Through this research, the researcher will reveal the importance of digital education at Islamic University, Perlis, Malaysia, and its obstacles, and measure it in line with creative planning to implement the new university system, which will achieve a qualitative in the university's march based on quality and scientific research empowerment. Description. Modern digital educational applications will necessarily contribute to a comprehensive change in all aspects of educational science. As has become clear in the emergence of new educational terms, such as digital learning, digital training, digital calendar, and other related terms. Therefore, those interested in the field believe that the principles, fundamentals, and educational practices will evolve in line with the nature and potential of modern digital technology. Thus, the Islamic University of Malaysia needed to keep pace with modern development in education through the use of teaching and learning techniques to raise the level of academic achievement efficiently and effectively. And this required the university to assist students in the use of various learning resources, foremost of which is training them on how to deal with digital information. What prompts the researcher to choose this topic is to be informed about the educational and learning situation closely through meditation and teaching at the university, which indicates the existence of problems in various fields of university work. And thus the digital information strongly forced the university to change its path and traditional method to a virtual structure based on modern technology that helps to reduce time and effort in teaching and also works to improve performance and keep pace with the latest time and rapid global development. Research question. In the light of the above, the research question crystallized in the following: what is the concept of digital learning? What is the importance of technology in teaching and learning? What are the problems of digital transformation at the Islamic University of Belize? How to overcome digital transformation problems at the Islamic University of Belize? Research objectives. Statement of the concept of digital learning demonstrates the importance of technology in university education. Initially, the problems and implications of digital transformation at the Islamic University of Belize provide the necessary suggestions to overcome the challenges of digital transformation at the Islamic University of Belize. Conclusion from the above, my paper was submitted to the management, but they said the presentation will be between 8 to 10 minutes. That is why I just bring the most important points in my paper. Conclusion from the above, it is clear that Islamic University of Belize and other Islamic and Arab universities face many of the problems imposed by the successive modern technical development in the digital age, especially in an era of increasing demand for university education and frequent calls for literacy. Confronting these problems require upgrading the efficiency of the university education system. Therefore, this humble research seeks to highlight the benefit of the transition to education, learning, and digital and challenges facing the Islamic University and other universities. I would like to submit some recommendations here and some in my paper. In the light of my experience in the field of technology education and the findings of the studies and research, I recommend the following: utilization and optimal employment of digital educational technologies in all educational stages, in the provision of theoretical and practical courses. Pay attention to the planning, design, and development of curricula and courses at different stages of education in a digital way to transform educational attitude from traditional to digital. Follow-up experiments in advanced universities in the field of artificial intelligence technologies and smart educational technologies, especially to employ those technologies in the educational process at Islamic University of Malaysia. And if you want to know more about my paper, I already submitted to the management, and I'm very grateful to listen to my paper, my presentation. Thank you so much. I would like to stop here. My name again is Abdul Rashid Olatuja Abdusalam. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, presenter. Are there any questions from the section chairs or the participants that you would like to ask the presenter? Are there any questions?
No, no question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let us move on to the next presenter then. Thank you, Dr. Abdul Rashid, for the presentation. Next, I would like to invite Ankit Kumar to present the paper on sentimental analysis in healthcare using bi-level feature extraction with LSTM and TCN hybrid model. Can we have Mr. Ankit Kumar's presentation?
Yeah, hello, Guru. And myself, Ankit Kumar. I am the student of KT University, Bhubaneswar, and I am from India. So first of all, thank you for giving a chance. Now I have to speak about the sentimental analysis in healthcare using a bi-level extraction with the LSTM and TCN hybrid. So first of all, I have to talk about the sentimental analysis. Sentimental analysis means their opinion, just like the people with things like the positive and negative and neutral. Sometimes the people will talk about the negative comments, and sometimes about people to talk about the positive comment. The healthcare, which means that we the analysis the paper in the health analysis and bi-level feature using some models, LSTM and hybrid models that we have worked on that. Now we talk about the abstract sentimental is now the most of the hostly distribute the topics it is adds in the extraction of prevalent knowledge from the vast data set. Sentimental analysis aim to understand the textual structure for determine the feeling, whether the positive, negative, or the neutral feeling may be expressed in the way. Health is the online network where the image, different types of Instagram, Facebook, and different social Twitters, and everyone post their own feelings, comments on their sites, and that the people can take the make the blogs and the make the CSV file and store the information. And after that, we have to think the I have suggested the study examine the patient activity by the use of long-term, short-term memory and the temporal convolutional network and machine learning, or by the level of feature extraction technique. So and now the using the support vector machine and Bernoulli vector and they check the result of comparison difference. The which result is better, the far better the accuracy of given way, and the total of the percentage of accuracy achieved by the corpus they either using the 3 corpus and a 3 corpus, and the best result we have got the outputs. So now we talk about the introduction and of the that to the mental health sentiment. I should talk about the mental sentiment, medical sentiment. Their medical sentiment is the openly where the different types of the people have comes and they have expressed their feelings, and just like a diagnosis medical condition, the impact and the patient health and the treatment. The digestion mental health have presence as a intensity and the servicity. The patient health, the status of the judgment, and treatment, the it means the outcome. When the patient opinion, what we had talked about that, and that means the result become the outcomes. Now we talk about the description. The infection disease like the cancer strikes of a household of the people every year, keeping that steps of the emotional state of disease victims is the essential to the treatment. Many people have been able to share the personal struggle with the cancer by the blog and the online platform. As a past decade, the author as a different type of the institute of gather the data set from the tweets and from the digital research supporting education study the feeling the patient of the variety of background and the sentimental is this centralize the system made easier and faster than the different textual extraction machine learning and approach, and the deep learning should take the solution and find the accuracy the positive and negative, and the result we find is the and the tweets will store in the different crops and that the perform they are using the categorization of method and found the first method made the accuracy well as the support of the implementation. Got the wish to support the implementation, and now we have there's the singular value composition by the first is in the corpus point which the exercise 100 subjective and the keep the practices and everything subject for found the chi square and we have feature selection but usually the feature selection and PCA principal component is the reduce the number of dimensions resulting in the size of 30 feature and the same subject modeling and the feature selection were done by the 200 topics as well. Now the same characters technique will use the further the different the corpus 2 and the corpus 3. Now we talk go for the conclusion. The purpose framework is extremely well in the majority of the situation. The enhanced accuracy of 98% of the corpus and the difference 89 and the corpus 2 89.37 corpus and the corpus 3 87 point on the corpus 3 around the finding. The more advanced machine learning model machine learning model we use and the technique of the purpose of we use to handle a more quickly result and finding the best result, detecting the different kind of data set and for using the tweets to detect the opinion of sentiment and event analysis. Thank you.
Are there any questions to ask the presenter from the participants or from the session chat? Okay, if there are no questions, we will move on to the next presenter. I would like to invite Samuel Law King to present the paper Raindrop Size Distribution using Photogrammetric Technique.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you actually hear me? Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me from my side?
Yes, yes. It is all audible.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Your voice is very low, Samuel. Could you just...
Is it very low?
Your audio seems to be low.
All right. What about now? Is it better?
Yeah, it's better now.
Is it better now?
Yes, it's better now.
Okay, then I will just remove this one then. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's been a long afternoon. So today I will be presenting. By the way, I'm Samuel. So today I will be presenting you this paper called Raindrop Size Distribution using Photogrammetric Technique. So basically today I'm going to focus on this technique instead of the outcome. So I will highlight some of the important points throughout the presentation so that we can see how does this technique actually helps. So a few things to cover today, which is some introduction about the topics and materials and method. And of course, some result discussion based on the technique, and finally some conclusion. So precipitation or raining is normally what we face in our daily life. So no matter where you are, you always face this, okay, raining. So a lot of factors affecting raining, including humidities, pressures as well, and of course temperature. And this actually differs in difference based on where you are. So this will actually lead to an output where you have different intensities, rainfall intensity, I mean, different duration of rain, of course, different raindrop size distributions. So this will all lead to the final goal, which we are talking about today, the main thing, which is rainfall kinetic energy, which is the energy created by rainfall when it hits on the ground or hits on anything. For example, hits on your hands, you will feel the pressure, right? That is called a rainfall kinetic energy. And it will actually create soil erosion, or in another term, we say soil erosivity. So in the early days, researchers has been provide a lot of methods to try to find out how to actually collect the data for our raindrop size distribution. As we know, raindrop always come in a different time, different pattern all the time. So how do we actually know it? So researchers has been giving out a lot of ways to find it out. So in the early days, we actually use stand method or flour pellet method, but it's a very, very traditional method, but it's time consuming and the data is limited and the data preserve is an issue. All right. So nowadays you will have optical ray probes or dystometer, which is a modern methods, but it's more complicated to operate, to be honest, and is of course coming higher cost. And one thing about this is that it is installed on a station, which means you cannot bring around. You only can done on site. But for today, I'm going to introduce you called a photogrammetric method or a photography method, which is affordable and easy to set up, come with great potential in the future for any purposes, especially for raindrop sizes, distribution, detection, and is available in any region, which means you can carry out this method in any way you want. And I will cover more in my next slides. So the study area was chosen in Malaysia, in Kuching, Sarawak, a city, which is an equatorial region, which comes with a lot of rainfall intensity that will give us more data and more chances to collect different data. And this is a flowchart of a photogrammetry method, which is very straightforward. Firstly, we're going to have camera and photo booth set up. Then after that, we're going to go through a lot of processes, including photo taking and adjustment. Then finally, we'll input the photo into our MATLAB to go over image processing tools. So some of the additional data are input as well into this software so that it can be collaborate and calibrated so that you will have an actual raindrop size distribution that you need for your outcome. I will cover more in details when we go forward based on this flowchart. So some of the very straightforward setup for photogrammetric experiment, which the camera will be in the dry zone because camera cannot be get wet. Then we will take pictures of the rain in the raining zone. Okay. So photo booth will be our backdrop so that we get enough backdrop to get clearer pictures. We cannot have bright backdrop because bright backdrop we cannot see any raindrops. Raindrops are almost transparent. All right. So the tipping bucket rain gauge is there to collect your rainfall data. So before any test or before any analysis, we actually carry out calibration tests for distant variance among object because raindrops looks flat to us, but in fact, if you look from the plan, it actually differs in some position. So we are using calibration tests to know how much is the actual distance we are capturing based on the image from the image compared to the reality. So this is some of the side view of how does the illustration of how it's set up. So we're using focal point where it is required some of the camera techniques. So in short, we are focusing on a focal point and we are going for a result like in figures A. Figure A is what we want, bright enough with dark backdrop, and we can actually analyze drop sizes. So for B will be less preferable because it's so dark and it will affect the outcome. So some of the analysis outcome to be shown. So in the MATLAB process, we're gonna have 4 different outcomes, but we are going for the last one, which is, for example, we have original pictures, then we're gonna crop it, which is controlled by the size of backdrop, which everyone is the same. So we are under a fixed variable for the sizes. Then we're gonna go through a proof processes. It will turn into grayscale, binary, labeled, and color labeled. So when we reach color labeled, the software will actually calculate how much blobs or how much size drop that is detected, and it will give us a calculation. Then we can plot the numbers of detected drop based on the calculation let's go through some of our outcomes so that we can see how does this method help us to do detection. So 5 raindrops, 5 rainfall intensity are selected because we want to see how does the increment of rain reflected on these methods. So we have 5 different intensities. So throughout the experiment, around 2,000 drops are collected from all intensities and about 200 to 500 raindrops per rainfall event in per image. I mean, we are looking into that certain image. So for detectable rain size, based on our research, what we get is the smallest is 0.07. Later, I will show you how do we get this. And the largest what we have is 6.83 millimeters, which we're expecting that if we have higher rainfall intensity, we are going to get a larger sizes based on theories as well. So if we refer to other literatures, we found out that these detection outcomes are more or less hit within whatever they have been done in the previous times. So no matter you are in a nature rainfall or you are produced in a sprinkler or nozzle, we are more or less are in the same zone. So let's go to some of the charts to see how does our outcome falls. So we got 5 charts for 5 different intensities, and the chart on your right is the final chart to show a compromisation of how does the drop goes. So some of the major highlights of major findings on the chart is that higher counts in smaller drop size are detected for almost all the raindrops intensities and rainfall intensity. This is because raindrops are, this is from what we know is that we always get smaller raindrops higher in amount, but as the intensity increases, we found that it actually reduces in counts for smaller raindrops for higher rainfall intensity. So if we go to the chart on the right, we found that it actually shows an increase in counts for larger raindrop sizes as the rainfall intensity increases, which also explains that why does it reduce in the count for smaller raindrops. And of course, that also proved that the increase of median raindrop sizes comes with the increase of rainfall intensities. But we also realized that after any distribution more than 0.3 mn drop size, we even found very low, even no distribution at the back. So, which means it doesn't mean that with higher rainfall intensity, we are going to get a lot of big drops like snowball. It doesn't happen that way. So normally what we get, we either increase in small raindrop sizes or increase in drop sizes, but just slightly increase in sizes, but also increases the number counts. Okay. So we did some descriptive statistics for our raindrop size distribution so that we can look closely and look more in detail on how does the distribution works. So in the maximum and the 50 percentiles, which is we call a median drop size, has justified that the increase of raindrop sizes comes with the increase in rainfall intensity, which means the higher the intensity, the larger the drops. But like what I mentioned just now, we do detect that there is a 0.07 millimeter limitation has to be detected for the minimum, which is the same across all raindrop, which also proven that this might be the limitation of our hardware and our software, where anything smaller than 0.07 is cannot be detected by camera to be captured in the physical, as well as analyzed by MATLAB based on our program. So in this case, to be honest, 0.07 is actually very small, and anything detected up to that level should be already very precise. So to be honest, 0.07 to us is quite precise, but we are looking into a more precise and a smaller detection based on whatever it is. So the better it is, the better detection it is, the better improvement it is. So with span ratio actually proven one thing, where we actually gathered a lot of the data are fall within a larger zone, which means the higher intensities, we are going to get more different data, or the data are going to spread across the graph so that we can get more information according to the detection. But if we look closely into something to be highlighted, where on the 10 percentile, it doesn't have very obvious change, which means throughout the experiment, no matter you are in a larger intensity or smaller intensities, you are always going to get some of the very small distribution at the front. So the thing that is changing is it's only up to the 75 or 90%, 75% or 90 percentiles, which can increase you in sizes and also drop counts. So in short, we are doing this for equatorial rainfall intensity under using photogrammetric technique. So in lower rainfall intensity, we found that we will find a higher percentage of smaller drop sizes. And for higher rainfall intensities, you're going to have higher portion of raindrop sizes. So for example, more than 1 millimeter up to 2 millimeters or 3 millimeters. So this will also show you an increase in a bigger medium drop sizes, which the drop will be larger in overall comparison. But some of the remarks here, where smaller detected drop size is so far currently what we reach is 0.07, but we of course the overall performance are acceptable and well done. Just that we are looking into a future works which we have improvement on the detection precision. Of course, we are trying to look into higher rainfall intensity to be tested so that we can get more result and more database to be compared so that we can improve on this technique overall. So a lot of papers have been published, including myself, about related to these rainfall intensities and raindrop size distribution calculation. So feel free to look up for it. And if you're interested, you can look up for more, and there's a lot of more information outside the website. So thank you very much.
Are there any questions to ask?
Okay.
Just not asking any question.
Turn.
Just for sharing. Here.
Good afternoon.
Yes,
Hi. I heard two different voices, so
say something.
okay, yeah, I think yeah. Okay, hi.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Yes, hi.
I have not asked you any question, but to share knowledge, I ask you. You mentioned the future work to test it, the water rainfall. So anything you say that how much purified this rainfall drop? This my first sharing, and then it would be used for drinking water for day. It would be drinking for our drinking water. How much purified it is raindrop? This is my question or sharing knowledge, how it is get it.
Okay. I think I got your question. So maybe I clarify a bit. My background is actually soil erosion. So the rainfall for me is to prevent erosion. Instead of water reservoir, like what you mentioned just now, it's more to water reservoir and water collection for human drinking purposes. But this method can be used to control our, I do have some hydrological background as well. So this method can be used to control on our reservoir as well. So normally our reservoir is very easily blocked by soil. So if let's say we can control or we can know the distribution and we know the erosion, we can actually control on our water supply actually from even starting from the raw intake. So this can be one of the methods that we can use to control it up to a more precise level. Did I answer your question? Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. You believe that in future you would be tested is get up. I hope it would be your future research work. It would be better work. I wish you best hopeful to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. I want to ask a question, please.
Sure.
Yeah. My first question is about did you use an artificial rain or natural rain for testing your technique?
Currently, I'm using natural rain because if using artificial rain, there's a lot of judgment. I did it before. There's a lot of judgment, but in this case, this is natural rainfall because we are trying to hit equatorial rainfall intensity.
Oh, yeah.
I tried artificial rain before, but artificial rain got one issue, which is the drop size are more or less the same.
Yeah.
But what we want is the outcome which they produce the kinetic energy, which to be related back to our natural rainfall. It's an extension of my research actually. Yeah.
Okay. So, what is the smallest? What was the smallest size of the raindrop can be measured by using your technique?
In this technique so far, what I get is 0.07. But I believe that this is because of the limitation here, the red one. This is because of the software or the camera cannot capture anything too small than that. If too small, I need to use microscope already. So this part maybe is the limitation or whatever we have right here. But I believe 0.07 is already very, very small as compared to what we said raindrop. Yes, the water drop is already small, is small enough already. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions, we will move on to the next presenter.
Sure, thank you very much. Have a nice day, everyone.
So next, I'd like to invite Sian Yu. Please go ahead with your presentation. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Okay. So there's some background outlines of my topics. The current safety management system, which been implemented in Malaysia, is showing a low result comparing. As you all can see from the chart here, is showing the low result comparing to other Western company, like Australia or UK. So here's some chart showing that the accident rate happening in the construction industry is getting higher from time to time. So what is safety management system? Safety management system is used to manage and control safety, or is management system specifically aimed at safety, especially when it comes to construction industry. And safety management system have wide meaning, which include planning, organization, leading, and also controlling functions. So from here, you can see that it's basically made up of four factors, which is planning, risk management, measurement, and evaluation, and review. All these factors, the only outcome which leads to is to time saving and cost saving. So the objective and scope of study of my research is to identify the importance or essential of safety management system at current construction of industry projects. This next is to investigate the implemented and its effectiveness for application of safety management system in construction of Malaysia industry project through the analysis skills such as ABI, RRI, and correlation methods. And next will be propose a framework to enhance the current safety performance in construction of heavy industry. So how I carry out the method will be, I will be doing 3 case study on the construction of the industry projects through observation, questionnaire, and also interviews. So the sample size will be 102 sets of the questionnaire, which will be distributed to the respondents who they working in the construction industry. So out of the 3 case study, which is distributed at the different places located in Malaysia, one is in Penang, which is the construction of the plastic industry. Next will be in Perak, the construction of the medical industry, and final will be in Kuala Lumpur, which is a construction of the tobacco capsule industry. So out of the 102 respondents, which I collected the data, it shows that 80.4% is from contractors, and 77.5% are having a degree, and also majority of them are over 50 years old, with designation of majority of them with safety supervisor, and also majority of them are having 10 years experience in the company. So here are some of the data analysis method which I will be used in my research. So from the literature reviews, the sample size which comes from the wheelers, which I implemented, the sampling size will be 102. And next, we implement relative importance index, RII, to validate my result. Next will be average index. Next will be also a reliability test, constraint alpha, to justify the result that I obtained, and also validity test. And last but not least, will be doing the Spearman correlation among my factors that I obtained. So here are some of my results that I obtained. So we'll be talking about the average index versus the importance of safety management system in construction of industry project. So out of 102 respondents, you can see that majority of them is feeling that the implementation of the safety management system, which will lead to increased overall safety operation in their company. So that you can see that it recorded a 4.87, which recorded the highest marks among all the factors, and these marks recorded with 2.44 is improved business profitability. It can be explained that the safety management system, it doesn't show effective in terms of improve of business profitability. Next, the relative importance index versus the current practice of safety management system. It shows that policy and strategic management recorded with 0.95 marks, which is closest to 1. And the least marks 0.84, evaluation and risk management. Next will be average index versus the current practice in construction of industry projects. As you all can see, the policy strategic management recorded the highest marks among all the other factors, which they consistently applied, and the least factors applied will be evaluation management and also audit reviewing. These two factors which will be leave a gap for me to do further research on this, to how to improve this safety management system. Next will be reliability test and validity test to justify my data that I obtained. As you all can see, the Crunchpad alpha that been inserted in the SPSS software, the result is getting 0.899, which is close to 1, and validity test 0.9, which is close to 1 as well. It justified that the data that I obtained is valid and also reliable. Plus, the method that I implemented is to show that the correlation among the different factors. First will be qualification versus the destination. It shows a positive correlation with confidence level of 99%. It can be explained that the higher qualification of the respondents, the higher destination that he or her is holding with. Next will be destination versus the working experience, shows also the positive correlation with confidence level of 99%. It can be explained that also with the respondents with the more working experience, he or her is holding the high destination or high position places in the company. Next, The spammy correlation correlate the factors among client, consultant, and contractors. All the three factors showing the negative correlation with confidence level of 99. So it can be explained that during the survey, both three parties are having different opinions when it comes to the implementation of safety management system in the construction of heavy industry. So maybe clients, they having different opinions. They are more to the progress of the projects, while the consultant are stressed more on the technical parts in the project, and the contractor will focus more on the safety of the projects. So the conclusion, the study indicates that building professionals in Malaysia to have a medium high level of awareness of the safety management system. However, the safety management practice still do not show high effectiveness in the industry projects. So by the observation and questionnaire, and also the analysis, the categorization that current safety management system implementation have been indicated. So validity tests shall also be carried out for further validate the result obtained. And last but not least, a more systematic framework shall be introduced to enhance the current safety management system so that can produce a better result in the future construction of the industry projects. So that's all of my presentation. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the presenter?
Good afternoon. I say hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
I say something. Your expanded data is rich, but I know about that what they use safety measurement system in different industry. How percentage of accident or accidental is how much percentage is reduced? That would be not mentioned here. I would be found out this result by you, your article, if you say something.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for your question. So I think I got your question in this way. So you are asking whether the safety management system will reduce how many percentage of the accident happen in future? Is it correct? So as what I mentioned just now, so from the data that I obtained as far, we can see that there's a gap for me to go more research on this, on the factors of the evaluation management, and also the audit and reviewing, which recorded the lowest marks comparing to others factors. So these two factors, it leaves a gap for me to research more so that I can propose a better frameworks to implement or incorporate in the current safety management system, and to produce more systematic frameworks to implement in future, I would say that.
Okay, you footnote research the percentage here. Percentage of reduced accident to use safety measurement system. This would be very important point. How percentage reduced by use safety measurement system.
Yeah, which is why this will be study or to do more research on this in future.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome.
Yeah.
And I hope you challenges this in future and find out the percentage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions, we'll proceed to the next presenter. Next is Ms. Gulsat Aipova to present the paper on portrayal of women in Kirks and American literature as a reveal of lingo-ethnic culture.
Good day, dear colleagues. I would like to express my warmest greetings to the organizers, participants, attending the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research, Studies and Education. I wish all participants successful and fruitful work, good health and prosperity, good luck. So the topic of my today presentation is, now I will demonstrate. So is it visible?
Yes, it has been visible.
Yes, thank you very much. Portrayal of women in Kyrgyz and American literature is as a reveal of lingo-ethnic culture. I am from Kyrgyzstan. It is in the Central Asia. So let me present my work. I am Doctor of Linguistics, and so my research belongs to the linguistics. Now, the next about the authors. So the article touches upon culturological study of concepts, which is connected with the analysis of novels, where these concepts are fixed and verbalized as a reflection of a national culture and consciousness. The article offers the materials based on the Kyrgyz and American literature, which shows a great role of a woman. It also focuses on the importance of intellectual education of a well-managed woman. The importance of education, depth of thought, vision, and diversity of knowledge Kyrgyz and American women are also noted in the present research. The study is based on the data that are collected from the field by qualitative research techniques and further supported by the data obtained from the literary review. And our concern in this research is the concept of woman and in Kyrgyz and American literature. And the Kyrgyz people have always cherished and treated women with care. However, in recent years, it is depicted in literature as women have become more influential and have shown that they have the same rights, opportunities as men do. There is growing perception in society that women should interact from various perspectives to multitude challenges. What is the role of women in society today? First and foremost, I am in charge of 44 representatives of this gender and completely familiar with obstacles with women face up in their daily routines. The role of women in any sphere of life, such as education, business, mental development, culture, is enormous. So the community emphasized several key roles for women. The first thing that needs to be said is the balance between career and family. It includes a variety of responsibilities concerning health, position in the society, family relationship, and education. Therefore, a woman must first and foremost be conscious and educated. And the methodology of the article, our research work touches upon a life struggle of Kyrgyz women, social and situational burden on mothers in Chingiz Aitmatov's works. Maybe some of you know about the great Kyrgyz writer Chingiz Aitmatov. The works which have topic evolve from the different prisms through comparison of the modern American woman portrait. The objects of the research are the role of the woman in the novels of great writer Chinua Aytmatov and American writers. During the analysis of the factual material, the authors, we try to identify the model of the female image represented in the Aytmatov's works. The image of a woman in each period of the development is unique and irreversible. The most interesting period for research in this matter seems to us the period of the 20th-21st century in the culture of America. This century has brought to the world the greatest variety of styles and genres in art, a great variety of trends, and which is turn influenced the transformation of the female image. The ideals of female beauty began to erode. For a long time in the Western culture, there was an inequality in the rights of men and women. In part, this was due to the peculiarities of religious customs. At the beginning of the 10th century, the image of businesswoman who seeks career growth becomes popular. In this regard, the experience of the first generation of women who entered the area of emancipation at a turning point in history is very interesting. Establishing the image of an energetic, purposeful new woman was a complex, contradictory process that took place in the fierce struggle with the old traditional ideas about the woman. So as in conclusion, due to this study, it was confirmed that women's place in Kyrgyz and American literature's novels, they are great. Women's role in literature has evolved throughout history and had led women to develop into strong, independent roles. Modern literature has served as an outlet and sounding board for women's rights and feminist pioneers. Female writers have come to the forefront and provided today's readers with the best array of ethnic and cultural perspectives. The unique voice of female minorities is a common theme in many coming-of-age novels that allows each writer to establish separate identity for their characters and themselves. Women in modern literature often include strong, independent females, juxtaposed by oppressed women to provide examples for young female readers and to critique shortcomings of our society. The emergence of the independent female novels in Kyrgyzstan and America has allowed for a new evaluation of the role of women in fictional literatures. And also, I would like to say some role as a woman in the literature. For example, in American literature, the role of Margaret Mitchell, she was an active defender of women's rights and also one of the key workers of American literature. The novel, the name of the novel, Gone with the Wind, it gave world culture and an eternal image of small, strong woman with a huge heart. The very name Scarlett O'Hara has become household name, and the heroine is a symbol of female enterprise. So Gone with the Wind is a novel about love and war, about loyalty and betrayal, about power and the choice. And this is the Pulitzer Prize winning novel of the era. So in this novel, the feministic views are reflected variously in the novel Little Woman by American writer and feminist views. May Alcott is a wonderful story about family, growing up, feelings, and responsibility. So in the center of the plot is the story that unfolds in the United States during the Civil War in a family of young sisters. And this book is must read for each girls, because the problems of growing up, self-determination have no time or geographic boundaries. And for someone, this has become a good guide in life. After reading, we recommend that you watch the film that is of the same name, which was recently released on screens and was nominated for an Oscar in the Best Film category. There are various characters where the image of Kyrgyz woman also is depicted, included in the following books in the Chingiz Aytmatov's works. For example, Beke, the novel is called White Sheep. And also the image of Tolgonay in this novel that calls The Milky Way, the beautiful woman in the story Gulsarat. Jaidar, she was the image of Khadija in the story.
Presenter, I'm sorry, could you please conclude your presentation as you have exceeded the time?
Okay, thank you. I will conclude. So the role of woman in the novels, not only in Kyrgyz literature, but in American literature, played the great role. So that's all then. Thank you very much. If you have questions, please ask. So, by the way, in 2005, I visited India, and the course also that is called Empowering of Women in India. So, I will, for the next articles, I am really interested in studying about, searching the information about Indian women also. Thank you very much, and my best regards and best wishes to the organizers and to the participants of this international conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, presenter. Are there any questions?
So, if no questions, thank you.
Okay, we are moving on to the next presenter. I would like to inform the presenters, please keep the time limit of 8 minutes so that there are other presenters after you. So please be mindful of the time. Next, I'd like to invite Jacqueline Rose A. Fajilegutan to present the paper Psychological Needs Satisfaction and Emotional Intelligence of the Maranao Intermediate Pupils.
Hello, everyone. It's almost 6 o'clock here in the Philippines. It's good evening. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please put your presentation on the full screen mode when presented.
Yeah, I'm sharing. Paano pala di ma-wide screen? Paano wide screen? No screen sharing. Can I start now?
Yeah, we can see your presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for this privilege to be with you this very moment. The title of my study is Psychological Insatisfaction and Emotional Intelligence of the Maranao Intermediate Pupils. I am Jacqueline Rose Fajilegutan from Romblon State University, Philippines. Allow me to introduce to you the local of this study. It was conducted in Dansalan, which was translated to Marawi on 1895. The people there are called Maranao. It is the only Islamic city in the Philippines populated of Muslim peoples of 90%, the capital of Lanao del Sur, Philippines, the southern part of the Philippines with a 207,000 population, and it was under siege last 2017, and it is already under the rehabilitation. The general objective of this study is to determine the relationship between the psychological needs and satisfaction and the emotional intelligence of the intermediate Maranao pupils. And there are two specific objectives: to determine the level of psychological satisfaction of the respondents as well as the level of emotional intelligence. This is the framework of the study. The first variable, psychological satisfaction. The components are the following: love, belonging, power. Under the power, we have what we call maratabat, freedom and fun. And the second one, emotional intelligence, the interpersonal relationship, adaptability, and stress management. For love here, this is the psychological insatisfaction, are what we call the innate need of every individual. For love, this is the longing of everyone to be loved, to be cared, to be protected. And the power, this is the longing of every individual to acquire, to achieve, and to do something unique that can prove himself. The third one, freedom, this is the need of an individual to do something according to his creativity, according to his desire, according to the things that can uplift his personality. And fun, the need to be happy and joyful. For the emotional intelligence, the intrapersonal, this is the ability of a certain person to know and understand oneself. Interpersonal, this is the ability of a certain person to interact with others, to understand others, and to put himself on the level in order to have a good acquaintanceship. Adaptability is the ability to be resilient, the ability to adjust for the common good. And stress management, this is the ability to be being tactful in spite of the negative situation or the environment. The methodology for this study is descriptive correlational design, wherein two sets of variables were correlated to determine the degree of the relationship. The following are the findings. The respondent experienced high level of psychological need satisfaction, which were love, belonging, power, and fun. Among the components, it was only the freedom, psychological need got the low level of freedom. It is because in the culture of the Maranao people, young children are engaged in children marriage. They are not free to choose partner in life. They are not given the chance to choose career. They are not free to do things that can help them to reach the achievement that they wanted to pursue in their lives. Therefore, their freedom is hindered. Their sense of autonomy is hindered. For the second findings, high level of emotional intelligence in all components were achieved by the respondents as on their interpersonal, intrapersonal, adaptability, and stress management. For findings 3, the psychological needs, satisfaction, and emotional intelligence of the respondents are significantly related in terms of age and gender as the moderating variables. Lastly, fun, power, freedom, and gender came out as the significant predictors of the emotional intelligence. For the conclusion, the respondents experience high level of satisfaction of their psychological needs, except freedom or autonomy. Second, high level of emotional intelligence in all components were experienced by the respondents, and psychological needs and gender are best predictors of emotional intelligence. From the study, the following recommendations were produced. First, the psychological need, especially freedom, of the Marano intermediate pupils must be given continuous assessment, recognition, and must be both attended in home and school. And emotional intelligence, though it is already high, must be reinforced from time to time both at home and in school. It is also recommended that a comparative study considering the ethnic and cultural, religious, age, and economic background must be conducted. It is because so that this can supply for the basis of guidance and family services. Thank you so much. Hello?
Are there any questions to ask the presenter?
Yes, I have. Here we see the performance of article, but here is no statistical data. How percentage, what is percentage of what parameter. So that is good. I need to ask a question that here a one parameter and a fundamental parameter is a security of anyone. That is the parameter whose is affected the topic. I now ask the this parameter. What about the relation to this article? The researcher opinion is what is that? Please say that.
Hello, ma'am. I have the data. Unfortunately,
yes. This here, the security of anyone is no mention. Any? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Okay.
focusing.
Here, all side is described, but I find out that the security of anyone is anywhere is no mention. I know if it is a parameter affected to your article or to your life of anyone. What is your opinion?
Pardon, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Yes, your parameter, this psychological needs, satisfaction, and emotional intelligence. Here, different parameter is described, but I know the security is anyone is one of the parameters.
That is under
to determine the level of your physiological needs and emotional intelligence. What is your opinion?
I applied the theory of William Glasser. We provided only 5: survival. The security need falls under the love and belonging.
Yes, all our needs, that no doubt. But I especially know the parameters in the security is affect your article or not. That is level of physiological needs or satisfaction and emotional intelligence.
Under psychological need satisfaction in the component of love and belonging. The children.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you po, madam. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, so we are moving on to the next presenter then. So next I would like to invite Rajubhai Manandar to present the paper Impact of Perceived Usefulness and Service Quality on Customer Satisfaction Towards Digital Wallet During COVID-19 Pandemic in Nepal.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for giving an opportunity to present my paper. Without delaying, I'm going to share my PPT. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you once again, ma'am, for giving me opportunity to present my paper, Impact of Digital Wallet on Customer Satisfaction During COVID-19 Pandemic in Nepal, on the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Study and Education 2022. Respected chairperson of this conference, respected panelists, respected professors, respected delegates. I am Rajubhai Manandar, PhD scholar, Faculty of Management, Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu, Nepal. My corresponding author and guide, Sajib Kumar Shrestha. Without delaying, I am going to present my paper. This is my abstract. Now, this is the 21st century. It is the IT era, and most of all educated person normally use the technology, even purchasing of goods and service. Then digital wallet are popularly known as electric wallet and used to purchase goods and service using their smartphone. And these are my objective. First one is to examine the relationship and impact of perceived usefulness of digital wallet with customer satisfaction during COVID-19. Second, to measure the relationship and impact of digital wallet with customer satisfaction, that is service quality. To assess the relationship and impact of service quality of digital wallet with customer satisfaction. Fourth, to explore an impact of gender with usefulness, security and privacy, service quality and customer satisfaction on COVID-19. This is my hypothesis. First, all are alternative hypotheses. First one is there is a relationship and impact of perceived usefulness of digital wallet with customer satisfaction. Second, there is a relationship and impact of security and privacy of digital wallet with customer satisfaction. Third, there is a relationship and impact of service quality of digital wallet with customer satisfaction. Fourth, there is an impact of gender with customer satisfaction, perceived usefulness, security and privacy, and service quality. This is my conceptual frame. Here we can see perceived usefulness, security and privacy, service quality are the independent variable, and consumer satisfaction is dependent variable. This is my research methodology. Descriptive and causal is the research design for this study, and quantitative data is applied, and primary data is main sources of information. Survey was applied as a research approach, and questionnaire is adopted as a research instrument, and sample unit is customer who have been using digital wallet, and sample size is 196. Sample technique is snowball sampling, and mean, standard deviation, variance, independent t-test, correlation, and partial least square method were applied to analyze the collected data. This is the result of independent sample t-test. So we can see the value of p-value of perceived usefulness, security and privacy, service quality, and consumer satisfaction. We can see the p-value of consumer satisfaction is only less than 5%. So consumer satisfaction is impacted by gender, but all the independent variable, perceived usefulness, security and privacy, service quality are not significant, not affected by gender. This is the correlation analysis table. Here we can clearly see the relationship between customer satisfaction and perceived usefulness is 61%. Customer satisfaction and security and privacy has 69% relationship, and service quality and customer satisfaction has almost near about 67% relationship. Now this is the measurement table. We can see all the item of all the construct dependent variable and independent variable. Also we can see loading, Cronbach's alpha, RHO, CR, and average. Now we can see all the value of Cronbach's alpha of all the construct are more than 8%, 80%. And then this is my measurement model. Here we can see 84.4% value of customer satisfaction. Then we also use the Cornell and Larker criteria and WTHM for make them more validity, and all these are all the value of Larker and Cornell and Larker criteria, and HTMT is less than 9. So a model is fit. Now we have the hypothesis testing table. Now we have significant all the variable between customer satisfaction are significant because the p-value of all the variable are less than 5%. But now you can see the R square is very high. That is the almost near about 84%. That is very good. And now we have the F square value also of all the variable, and we just can see the security and privacy with customer satisfaction is service quality and customer satisfaction F value is 0.088. That is very low. Even the relationship, there is relationship and impact between service quality and customer satisfaction, but as it is the low value, service quality could not contribute to produce the model. And here we can see the Q square value, that is also good. Moving to the major finding, it was found that customer satisfaction was positively associated with and impacted by perceived usefulness. Likewise, it was found that customer satisfaction was positively associated and impacted by security and privacy. Even it could not contribute to produce the model. It was found that likewise, it was found that customer satisfaction was positively associated and impacted by service quality of this digital wallet. It was also found that customer satisfaction was impacted by gender, but not with perceived usefulness, security and privacy and service quality of digital wallet. Now, this is the result and discussion. The study found that perceived usefulness of digital wallet has significant relation with the customer satisfaction. The result is consistent with the finding of Benita and Basanta 2018, Giliwala and Sopart, but the research is not aligned with the PAL conducted on 2015, found that there was no significant effect of perceived usefulness on customer satisfaction. Similarly, the study found that security and privacy has significant relationship with the customer satisfaction. The result is consistent with the previous finding by Aquila 2005 and so on, but there is construct the finding of Olevesic conducted on 2018. Likewise, the study found that service quality has significant relation with the customer satisfaction. The result is consistent with the finding of Phoenicia, Nur-Sayyo, and Dyer 2019 stated that there was a positive relationship between service quality, security, and satisfaction, customer satisfaction. The result is similar with the study of OTEAM 2004 state service quality has a significant impact on the customer satisfaction. And conclusion. The study concludes that perceived usefulness and service quality of digital wallet stimulate the customer satisfaction during COVID-19 pandemic. So study revealed that perceived usefulness and security and privacy and service quality of wallet are important factors for customer satisfaction. Therefore, business organizations need to consider these all the factors for planning, policy making, and strategy formulation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions to ask the presenter?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Do any of you or any of the session judges would like to ask any questions to the presenter? Okay, as there are no questions, we will move to the next presenter. So kindly unshare your screen.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much for giving opportunity to present my paper. Thank you, organizer, on behalf of all the people of Nepal. Thank you very much.
Okay, next I would like to invite.
Shall I stop the share?
Yeah, you can just stop it. Yeah.
Thank you.
So next I would like to invite Zafira Binti Zainal Abidin to present the paper on synergistic effect of partial replacement of carbon black by palm kernel shell biochar in ZNDR composites.
Hello and good day, everyone.
Yeah, good evening. Please go ahead.
Right. So hello, my name is Zafira Binti Zainal Abidin. I'm a representative from Malaysia. Without further ado, I'm just gonna go ahead and play my pre-recorded presentation for everyone. Is it visible?
It is still loading in my computer.
Your presentation is still loading.
How about now? Is it playing?
Your presentation is still opening, Zafira.
Oh, I see. If you could please wait a moment, yeah. Let me try.
Could you try stop sharing and then share again?
Oh, okay. Let me just try that. Is my screen frozen or something? Are you guys receiving me well? Because I can't seem to stop sharing.
Yeah, I think that you need to stop sharing first, and then after that you can share again.
I have stopped sharing.
Just a moment, yeah. It would seem that my screen is currently hanged.
Zafira, your screen is frozen actually.
I believe so because I can't seem to stop sharing.
No, I have stopped sharing, but your screen is frozen now.
Oh, I see.
Okay, Zafira, you can take a few minutes while we move on to the next presenter.
Yeah, sure. I could present right after her. Is that possible?
Yes, yes, of course.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so sorry for.
All right, moving on to the next presenter is Najmi Najiha Mohammed Zaid to present the paper on learning elements for digital literacy among elderly, a scoping review. So Najmi Najiha Mohammed Zaid. Okay, so I'm informed that she would like to be presenting later on. So next is Yaswani Akila Binti Zainal Rashid presenting the paper on influence of activated palm kernel shell on curing and mechanical properties of carboxylated butadiene rubber vulcanizates.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Hello and have a nice day, everyone. My name is Shazwani Akila from Faculty of Applied Science, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. The title for this study is the influence of activated palm kernel shell on curing and tensile properties of carboxylated natural butadiene rubber, ICMDR vulcanized. Palm oil industry in Malaysia generates huge amount of waste palm oil such as palm kernel shell, PKS, which is the major challenge to the environment, include the emission of greenhouse gases and air pollution in relation to the waste management. In 2015, palm oil industry generated 75.61 million tons of solid biomass waste. The statistic keep increasing due to the fast growing of plantation in palm oil industry. Therefore, a lot of research has been carried out to utilize this waste material in the rubber industry as biofiller. Rubber composite is the combination of two different materials, which are rubber matrix and filler. The production of rubber without filler, as known as unfilled rubber, provides weak properties for any application that not achieve the product requirement, which low mechanical properties. Unfilled vulcanized rubber has low cross-link density, which unable to resist tensile force and low physical properties. Filler can be classified as non-reinforcing, semi-reinforcing, and reinforcing filler. There are few considerations that contribute to the reinforcing effect in rubber matrix in order to produce good performance of rubber product. The reinforcing effect is related to the interaction between filler and rubber matrix, which is contributed by the surface area, size, loading, surface activity, and dispersion state of filler particle. Fine particle size of filler is preferable as it provides large surface area that contact with rubber matrix, which promote mechanical interlocking. Optimum filler loading and good dispersion state of filler in rubber matrix enhance the efficiency of stress transfer between rubber chain and filler particle. Surface activity is influenced by the compatibility of rubber and filler, which contribute by the functional group of filler. Rubber composite has outstanding properties. In this study, carboxylated natural butadiene rubber or XNBR is used. XNBR is synthetic rubber that produced by emulsion polymerization. Carboxyl group is attached to the double bond of the butadiene part. The insertion of carboxyl group gives the rubber special properties such as better chemical resistance, higher continuous surface temperature, extra cross-linking, and better tensile properties. Activated palm kernel shell or APKS is used as potential
reinforcing filler in XNBR. APKS is a biomaterial waste that generated from palm oil industry. APKS is prepared by decarbonization process and physical activation of raw PKS, which was conducted by our collaborator, which is Malaysian Palm Oil Board, MPOB. Then APKS is converted into micron particle size. This problem statement for this study is the abundance amount of waste from palm oil industry is a major challenge to the waste management. Therefore, many efforts to utilize PKS in the rubber field. However, raw PKS has low carbon content. Since carbon content is important for reinforcement, as carbon content able to make a linkage with rubber chain. Raw PKS also contain dust and impurity that disturb the rubber filler interaction. Hence, raw PKS undergo carbonization process to overcome its limitation and produce porous surface. However, the surface area of carbonized PKS is still low, and activation process via stream treatment was implemented to increase the surface area of APKS and as potential filler in XNBR. The objective of this study first is to study the morphology and chemical properties of APKS as potential biofiller. Second, to evaluate the effect of different loading of PKS on curing and swelling properties in XNBR. Last but not least, to investigate the tensile properties of APKS filled XNBR composite. The methodology of this study was divided into two parts, Part A and Part B. For Part A, there is particle size analysis. From this analysis, we can observe that the filler particle distribution is non-homogeneous and the particle size in the range of 0.05 to 32 micrometer. Next is Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy or FTIR. From this analysis, we found that oxygen functional group, carboxyl group, which is infused from steam treatment. This functional group able to make a chemical interaction with XNBR matrix. Next is aromatic ring from carbonized lignin that promote reinforcement in XNBR matrix. For Part B, curing properties, the incorporation of APKS in XNBR deaccelerate the rate of curing index due to the alkaline pH of APKS that slower the curing time. The alkaline pH was contributed by the decreasing hydroxy group during carbonization process of APKS. Next, swelling properties. The incorporation of APKS in XNBR increase the cross-link density, and it is inversely proportional to the swelling index. The good rubber filler interaction promote cross-link density that immobilize the rubber chain, which improve the swelling resistance by reducing the penetration of solvent into the rubber chain. Next is tensile properties. The cross-link density also responsible to the stress relief mechanism when cross-link break and slip under localized shear over neighboring chain in tensile test. Thus, tensile strength increase as the APKS loading increase until 40 pHr. The tensile strength is inversely proportional to the elongation at break vulcanized, owing to the immobilization of rubber chain due to attachment of rubber on surface filler. Next is scanning electron microscope, SEM. From figure 5A shows the porous APKS surface. They increase the surface area and enhance mechanical interlocking in XNBR that contribute to the improvement of tensile and swelling properties. 5D shows the surface of ruptured tensile surface with optimal loading of APKS. The surface is rough and there were fillers detachment due to high load sharing when the force was applied from rubber change to filler to prevent early rupture. Figure 5E shows the above optimum APKS loading of ruptured tensile surface. The occluded filler was observed due to strong surface energy between filler that overcome the interaction between rubber and filler. Hence, there were gaps between rubber and filler that show poor rubber-filler interaction, which reduce the efficiency of energy transfer during applied tensile force. As the conclusion, APKS has porous surface, high carbon and oxygen functional group content. In incorporation of APKS in XNBR, deaccelerate the curing index and improve the swelling properties. The tensile properties have been improved until 40 PHR of APKS. This work shows the application potential of APKS as biofiller for improving the performance of rubber at the same time to enhance the waste management for biomass. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the presenter?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to ask a question to Miss Safira Binti. So have you measured the porosity of your sample?
Yeah, we measure by using some image.
So how about the effect of the partial replacement of the carbon black on the porosity of the sample?
My study not about the partial replacement of carbon black. This is my study. That study is Safira's study. Hello. Hello, sir.
So
yeah, I think my question is how does the effect of the partial replacement of the carbon black on the porosity of the sample?
My study is not about the partially replacement of carbon black.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Nice presentation. Yeah.
Another question?
Okay, are there any more questions?
I think that I have one question, one question more. What is the application of this kind of the composite that you have synthesized?
One of the application for this synthesis composite is Shusul.
Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. Another question?
Are there any other questions? Okay, we will move on to the next presenter.
Okay, thank you.
So the next presenter is Farihan Zahari, presenting a paper on a systematic literature review on the usage of digital photography and crime scene investigation process. So Farihan has sent a recorded video to be presented, which we will be sharing from our side. So give us a minute. So my colleague would be sharing the video of Farihan. Meanwhile, I would like to request the next presenter, who is Niyamatullah, to be ready for your presentation. So Swati, is there any sound coming in the video? Swati, is the sound coming in the video?
Okay, I'm just, if you will be presenting.
Okay, we will move to the next presenter as the video will be shared in the last. So next, I would like to welcome Niyamatullah to present the paper on SMS spam detection with deep learning model.
Hello everyone, this is Satya, a co-author of this paper. I was here to present that.
Okay, please go ahead.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, the title is SMS spam detection with the deep learning. So the abstract was, as of now, the present is the number of mobile users is growing rapidly, and as well as SMS, which is a short-term messaging service, enables users of both smartphones and conventional phones and to send or receive text message from one person to other person. Due to the rapid increase of these messages, the spam, in addition to that, the number of unwanted messages known as a spam increased. The spam purpose to distribute unsolicited electronic message for commercial or financial gain, such as a market penetrations like advertisements, phishing kind of things, or lottery tickets things and all. So introduction was, we primarily discussed and evaluated machine learning algorithms for detecting spam SMS. We compared 8 different classifiers to each other for both data sets. conventional neutral classifiers achieve the most remarkable accuracy of 99.19% and 98.25% respectively, and the maximum AR value of 0.9926 and 0.9949. And here I just put examples for the ham and spam message. Ham is nothing but it's just an actual and intentional message from one person to other person. For example, it like make it realistic and I'll see what's happening. Okay, so and all. And coming to the spam message, it was the message which was sending from the third party access without our permission. Like example, shop for your favorite electronics at Akshaya Tritiya Fest and all. And we just took the data sets of three, that is training data and testing data. These two data sets we have taken, and the training data contains 4,746 messages, and testing data contains 986 messages, and in total it is 5,572 we have taken totally. So this is our proposed methodology, and when the message was taken, it will be gone to the text pre-processing, where that will be remove the punctuations and remove the stop word special characters, and after that it will be tokenized and sequences, which is part of a deep learning, and from there it will be moved to the model training using conventional neutral network and recruitment, and from that it will be classified into whether the message is a spam message or a ham message. And here we just I was just showing the types of algorithms we have used, like logistic regression, naive Bayes, decision tree, SVM, KNN, and random forest. And we have just put the data what we have got from these by using applying these different algorithms. And this is with experiment with count, vectorized, and SM, which is actually the part of the sub part of deep learning. And we just put the precision and recall and accuracy of what we have got for the different algorithms we have performed. And this is with the TF experiment results IDF. TF is nothing but it's a TensorFlow. It is a framework of deep learning. And all the accuracy precisions we all got for different algorithms we have shown here. And this one is hashing vector results of machine learning algorithms. And again, we have just shown the different accuracy points, and we all got for the different algorithms. And LSTM result we have shown here, which is actually our proposed theory. So LSTM is nothing but it's a long short-term memory. It is an artificial neural network used in artificial intelligence and deep learning fields. So we got our proposed theory for 98.5% and random forest as 97.5 and SVM for 97 accuracy. So the conclusion was this: we actually trying to reduce the spam and ham messages in the particular field, which we got 98.5%, which I showed in the previous slide. As of now, that till 97.5% is the only highest rate we have present in the present market. That's it. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the presenter? The session chairs like to pose any questions to the presenter? Okay, then we move on to the next presenter. Next, I would like to invite Ayush Joshi to present the paper on Wi-Fi network analysis. Do we have Ayush Joshi with us? Once more, do we have Ayush Joshi with us? All right, moving on to the next presenter. I would like to invite Shubhas Shastri to present the paper A Study on Perception of Working Women Towards Domestic Workers.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, all.
Good evening, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yes. Is it visible, ma'am?
We cannot see your presentation, but we can see your screen.
Presentation is not visible?
No. You need to open your PPT presentation actually.
Yeah, it's open only. Sorry. Is it visible now?
No, I'm sorry. We are only able to see your Microsoft Teams windows.
Still, it's not visible?
No, not yet.
Because I can see the presentation.
No, I can only see the PPT file that is there, but the PPT is not open. You need to open your PPT and share that. You need to share your entire screen so that you can open the PPT as well. Yes, now your presentation is visible.
Is it fine now?
Yes, it is fine now.
Good evening, all. I'm Shubha Shastri from Mumbai. And today I'm here presenting my paper, A Study on Perception of Working Women Towards Domestic Workers. Women, like men, play an integral role in the financial structure and development of society. Women around the world who have a large number of occupations with short term of family tasks, due to socioeconomic changes, increase in women's rights, and the spread of women's education in India, the number of working women has increased rapidly in recent decades. As a result, the need for domestic workers is constantly expanding. It seems a complete mess when the maid says that she wants an off for 2 or 3 consecutive days, or your driver says today he cannot make, and the most affecting, your child caretaker says she cannot come for 2 or 3 days, and you need to rush to your workplace. Especially when you are a working woman, you do not have the time to manage the household chores along with the job. Delegating tasks is the way of living happy and balanced life, because you can't do everything on your own. Even if you know the ins and outs of the task, you need some additional hands to manage the work. The demanding job and the timeline which drains most of your energy doesn't leave you vigorous enough to do the household tasks. But even after having this much comfort and facility, in today's world, working women is running out of time in balancing her personal and professional life. Women and the work. Often women's wages were thought of secondary earnings and less important than men's wages, even though they were crucial to the family's survival. While women today can aspire to nearly any profession, but this was not always the case. In 1900s, women were able to select from only a limited number of occupations like midwives, nurses, teachers, dressmakers, domestic service workers, etc. But now, with the technological and the female workforce is reaching greater heights. Nowadays, no one can think of living without the help of domestic worker, be it a part-time maid, householder, cook, patient caretaker, nanny, gardener, or driver. Today's women have made their lives better and easier with the help of domestic workers, assigning work in the way to live a happy and balanced life, because you can't do everything yourself. Even if you know the inside and outside the work, you need some extra hands to manage the work. Job and timelines that drain most of your energy do not leave you enthusiastic enough to do the household chores. Now, the previous studies have not touched on the awareness of working women about laws made for domestic workers. Further, the study examined development activities only in the areas of health, safety, migration of domestic workers, and improving their quality of life. Not much studies has been done on the identification of the distance to balance in the personal and professional life of a working woman. No study has been conducted on those who have left their jobs due to the lack of proper domestic help and the impact of changing awareness, involvement, social media exposure, and loyalty over the time remains to be studied. My objective is to study the perception of working women towards domestic workers. Here are the two hypotheses. There is no significant effect of perception of working women towards domestic worker, and the alternate is there is a significant effect of perception of working women towards domestic workers. Here it is the methodology is a descriptive research, self-developed questionnaire, the tool I'm using for the data collection. The sample size is around 250, and it's a non-probability judgmental sampling technique. And the sampling region is Mumbai, and research techniques used is SPPS software. Here is a data interpretation and analysis. These are based on the questions of the questionnaire. Here I have just taken a few, 2 or 3 of the tables, but because it's a very much time consuming. And based on this percentage analysis, we have some findings and conclusion. Domestic workers confront a variety of challenges, including sexual harassment and abusive language. To earn a significant amount of money, domestic workers must work in 3 to 5 residences each day without any breaks, bonuses, or overtime pay. There is no consistency in their pay structure, and their return level is exceptionally low. Whether it happens or not, they are forced to complete their tasks due to poor schooling or weak financial base. Police verification before hiring domestic worker and laws made for their welfare are not followed as a prerequisite. Working women, even after being aware of the laws made for the welfare of domestic workers, are least concerned to make their domestic worker aware of that. There are other references I have used for my paper. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, are there any questions to present to the presenter from the session chairs or the participants? Session chairs or the participants, would you like to pose any questions to the presenter?
No. I think I have no question. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we will move on to the next presenter. Thank you for sharing. You can stop sharing your screen now.
Yes, sir.
So next, I would like to invite Samsudin Bahab to present the paper on the effectiveness of national prosperity and unity model among university students. So do we have Samsudin Bahab? Samsudin Bahab, once again I'm calling. Is there anybody else that is going to represent Mr. Bahab? All right, moving on. So next, I'm going to invite Ruth Mary Falasgon to present the paper on how well educators perform, an analysis of the licensure examination for teachers, results of education graduates of Romblon State University main campus. Can we have Ruth Mary Falasgon? Miss Ruth Mary Falasgon.
Hello.
Yes,
Can I
ma'am,
be
we can hear you.
heard? I don't have video, ma'am. I have to share the screen. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Good evening to everyone. I am pleased to present to you my study entitled How Well Educators Perform, an analysis of the LET results of education graduates of Romblon State University main campus. I am a faculty of the College of Education. Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Order Number 30, Series of 2004, otherwise known as the Revised Policies and Standards for Undergraduate Teacher Education Curriculum, considered quality education as a key factor Philippine education prepare for the challenge of globalization, or ASEAN 2015. As such, higher education institutions were assigned the responsibility of ensuring the quality of pre-service preparation for primary and secondary education. Indeed, the teacher's accountability in providing quality instruction and playing the crucial roles in molding and producing competent graduates still remain the most influential factor in attaining excellence in education. In 1994, the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act became a law and tasked the Philippine Regulation Commission to strengthen the supervision of and regulation of the teaching profession. The PRC then prescribed the licensure for examination for teachers, or LET, as stipulated in Article 14, Section 7 of Republic Act 7836. This exam is considered as a complete evidence of the quality of training the teacher education institutions have instilled to their students. In a study of Ramos in 2009, as cited by Diaz in 2013, the results of LET could be a valid predictor of teaching competence. Therefore, passing the licensure exam may very well address one factor which points to teaching effectiveness. For the past 5 years, since 2011, the average national passing percentage is below 50%. This is a clear indication that teacher education institutions are not producing teachers. Even though many schools have developed and implemented contingency plans, still they fall short of attaining the expected results. Romblon State University College of Education was not exempted from this reality. Therefore, it is tasked to produce teacher education graduates who can pass the LET to maintain the standard SUC leveling and the ACUP accreditation required that the obtained mean score in the LET higher than the national passing percentage, so as closures will be avoided. The objective of this study are the following. The main is to assess the performance of teacher education graduates of Romblon State University main campus, school year 2017 to 2019. For the specific objectives, to determine the LET performances of BSED and BEd takers for timers, repeaters, and overall. Compare the average performances in the two programs and describe the trend in their performances. For the methodology, data were taken from the Philippine Regulation Commission website on licensure examination for teachers results from 2017 to 2019. The difference between the institutional and national passing rates of January or March and August or September results were all considered in the analysis. For the results, for BSED LET takers for first-timers, results shows that the percentage of passing of the first-timers in 6 examination periods are above the national passing percentage with an average of 21.20%. To compensate the March 2017 result, which is below the national passing, takers did their best in September 2017 and appears as the highest result. It only indicates that despite the exam for the BSED, first-time takers performed well. For the repeaters, it shows that all the institutional passing rates for the 6 examination periods were below the national passing rate with an average difference of negative 21.18%. This very unsatisfactory performance is due to the fact that the takers waited several years before taking the exam for the second time around or maybe third time and had no refresher course or had not attended any review class before taking the exam again. For the overall performance of the BS Ed or secondary graduates, for the last 3 years, it was noticed that all the institutional passing rates were below the national passing rates, having an average difference of negative 3.82%. Additionally, the high performance average difference for the first timers is 21.20%, was equated by the low performance average difference of the repeaters 21.18% in graph 1.1b. It indicates that the repeaters performed performance greatly affected by the overall results. For the elementary education graduates, for the first timers, it can be gleaned on the table that unlike the BS Ed, they garnered higher percentage of passing than the national passing rate in all examination periods. Results revealed that they performed best in March 2019 exam, with only 2 among the 6 takers failed. This indicates that first-timers performed well in the licensure examination first for teachers for the past 3 years. Graphs 1.2b for the let performances of elementary education graduates who are repeaters revealed that the repeaters' performance is unsatisfactory because in all the examination periods, the institutional passing rate were all below the national passing rate, having an average difference of negative 16.68%. It indicates that retaking the exam long after graduation without any refresher course or attending review class reduces their chance to pass the exam. For the overall net performances of BA Ed graduates, it can be seen in the graph that for the last 3 years, just like the BS Ed, the institutional passing rates were all lower than the national passing rates, having an average difference of negative 9.74%. This result shows that the repeaters greatly influenced the performance of Romblon State University main campus. For graph 2, the comparison of BS Ed and BS Ed net performances for the last 3 years, for the first timers, their average passing rate for BS Ed is 57.17 as compared to 60.66% of the BEd takers. For the repeaters, it is 14.75 for BS Ed and slightly higher than 13.75% of that of the elementary education. Similarly, for the overall performances, BS's rating of 32.10% is somewhat higher than the 26.18 that of the BA Ed. For the trend in the performances, it is evident to the trend that those teacher education graduates who took the licensure examination for teachers from 2017 to 2019 exposed that the institutional passing rate first-timers were always higher than the national passing rates for the 2 programs, whereas it's always a reverse for the repeaters. Another trend is for the same year of administration of the examination, the result for August or September examinations were higher than that of the January or March for both the 2 programs. The latter result strengthens the role of review in passing the let because we always have our review during August or September examination and none for March or January exam. Okay. For recommendation, based from the conclusion, the findings, attendance or review class or study sessions be a requirement for let takers, and if possible, third-time repeaters will be required to take refresher course before they can be allowed to take the same examination to ensure passing rate. Second, For the BS Ed, the review class for specialization be conducted in preparation for the March or April examination period to raise the passing rates. Another study which will look into the correlates or predictors of learner performances be conducted. And that's all. Thank you and good morning. Hello po.
Are there any questions for the presenter? Would anybody like to ask any questions to the presenter, the session chairs? All right, moving on to the next presenter.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next, I would like to invite Eddie Solistio to present the paper on the implementation employability skills, making of robot transporter trainer with dual shock control 3 ESP32. So do we have Eddie Celestio? I'm calling once again, Mr. Eddie Celestio.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Sorry. In our city, still Maghrib prayer. Sorry. See?
Not yet, sir.
Still.
Now it's clear, sir.
Let's introduce. This is the member of our team. Making trainer with dual shock ESG is my friend at 66 and Ching and abstract the industrial era of basis and technology, and it's particularly the lot of business adapt changes, particularly at national school. The purpose of set is to create a trainer and a robot using shock control that is visible based on such observation made on the expertise of industrial at National High School, Sumeneb, Madura, dan Indonesia. The validity efficacy of and the level of media visibility. The experiment So time one short case study designed using research techniques, research and development (R&D). The tenor is categorized as verified percentage of 960%. The model is categorized as verified percent 83.6%. The instrument is categorized percentage of 7. According to the assessment electronic technique, personal the practically of education an of 88 by practical learning outcomes and rate 9% of the result score are not the normal is 0.8. The value table as a result of this find right a large impact on value the standard value in school and may be classified as effective. Because this research is using software based on part of synthesized school. This research especially SM personal in Madu method study using RN stages selection time product trial system frame proposal for the method general on score software of three to show sense fire and program firing system in five shift up console from PlayStation. PlayStation. The description, validation, and like slide on assumption of like drop sheet pair the sheet and then validation from scope about eight five Then it on it 65, and then validation of the stock average 80% about 70. The conclusion is educate method trainer. First, it left valid. It show trainer learn. Second, transform from the short give it use construct three base as and the third level trainer to obtain with biases and innovate substance with aspect of knowledge and score. Thank you. I think so.
Okay, thank you, presenter. You can post any of your questions directly in the chat box to the presenter. As we are being pressed for time, I'm moving on to the next presenter. So the next presenter is Ida Bagus Ari Arjaya to present the paper on meta-analysis of Trihita Karana in experimental quasi-research of science learning.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity that given to me. Now I will present our research. So this is our research, meta-analysis of Trihita Karana in experimental quasi-research of science learning. Did my voice is clear?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, I will start from the abstract. This study aimed to examine first the effectiveness of THK, Trihita Karana. So Trihita Karana is the relationship between God and human, human to human, and then human to environment. The purpose of this study is to examine the effectiveness of THK or THK, in Bali we call THK, in quasi-experimental research in science learning. The second one, the design of data analysis technique for quasi-experimental research with the integration of THK in science learning. So furthermore, this research is included the type of meta-analysis research that examines the literature of or reference quantitatively based on the effect size of the combination of each previous study. This research systematically used the PRISMA, Preferred Reporting Item for Systematic Review. The research protocol explored in-depth research article related to THK element from 2017 till 2021. Okay. The introduction, as we know, learning based on local wisdom. So Trihita Karana is one of local wisdom in Bali. Not only plays a role in changing the mindset of students in the learning process, but can have very big influence until the change in implementation in local government policies. In era of industrial revolution 4.0 and 5.0, local wisdom again gain portion and revitalization in a concept known as cultural literacy in 6 competency. So meta-analysis study are quantitative studies that analyze empirical research that has been conducted by researchers and synthesize them into conclusion that outline the effectiveness and direction of the grand theory of continuous research. So this is the methodology. So we use Prisma as we said before. The first step is identification. So we search in Garuda portal, which is Indonesian index, and then we collect 274 articles, and then screening page, we collect 57 and then selection in 18 are abstract screening, and then the eligibility page we get 18 articles still, and then the included page final selection result is still 18 article. So the result based on the analysis, the effect size of 18 research article analyzed was 1.686 with a lower limit of 1.215 and upper limit 2.157. Because the p-value is lower than 5%, it can be concluded that the application of various types of learning models using Trihita-Karana perspective applied with quasi-experimental design has significant influence on each variable. So here the meta-analysis by using quantitative method. So we collect each data of mean and then a standard deviation for each article, and then we got this. The main mean, grand mean of the entire research article is shown in the blue diamond at the base of the forest plot. Wallis 2017. So the blue diamond is the mean or grand mean of entire research. The first Trihita-Karana research with effect size in the medium category, there are 15 studies, and then the second one is the high effect size is only 3 studies, as we seen in the screen. So how about the effectiveness of Trihita-Karana in quasi-experimental research of science learning? Based on the result of effect size analysis, it can be known that there are 2 groups of quasi-experimental research related to the concept of Trihita-Karana, namely 3 articles belonging the group with high effect size, and then, as I said before, 15 articles included the low effect size group. If further analyzed for the 3 articles with a high effect size on each article, they can be known that the 3 articles have the same bound variable, namely measuring the competence of student IPA or science knowledge. So this is the research of Elma, Siasri, Markandia, Warani, Raha. And then the next one, how about the Trihita-Karana quasi-experimental research data analysis design and techniques in science management? The results show that 100% research design used in quasi-experimental research in science learning or science or IPA. In Indonesia, science we call IPA. Use a non-equivalent post-test only control group design. So the most of quasi-experimental research use non-equivalent post-test only control group design. Meanwhile, from the data analysis techniques, t-test analysis is the most widely used analysis in quasi-experimental research, namely 88.89% and MANOVA 11.11%. Thus, it's very wide open types of research design and data analysis technique in other THK research in the context of quasi-experimental research.
You're on mute, Ida. Please unmute yourself. You're on mute.
Okay. Did my voice clear?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir, yes.
Okay. How about my explanation before?
Yeah.
It's clear, all clear.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So the application of various type.
We can hear your.
Yeah, as we seen in the screen, yeah, I also said the conclusion before. So that's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions to ask?
Yeah, I have a question. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Bagus. How are you?
Okay, I'm fine. Thank you. And how about you?
Yeah, I'm fine too. Okay, I have a question from according to your explanation of the research. So, what is the aspect of the Trihita Karana can be adapted in the science learning? Because
Yes.
I know that Trihita Karana is one of the local genius in Bali. So
Yeah.
maybe one of the cultural values in Bali. So what type of the aspect of the Trihita Karana can be adapted in the science learning? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. A very good question, sir. Very interesting. How we can integrate this THK Trihita Karana concept? As we know, the first concept is Trihita Karana is parahyangan, the relationship human to God, yeah. And then the second one is pawongan, the relationship human to human. And then the third one is the palemahan, the relationship human to environmental. Maybe I can give you some example in Bali. Maybe canang is the most common, yeah, common ceremonial tools. Yeah, sesajen, or we can also sesajen that has biodiversity concept. Yeah, canang one is tools, or yeah, in another example, like tumpak udo, like ceremony, the ceremony that we respect about the plant, and then in that ceremony we scratch the tree. In science, when we scratch the tree, it will activate the hormone of traumalin, and and the traumalin hormone will stimulate the process of plant development, which can make some fruit in galungan ceremony. Maybe. Okay, that's all my maybe opinion or example.
Maybe another question is, do you mean that you adopt the the character value of this Trihita Karana to be applied in the science learning?
No, okay, thank you. In another research, I adapt that method. But in this research, because this is only meta-analysis, so in this research, my purpose is only to analyze what the type of quasi-experimental research what kind of quasi-experimental research method that usually implemented in Trihita-Karana model, and then how about the trend of Trihita-Karana research, and how about the effectiveness of Trihita-Karana research. Like I show you the picture of meta-analysis in blue diamond, like I show you before, there is only 3 research of Trihita-Karana that play a significant role in Indonesia. Okay. Are you get my explanation, sir?
All right. Thank you very much for your. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for your explanation.
Okay. So maybe we can collaborate to research in this field study. Yeah, we can join research.
Yeah, with pleasure.
Yeah. Okay. Nice to meet you, sir. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you, presenter. We move on to the next presenter. I'd like to invite Anak Agung Iten Paraniti to present the paper on the need analysis of the development of Trihita-Karana based biological learning models in secondary schools, a systematic literature review.
Well, good evening, everybody. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, good evening.
Okay. I would like to share my screen at the first. Can you see clearly? Clear?
Yeah, of course.
All right.
Yes, we can hear you.
My presentation is already can seen by you all. Is that the presentation is already seen by you guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It's
very clear, Miss Intan.
Thank you for the change. Well, good evening. I would like to continue the presentation today. In this title, the need of analysis of the development of Trihita-Karana based biological learning modules in secondary schools or high schools, a systematic literature review. We will start from the abstract. There are three things that I would like to explain about the abstract. In the first is about introduction. We know that biology has a character in learning, that's studying living things, and also environment. And this two character is closely related to Trihita-Karana, or we can say THK. Mr. Ida Bagus Ari Arjaya before is already explained about 3HK, but let me explain and take more deep explanation about that. Trihita-Karana is consists of three words. Tri, it's mean tree. Hita, it's mean causes, and Karana, it's mean happiness. So Trihita-Karana is 3 causes of happiness from the Balinese people local wisdom perspective. Well, we know that we have to preservation of local wisdom values of Balinese people that needs to be developed and integrated into the Trihita-Karana based biology learning module to be used or can be used as companion teaching materials by teachers and students in Indonesia, especially in Bali. Well, we continue to the general method. I would like to say that before Mr. Dus Ari is already explained about meta-analysis. And in this study, I use the method of PRISMA, preferred reporting item for systematic review and meta-analysis. But before, Mr. Gusari maybe explain more about the quantitative. In this case, I do more about qualitative. So the articles that meet the inclusion and exclusion criteria are reputable articles at international and national levels, in this case in Indonesia country, Q1, Q2, Sintat 1 and Sintat 2 from Indonesia levels. And we use search engines such as Eric, Springer, Wiley, and based from article 2017 until 2021, where the general finding in this study is there are various types of development of innovative biology learning modules. And problem-based learning, or PBL, is mostly used as a module development approach, while the topic of biology widely discussed in this study is about environmental. And the fourth finding in the study, we found that no modules development is found that is integrated with the culture or the local wisdom of Balinese people. So this is also being the goal. And then I would like to write in my title that this is the need of analysis of module that we can develop. And I will develop this module in the next study. But the first, I do the SLR, this study. Okay, let me continue to the specific method. The construction of the article selection criteria used in this study is a biology learning module, specifically in high schools, that included in reputable international and national journal for the last 5 years, from 2017 until 2021, which are included in the journal Q1, Q2, Sinta 1, and Sinta 2. Where after that, through criteria exclusion and inclusion that I already mentioned above, further found 16 articles met the criteria. And then in the final stages of selection based on the criteria, I found that 13 journals were analyzed full text further to support the purpose of this study. We go on to finding and discussion. Well, we find that the tendency of the material developed in the module is an environmental topic. And then environmental topics and environmental issues are discussed in the curriculum of primary, from primary, secondary, until higher education in various countries, including in Indonesia. So the main goal about the topic environment is to prepare the students individually and collaborate to be able to take positive action on the environment, in addition to information transfer, increasing knowledge, values, and also attitudes. So we hope we have a better life and better us. Finding and discussion. While this is interesting, the sentence that I bold into the green letters, while biological learning materials that are integrated with the wisdom local cultural values have not been found in this SLR study and have the opportunity to be further developed. So this is my study now, yeah. Emphasis on the value of local wisdom as an indigenous science is needed in biology learning, because cross-cultural learning by bridging the various dividing factors between science and non-science, between classroom learning and daily life in society, and especially between generations with the excellence of their ancestral heritage, Surata 2013. Well, now we meet the conclusion. There are 4 conclusions. The first, there are various types of development of innovative biology learning modules that have been carried out in high schools. And problem-based learning is mostly used as a module development approach, and 4D model is the most dominant development model chosen by the researchers. The third is the most widely developed biological material in this module is material with the environmental topics, so that we can extend more in the biology topic area to develop. The fourth material that can be further developed are biological materials that are integrated with local wisdom, such as Tri Hita Karana, as the perspective value from Balinese people, because from this SLR result of finding no model development is found yet that is integrating with the culture. Well, I think that's all. Thank you for the change.
Are there any questions for the presenter?
Yes, can I ask to Miss Gomintan, maybe?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's very interesting about your findings about cross-cultural implementation in THK. For the next research, how can we implement the cross-cultural concept in THK? Thank you.
Okay, sir. I will try to answer that good questions. We know that Tri Hita Karana itself consists of three aspects. Parahyangan is the how the people interact with their God. So many in this case. So maybe if I try to take part to our life as Balinese people, from the baby inside the belly, from the mom is pregnant, there are ceremony that values the God, and we have to thank to the God and also pray for the baby. It's called Magedong-gedongan ceremony or siraman ceremony, maybe on the other part of Indonesia, maybe Javanese have that. From before the birth of the baby until the death of the Balinese people, there are ceremony. So that's we call parahyangan, how the people met and value their God in this case. And then the second, but if I want to integrate it in the biological content, we know that Magedong-gedongan is the ceremony when the mom is get pregnant about 7 months old. And in this case, there are we can relate it that in biological, there is a process we call fertilization, where the ovum is got fusion with the sperm, and then got the janin, we call embryo, and embryo will develop to a baby. So there is a content, but in this case, in this era, most of young students didn't know, or they almost leave their culture. So this is the most important. That's why I then go to this study. And the second about palemahan. Palemahan is how we interact, the people interact with the other people, how we can respect the other people. There are also ceremony, but this is most of organization in Bali people itself, such as Subak system. We know that it consists of environment too. And also with the palemahan is how the Balinese people interact with the environment. So most of Balinese people, local Balinese people, they protect their environment, such as a Subat system and also a forest. They call it. They make a preservation about how the people with that ceremony will protect their environment or their forest. So I think that the local people itself have a good attitude. Also, they don't have maybe not have the same education or qualification as the modern people or educated people, but they do. They have the attitude more than the educative one. I think that's all. Maybe can you got it, Mister?
Yes. Thank you, Miss. Very clear explanation.
Thank you. Anyone question maybe?
Are there any more questions?
No question. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we will move on to the next presenter. Can we have Nyoman Sudiana to present the paper Mantera PEMUS can improve students' motivational learning, 6th State Junior High School.
Okay. Until wait. Bisa. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, good evening. My name is Nyoman Sudiana. I will present my article, my paper. Recent article title, Mantra Pemuas can improve student motivation learning in Singaraja State 8 Junior High School. The abstract. Mantra Pemuas stand for learning management outside the classroom, namely action by requiring teacher to apply learning outside the classroom to increase allow student learning motivation and improve the quality of learning carried out by teacher. The data was collected with observation sheet. During observation questionnaire sheet of student learning motivation response and interview result. The result of the action based on the recap of the teacher observation score and the result of student response, the average learning elevation score outside the classroom of 3.8 set good, and the average student learning motivation response score was H9.4 with very positive criteria. Based on this result, supported by the result of student response interview show that management applies learning outside the classroom, Mantra Pemuas can increase the motivation of students of Singaraja State 9 Junior High School as well as the quality of teacher learning. Description. Problem formulation, students feel bored to learn. Most teachers have not taken advantage of the environment outside the classroom. teachers have difficulty finding what learning materials are suitable for carrying out learning outside the classroom. Steps. Encourage teachers to learn outside and create environmentally based learning plan or IFERPs. The principal helped some teachers who had difficulties. Observation, learning activity to take place well. Students look happy, excited, and enjoy following the learning. Student response result from the interview. Student can find that learning outside the classroom is more comfortable. The atmosphere is better, more exciting, more refreshed, can interact more with nature can express students to get idea from nature and also help to take care of nature. The example in natural science learning, students are enthusiastic about learning the parts of plant outside the classroom. Conclusion, Mantra Pemuas held at student of Singaraja State 6 Junior High School can increase the quantity and quality of teacher is learning that varies include so learning outside the classroom with different methods. Average learning observation score outside the classroom of 3.8 set good. The average student learning motivation response score is X9.49 with very positive criteria. Based on this result and support by the result of student response interviews, so that Mantra Pemuas can increase the learning motivation of students of Singaraja State 6 Junior High School. Suggestion, teacher to develop varied learning such as learning outside the classroom so that learning activity do not take place monotone and saturating. In the learning outside the classroom to be considered also the need to manage the environment materials used that are tailored to the subject matter to be discussed so that learning outside the classroom is really effective to motivate student learning. Thank you.
Are there any questions to ask the presenter?
Okay. Do you hear my voice?
No, session chair, your voice is breaking.
Hello, Mr. Sujani, do you hear my voice?
Not here.
Yes, but lagging, sir.
Oh, okay. My question to Mr. Sugyane is, why did you use Mantra Pemuas term to describe the activity outside of the classroom? Is there a specific value or a specific purpose for the use of the Mantra Pemuas term here?
I'm sorry, not here.
Okay, I will repeat again. Why did you use the term Mantra Pemuas to describe any activities or any student learning activity outside of the classroom? Is there a specific purposes for this use of the term?
I'm sorry. Not bisa dengar. Please repeat slow. Yeah.
Okay. Why did you use the term mantra pemuas to describe student learning activity outside of the classroom?
Example, bringing student in learning that is different from usually, making the abstract environment of the classroom a place and source of learning. For example, in the learning of mathematics, material the place and position of an object, making the tile floor as a Cartesian coordinate. The student plays standing with his eyes closed on the floor that had been filled with his coordinates. His friend told him where he moved by mentioning his coordinates.
Okay, thank you very much for your explanation.
Thank you for asking.
If there are no more questions, we will proceed to the next presenter. So the next presenter is Newman Mariani to present the paper on the development of CSE UCLA model evaluation instrument as a teacher professional education evaluation tool for Hindu religious education teachers all over Indonesia.
Okay, thank you for the time. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear you.
And can you see my share screen?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay, thank you for your attention. Now I want to presenting my research for the title, the development of CSE UCLA model evaluation instrument as a teacher professional education evaluation tool from Hindu religious education teacher all over Indonesia. Next to the abstract, the study aims to develop CSE UCLA model evaluation instrument as tool to evaluate the implementation of teacher professional education or VPG for Hindu religious education teacher all over Indonesia, which is carried on only using the LMS space with the evaluation dimension, namely system assessment, program planning, program implementation, program improvement, and program certification. This study used research and development or R&D approach with 4D model. There are define, design, develop, and dissemination. This 4D model consists for our states. For the one, define, and then design, and then develop and disseminate. To determine the feasibility of the questionnaire, content validation was carried out using the Gregory formula for using to expert judgment. The result of the analysis using the Gregory formula were obtained at 0.95 with a very high validity category. The instruments that is content validity was very high, therefore it was very suitable to be used to evaluate the implementation of teacher professional education for the Hindu religious education teacher. Next, why is the necessary to develop GSE-UCLA model evaluation instrument as a tool to evaluate implementation for teacher professional education for Hindu religious education teacher? Because there is no GSE-UCLA model evaluation instrument to as tool to evaluate implementation for teacher professional education before. And this study aims to develop GSE-UCLA model evaluation instrument as a tool to evaluate the implementation of a teacher professional education for Hindu religious education teacher all over Indonesia with 5 evaluation dimensions. There are system assessment, program planning, program implementation, program improvement, and program certification. Design the research or this study by our users R&D approach with 4D model. The model consists of 4 stages: define, design, develop, and disseminate. To determine the feasibility of the questionnaire, content validation was carried out using the Gregory formula by using 2 expert judgment. For the design, like this chat, maybe you can see for this share screen. There are define, design, develop, and dissemination. For the result of the analysis, the result of the analysis consists of 5 evaluation dimensions: system assessment, program planning, program implementation, program improvement, and program certification. The system using the Gregory formula were obtained at 0.95 with a very high validity category. The last, for the conclusion of this analysis using the Gregory formula, were a very high validity. Thus, the questionnaire instrument was very suitable to the use to evaluate the implementation of teacher professional education for Hindu religious education teacher. And thank you for your attention.
Are there any questions for the presenter?
Yeah, may ask you, Miss Mariani.
Yes.
I have one question. Yeah. What makes your research valid?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
If we can see the instrument is a validity or not, we can see in Gregory formula. Gregory formula for the 4 category. And first category, the value 0.80 until 1, it makes a high validity. So based on Gregory formula, we very high validity, and the questionnaire instrument was very suitable to be used to evaluate the implementation of teacher professional education for Hindu religious education teacher.
Okay, thank you, Miss. It's very clear.
Welcome, Mr. Ida Bagus.
Are there any more questions?
No, no question. Thank you.
No.
All right. In that case, I would like to call Zafira Binti Zainal Abidin to present the paper Synergistic Effect of Partial Replacement of Carbon Black by Palm Kernel Shell Biochar in ZNBR Composites.
Yes, hello again, everyone. Very sorry for the technical difficulties. Let me just share my screen, yeah? Is my screen sharing right now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Just move. How about now? All right, I'll just get started, yeah?
So Rimis, maybe you forgot to share the sound.
Is it clear?
There is no sound. There is no sound.
Your audio is not audible.
I'm sorry?
Your audio is not audible.
Okay, let me just stop sharing for a while and I'll just reshare once again. How about that? Is that possible to be heard?
No, we cannot yet hear it.
Not yet, is it? Well, in that case, may I please ask one of my researchers to share the video on my behalf?
Yes, you can. Zafira, we cannot still hear the video.
There is no voice.
The voice is not yet audible. Partner.
I'm so sorry if, let's say, I could ask the organizers favor in playing my video on my behalf as well.
Yes, kindly send your video so that we can play.
All right, sure. Is it possible if I email it to you, or I put it in chat box or something?
Sorry, can you repeat again?
Could I email it to you, or I put it in a chat box?
You can email it to us.
All right, sure. In that case, you could proceed with another person's presentation first, and then we could proceed with mine afterwards.
Yes, we'll be going ahead with the other presenter. So I would like to invite Najmi Najiha Mohammed Zaid to present the paper on learning elements for digital literacy among elderly, a scoping review.
Hello, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Good day, everyone. I will be presenting a report on a scoping review that me and my team conducted, which is the learning elements for digital literacy among elderly learners. So as can be seen in the current slide, in this graph right here, the number of elderly in the world is constantly rising as years go by. And the count of elderly people that are currently living in Malaysia itself takes about 10.7% of the whole population in Malaysia. And it is also expected to increase as years go by. It has been found by many past researchers that as a person grows older, their cognitive ability progressively decreases, which would then lead to their thinking skills, their understanding skills, their memorization skills, and also their problem-solving skills to decrease, and the process is slowed down. Alongside the increasing number of elderly is the development of technological devices, which are constantly evolving as time passes by. Since technology is acknowledged as one of the necessities to function in today's world, getting involved with and learning how to make use of the technological devices is definitely something important and crucial, as it is beneficial for everyone, and this includes for the elderly people. So for the elders to get involved with the usage of technology, appropriate measures such as introducing them to technology and providing lessons to them that aims to help the elders to be more aware of technology is something that is highly encouraged to be done. So when talking about lessons for the elders, the utilization of appropriate learning elements that is able to cater to the learner's needs has been found to produce higher chances of the effectiveness of the learning experience of the targeted learners, which in this case is the elderly learners. So there are many known benefits of what technological devices can do for the elderly, and this includes encouraging them to be more independent, helping them to develop and maintain their social relationships with the people around them. It provides a sort of self-entertainment for them. It promotes active aging behavior and also allows the elderly to have easier and quicker access to services and care. However, as beneficial and helpful technological devices can be for the elders, there is no denying of the stereotype and barriers that are often associated with the elders, especially when it comes to them dealing with technology. Some of the barriers include the aforementioned declining of cognitive and physical abilities, the elders having low self-confidence, they have fear of learning something new, the overwhelming feeling of having to learn something new, which would then lead to them feeling self-conscious about their abilities and thus shy themselves from actually learning something new. So for this scoping review, the study was completed following the methodological framework that was adopted from ARCSI and O'Malley, where it consists of 5 steps for the completion of the overall scoping process. The first step here, as can be seen on the slide, is to identify the research questions, which would act as the foundation and the baseline for the search of literature process. So the research questions or research objectives that has been determined for this study is to identify, number 1 is to identify the learning elements that have been used by past researchers in the case of elderly learning. The second objective or the question is to identify the devices that were used to facilitate the learning sessions that involved elderly people. And the third objective is to understand the key findings or the results that have been obtained by the past researchers regarding the topic of elderly learning. So after identifying the research questions, the relevant studies were searched for by inserting the search strings, as can be seen in the slides, into the research databases selected for this study, which is Web of Science and Scopus. So these search strings will be inserted into the advanced search option in the respective databases. So once the search string has been inserted and the databases has then fetched the data accordingly, the results were filtered according to an inclusion and exclusion criteria list that acts as a determinant to narrow down the number of articles and also to provide a more specific and appropriate materials that could complement the aim and the objectives of this scoping review. So once a narrowed result has been obtained, the data was charted, and as can be seen in the slides, all of the results or what was obtained from the stages that were mentioned previously were jotted down and recorded as to show the full process of the identification, the screening, the eligibility, and also the process of elimination of articles, which then leads to the finalized number of articles that are included in this review, which is 15 articles. And the final step for this framework is to summarize the data, which was recorded and tabulated following the elements that is relevant to the objective of the study, which is as listed in this slide. So the first, second, and third elements here are for referencing purposes, which is to make it easier to identify the source of the data recorded. And points number 4, 5, and 6 is to complement the objectives and the questions of this study. So based on these elements, this is what the data would, this is what the table would look like after tabulating according to the elements. The ones highlighted are actually the ones that is complementing or is needed to achieve the research objectives of this scoping review. So all 15 articles were put into this table, and then the content of the table was broken down into 3 parts following the number of research questions and objectives mentioned earlier in the study. So for the first research question, which was to identify the learning elements that was used by past researchers, a total of 6 elements were mentioned from the articles reviewed. So the elements are, number 1, learning while playing games, learning together, which is collaborative learning, intergenerational learning, which is also learning across generations, where the elderly learners would most likely learn with people that are in the generations younger than them, such as their children or their grandchildren. Familiarization with tools where they would learn using, or they would learn equipped with tools such as their smartphones, their tablets, and then using teaching aids, which is by having audiovisual aids or reading materials provided for them, and learning through problem-solving skills, which is to enhance their cognitive skills. For the second research question, which is to identify the technological devices that was used to facilitate the learning processes of the elderly learners, it includes the usage of tablets, the usage of digital games, mobile computing devices, smartphones, social platforms such as email, Facebooks, and other social medias, videos, and also healthcare devices. And as for the final research question, which is to identify the major findings from the elements and devices used by past researchers upon elderly learners, it includes that engaging the elderly learners or the elders in general with activities that can probe their cognitive skills are very beneficial to them in terms of their cognitive aspects. Besides that, allowing the elders to learn in an environment where they feel comfortable and where they feel supported is very, very helpful and very effective in enhancing the learning process and increasing their self-esteem and self-confidence to learn better. Intergenerational learning, which is learning with across generations, allows the elderly to learn and complete activities with their family members, thus making the technology learning process a much more fun and non-forced activities for the learners. So all in all, the integration of learning elements and strategies during the learning processes of the elderly can be a very beneficial and also very, very effective for the elders to continue to involve themselves with the technology-driven world. So with that, I end my presentation. I thank you for your time and attention. Thank you.
Are there any questions you would like to ask the presenter? Are there any questions that anyone would like to ask the presenter?
No, no question. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next presenter. So I'm going to be sharing the next presenter's video. So the next presenter is Farihan Zahari, a paper on the systematic literature review on the usage of digital photography at crime scene investigation process. So let me share the video. Just give me a minute as I'm just opening it up. Sharing Farihan's video.
Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. First of all, let me thank all.
Is the video audible to everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Of you for joining this session today. I am Farihan Zahari, postgraduate from UITM Shah Alam. For my session, I will share my research paper, and the title is about systematic literature review on the usage of digital photography at crime scenes investigation process. For this sharing session, I will concentrate on the following points. First of all, introduction about my research topic area. Then, this will lead to an explanation about some literature review. After that, I will touch on research methodology in conducting this research. And the most important part in my presentation today is to share about the data analysis and findings. First of all, I'd like to give you an overview of research background. As we realize, the use of digital photography medium is dominantly used in the process of investigating criminal cases. Digital photography used in the investigation process is also known as crime scene photography, where photography images are produced to collect evidence, documenting the scenes, and subsequently be used as a reference for criminals, case investigation, and prosecution process. Using data obtained through the online journals, the study only focused on the medium of digital photography to take an in-depth look at the implementation and use of digital photography in the current practice of the investigation process. The result of these studies can explain the importance of digital photography in current methods used in the criminal investigation process to collect evidence and crime scenes documentation. The study will also discuss the features of digital photograph for use in a criminal investigation. We move to the next slide, focus on the literature reviews. According to past research from Gilmer 2019, Yesodaran 2018, Lucetti 2020, and K. Shepard et al. 2020, digital photography in the investigation process is widely used in forensic analysis, cybercrime or fraud, medical examination, forensic medical, and crime scene investigation. According to Boham et al. 2020, the investigation process is divided into 4 phases, which are collection, examination, analysis, and reporting. Young et al. 2021 described in crime scene investigation, documenting the scene is the most crucial part of collecting evidence. Moss 2021 described photograph as a digital component containing information that can be used to identify the perpetrator and the victim and relate to the incidents that occurred during the investigation process. From Young et al. 2021, 3 elements make up the objectivity of digital evidence, such as photograph of on-site information recording, recording time, recording location, and recording person. According to Horstman 2021, digital images also act as a digital witnesses supporting the investigation because they contain descriptive elements that describe the incident at the scenes during the investigation process. Now, we move on to the research methodology. In conducting this research, the study implements a systematic literature review (SLR) to see the use of crime scene photography as a documentation and evidence in the investigation process. From Higgins et al. 2019 explained the SLR was developed from the need to ensure that decisions affecting people's lives are based on understanding of the available research. This study employed sophisticated searching on the selected database and manual searching on 4 major databases, which is Web of Science, Springer, Scopus, and Science Direct Search. In their advanced keyword search, the researchers additionally used the phrase searching function and the Boolean operator or and to combine terms. The keyword that has been used is crime or offense, crime scenes or crime investigation, digital forensics or digital evidence or digital proof, and photography or photographic or visual or photograph. The study aimed to explore the current situation regarding digital photography use in the investigation process at the crime scenes. To conduct this research, the researchers set two objectives. The first objective is to identify the current practice of using crime scene photography in the investigation process. The second objective is discussing the significance of crime scene photography in the investigation process. Table 1 shows the selected electronics database, Scopus, ScienDirect, Springer, and WAS. A search was carried out in September 2021. To ensure high quality, only peer-reviewed articles of completed research or survey involving digital photography published between 2017 and 2021 were included. A total of 262 papers were retrieved. The abstracts were read through to determine the articles relevant to the research question. The selected articles must show current situation regarding digital photography use in the investigation process at the crime scene digital photographies and discuss the significance of digital photography in investigation process. Finally, only 28 papers fulfill the inclusion criteria. Through this SLR study, it is clear that photographic digital mediums are significant in investigating a criminal cases. The diverse forms of crime will change the pattern of the digital use of photography, but the goal of its use remains the same: to record evidence at the scenes before the evidence is disposed of. Digital photography is also used as an experimental method in investigating a criminal cases to understand and analyze a phenomenon that occurs scientifically. The various methods of proof of digital photography that exist today, such as CCTV, 360 cameras, drone, and so on, show that the digital technology of photography will continue to evolve in line with current developments. However, the use of images produced using digital photography is still relevant and should be practiced in the field of investigation. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
So that was Farihan's presentation. So it is a pre-recorded presentation that she has given us. The next presentation is by Shafika Zuleika Mohammed Hashim, a paper on ESL undergraduates' perceptions towards the role of English subtitles on vocabulary learning. It is also a video file which I'm going to be sharing.
Wabarakatuh, and good day to the chairperson and all who
I hope the video is audible.
are present today. I am Shafika Zuleika binti Muhammad Hashim from University Putra Malaysia. Today, I am going to present the topic ESL undergraduates' perceptions towards the role of English subtitles on vocabulary learning. Usually, the focus of English language learning is more towards the learning of grammar because it's an important component for students to learn. But other language component like vocabulary knowledge is as important as grammatical competence. However, according to Zhu, there are many cases where educators seem to purposely neglect the learning of vocabulary. This is due to the reason that they think it's not worth spending time on and that students can learn it on their own. As a result, incidental vocabulary learning might occur, which is a process of acquiring words without the intention to do so, as inferred by Karami and Bowles. In the context of this study, ESL learners could learn new words when they watch movies, shows, or any audiovisual media with English subtitles. The first problem statement of the study is the vocabulary knowledge of tertiary level ESL learners is worrying. This statement came from Abu Manan, Azizan, and Nasir, and Latih, Shamsuddin, and Rauf after they had conducted their studies. Sulaiman, Salihuddin, and Khairuddin also ran a research which concluded that academic word list knowledge of Malaysian ESL undergraduates is still low. Not to mention, there are limited studies on ESL undergraduates' perceptions towards the role of English subtitles on vocabulary learning in Malaysia, especially in the tertiary educational setting. That is mainly the reason why I am interested to do a study on this topic. Next, the first research objective of this study is to investigate the ESL undergraduates' perceptions on watching English subtitled movies or shows. It tallies with the first research question, which is, what are the ESL undergraduates' perceptions on watching English subtitled movies or shows? This study is also interested in identifying the ESL undergraduates' perceptions on learning vocabulary through watching English subtitled movies or shows. The second research objective correlates with the second research question. What are the ESL undergraduates' perceptions on learning vocabulary through watching English subtitled movies or shows? Moving on to the significance of the study. This study is important as it wants to gain insights from TESOL students regarding their opinions on the learning of vocabulary through English subtitled movies or shows. This is because these students are the future English teachers. Their opinions matter in a way that they could either approve or disapprove the use of movies or shows with English subtitles in the teaching and learning of vocabulary. Another significance of this study is it wants to highlight the importance of vocabulary learning. It shouldn't be neglected as it is crucial in the process of acquiring English as a second language. This study also intends to encourage educators to use English subtitled movies or shows in order to enrich students' vocabulary learning experience. This is because students can catch up with the latest vocabulary, phrases, and slang words that are rapidly changing. As you can see on this slide, here are some of the previous researches that were done on the same topic as the study. All of them had successfully gained conclusions that indicate the positive role of subtitles in vocabulary learning. I would like to focus on the study conducted by Katemba and Ning, which focused on the students' perceptions in enhancing new vocabulary through subtitled English movies. 82% of the participants strongly agreed that they were able to learn many new words by watching movies with English subtitles. Not to mention, a huge number of the participants strongly favored watching subtitled movies because they thought that it is an exciting way of obtaining new vocabulary. Therefore, in Katemba and Ning's study, movies with English subtitles are regarded as effective tools to enhance students' vocabulary knowledge. This is the theoretical framework of the current study. These theories are related to the findings of the study and their relations will be explained in the discussion section later. Moving on to the methodology section. Firstly, this study used quantitative research design that employed online survey questionnaire to get responses from the participants. The sample of the study was taken from the TESOL population in Faculty of Educational Studies in UPM, which consists of 132 TESOL undergraduates who are currently in their first, second, third, and final year of study. The sampling method used is convenient sampling because the sample can be assessed easily since the researcher is a TESOL undergraduate as well. In addition, the data can be collected quickly, it is low cost and less time consuming. The instrument used in this study is an online survey questionnaire that was created using Google Form. It was adapted from the study done by Katemba and Ning, titled Enhancing Students' Responses in Enhancing New Vocabulary Through Subtitled English Movies. The questionnaire consists of 3 sections. Section A is for the participants' demographic information, namely their gender, age, and year of study. Section B was designed to figure out the participants' perceptions on watching English subtitled movies or shows. Meanwhile, for section C, it was constructed to discover the participants' perceptions on learning vocabulary through watching English subtitled movies or shows. As for the data analysis, Descriptive statistics, namely frequency, percentage, mean, and standard deviation, were employed using SPSS to analyze the responses from the participants in section B and C of the online survey questionnaire. The analysis of the data eventually answered both of the research questions in the current study. The findings in section B of the survey questionnaire answered the first research question, that is, what are the ESL undergraduates' perceptions on watching English subtitled movies or shows? Overall, all items have gained positive perception from majority of the participants, but I would like to focus on only these items here. As you can see here, 107 participants strongly agreed with the statement, "I like watching movies with English subtitles." It indicates that most of the TESOL undergraduates are really interested in watching movies with English subtitles. The item with the highest mean score in section B is item 12. Watching English subtitled movies or shows has its advantages in learning English at 4.82. Item 13, I am not distracted by the appearance of English subtitles in movies or shows, received the lowest mean score, which is 4.15. But this is still regarded as high, which suggests that the appearance of English subtitles in movies or shows do not bother the students. Section C in the survey questionnaire was implemented to seek the TESOL students' answers for the second research question. What are the ESL undergraduates' perceptions towards learning vocabulary through watching English subtitled movies or shows? Again, the results revealed that all items received positive reaction from majority of the students. Out of 12 items, item 2, I can learn many new words by watching English subtitled movies or shows, had the highest mean value at 4.82. In addition, 83.3% of the students strongly agreed that watching movies or shows with English subtitles help them to enhance their vocabulary knowledge in the second language. This positive perception of theirs further proved the ability of English subtitles to be used as an effective tool to learn vocabulary. The item I learned vocabulary by watching English subtitled movies or shows and memorized the words repeatedly recorded the lowest mean score at 4.38, which is actually pretty high. This could mean that the word repetition strategy is still considered as relevant for TESOL students in their attempt to increase vocabulary knowledge. The positive perceptions perceived by the TESOL students in both section B and C align with dual coding theory and cognitive theory of multimedia learning. These theories circle around the use of visual input to process information. A large number of the respondents agreed that they tend to apply their visual knowledge in an attempt to figure out the unknown words in movies or shows. The findings also corresponded with input hypothesis and schema theory because it was found that most of the TESOL students apply contextual clues and their prior knowledge to comprehend the unknown vocabulary in the English subtitled movies or shows. Moving on to the implications for future research and recommendations for teaching and learning. Firstly, future researchers can try to find out the perceptions of TESOL undergraduates from other universities or educational institutes. This is because they might have different views regarding this topic. Future researchers may also want to conduct the same study on students from other fields of study, since learning vocabulary through watching English subtitled movies or shows is not something that is only experienced by the TESOL students. One of the recommendations for teaching and learning is teachers could include short clips from English subtitled movies or shows in their lessons. This could increase students' focus and boost their motivation to engage with the lesson. Another recommendation is teachers can encourage students to make their own glossary. The teacher plays a role here in ensuring that the students share the new words they have encountered while watching movies or shows with the whole class so that they could exchange knowledge. To conclude this presentation, the findings have successfully answered the research questions in this study. Majority of TESOL students have positive perceptions towards watching English subtitled movies or shows. Furthermore, majority of TESOL students view learning vocabulary through watching English subtitled movies or shows in a very positive light. Hence, it can be said that English subtitles indeed play a significant role on vocabulary learning. That is all from me. Thank you.
So that was the presentation. So we have come to the last presentation. So the next is Rogers Baker to present the paper An Exploration of the Effects of Emotional Intelligence, Depression, Anxiety, and Stress on Work-Life Balance in Royal Malaysia Air Force. So give us a minute as we're sorting out certain things. I understand we're going beyond the time, but please bear with us. So this is a video by Rogers Baker.
I am from the National Defence University of Malaysia, representing my team to present the topic of an exploration of emotional intelligence, depression, anxiety, and stress towards work-life balance among Royal Malaysian Air Force. The abstract of this study is self-management psychology has a vital role in the development of personality, particularly in balancing the factors of work and personal life. Work-life balance is affected by a variety of personal situations. Hence, this study focusing on Royal Malaysia Air Force members and officers. The research design of this study is descriptive and cross-sectional, which is a quantitative research method. The total of 4,914 officers and members were involved in answering the questionnaire that were distributed to all Air Force bases in Malaysia. Next, we go to introduction. Work-life balance is important in minimizing stress and enables productivity among employees. When employees enjoying between work and non-work life with equal satisfaction show that they cope well with both of activities. Emotional intelligence is ability of socialize and quality needed of a person in society, interact and communicate with others. Emotional intelligence also described as an individual difference dimension that comprise a range of talents associated with processing of emotion-relevant information. The least stressor can result in acute or chronic psychological strain, which contribute to depression. Failure to use adaptive emotion control mechanism lead to increase of anger. According to study from the United States, the Netherlands, Australia, and Canada, depression affects 2.5% to 7.4% of workers, while anxiety affects 2.6% to 11.6%. Anxiety manifests itself in a variety of ways, including nervousness, irritability, and restlessness, as well as excessive worry and difficulty relaxing, as some persons respond to anxiety with ruminations and hopeless cognitions. According to Durrani et al. 2018, stress is described as any form of change that results in physical, emotional, or psychological pressure. Next, we go to literature review. Firstly, for emotional intelligence, Vidya 2019 explained that emotional intelligence on work-life balance among experts predicted that a person's work and personal life are connected each other. Employees are able to maintain a work-life balance while also taking care of their families through self-regulation, awareness, and motivation, not just in the office but also at home. Then, employees were shown to be highly self-regulated, characterized by emotional appreciation and acknowledgement, as well as the use of emotions to motivate self-performance, appraisal, and expression. It was discovered that the degree of risk to the worker's task when employing work or life balance framework is inextricably linked to self-appraisal and expression. According to Vasumati and Segaya 2017, education, annual salaries, marital status, and the number of kids were among the factors that is important in the predictions of emotional awareness. Hence, the study found that representatives with a high level of emotional intelligence were more likely to tailor their work to avoid extended work hours and social engagements after their workdays were over. Next, workers and employers should work together to develop flexible working time tactics and new contemporary methods so that productivity may be maximized without affecting employees' well-being, social interactions, or other ways of living in any negative way. Next, let's go to depression, anxiety, and stress literature review. Work-life balance is linked to stress, general anxiety, and negative outcomes in individuals. The balance between work and life is a vital aspect of mental well-being. The findings demonstrate that at work is a critical aspect in achieving work-life balance by reducing job-related stress and increasing work productivity. Among the issue of work-life balance, we can see through the study of Korean bus driver which related to cognitive difficulties, and anxiety has been identified as an important sign of mental health mediation. According to working hours model, emotional weariness from family and work stressor at employee level leads to a possible loss of capacity at the corporate level. Baron asserted that emotional intelligence is a collection of interconnected activities directed by emotional and social abilities that influence performance and behavior of an individual. Depression entails a negative outcome such as dysphoria, hopelessness, a lack of energy, and anhedonia, whereas anxiety entails a collection of general discomforts such as touchiness, disappointment, unwinding difficulty, and impatience. The factor analysis identified a third factor, doubt, stress, by OE et al. 2013. There are two theories applied in this study which known as multiple intelligence theory and spillover theory. Multiple intelligence theory was categorizing intelligence into two types, intrapersonal and interpersonal, which considers as personal intelligence. Intrapersonal intelligence refers to a person's ability to deal with themselves, whereas relation insight refers to a person's ability to deal with someone else, especially problems related to feelings. Interpersonal intelligence refers to one's ability to effectively communicate with and comprehend others. These two intelligence is extremely important to maintaining healthy balance between work and personal life. Spillover theory. The theory is about how the space at work and the space at home are linked together as well. This is due to the fact that individuals who experience variations in pleasant sensations and emotions while at work or outside of work hours will have an impact on their personal and family life as a result. Next, materials and method. Sampling and procedure. There are about total 4,940 members and officers from Royal Malaysia Air Force across Malaysia involved in answering the questionnaire through Google Form due to pandemic COVID-19. The analysis used for the study is inferential analysis using SPSS 26. Instruments of this study use 16-item Wong and Low Emotional Intelligence Scale with Converge Alpha 0.947, DAS 21 scale with 0.882 Converge Alpha, and 7-item questionnaires about work-life balance developed by OMA 2013 with Converge Alpha 0.945. Next, the result of this study. This is the demographic data. This is gender and age. This is race and religion. Qualification. Status and rank. Service and salary. And then this is measurement model for this study. Correlation analysis was used to assess the study's assumption using the statistical package for social science SPSS programming. In view of the table, it is discovered that There is a moderate positive relationship among emotional intelligence and work-life balance, with an estimation P equal to 0.001, below 0.05, and R equal to 0.596. And then the table also shows a low negative relationships between depression, anxiety, and stress and work-life balance, with a value of P equal to 0.001, below than 0.05, with R equal to negative 0.438. Lastly, emotional intelligence, sadness, anxiety, and stress all have an impact on work-life balance. By providing actual evidence that may be used by other researchers, the finding could expand the existing literature resources. This research has given organizations a chance to discover and practice the balance of everyday working life and to join a positive group that is good at reaching high levels of emotional intelligence and a lack of sadness, anxiety, and stress problems. The widely used task metric in medical research can be explored for novel insight in social science. The scope of this research is also limited because this survey is conducted just among Royal Malaysia Air Force members and officers. Members and officers of the Royal Malaysia Army and the Royal Malaysia Navy or others organizations, especially in the safety organization, safety and security organization, can also study the same topic. That's all from me. Thank you.
So we have another last presentation that is yet to be presented. Please bear with us as we are finishing this up. So I'm sharing Zafira's presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good day to fellow audience. My name is Zafira binti Zainal Abidin, and I'm truly honored to be one of the participants for this year's 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education 2022. My research project is entitled Synergistic Effect of Partial Replacement of Carbon Black by Palm Kernel Biochar in Carboxylated Nitrile Butadiene Rubber Composite. You know how carbon black is the most used reinforcing filler in the rubber industry, as it provides rubber composites with excellent mechanical properties such as high tensile strength, abrasion resistance, hardness, and even low compression set percentage. However, we have to remind ourselves that carbon black is a petroleum-based product and classified as Group 2B carcinogen, which is highly carcinogenic where it is harmful to humans' health. Therefore, it is not sustainable nor environmental friendly for the long run. Not to mention, Malaysia is considered the pioneer and leader of the palm oil industry. Although this is indeed a huge success for Malaysia, this leads to the production of approximately 135 million tons of palm oil waste annually, which is such an alarming issue. These palm oil waste include palm kernel shell, are either thrown away or burnt, which would result in hazardous and serious environmental and health issues such as air pollution and difficulty in breathing diseases. Therefore, in order to reduce the usage of carbon black due to the declining supply of materials from non-renewable resources and to manage the current disposal method of palm oil waste, palm kernel shell are pyrolyzed through pyrolysis process to produce palm kernel shell biochar as a potential replacement to carbon black. In this research project, we were able to hybridize carbon black and palm kernel shell biochar as reinforcement in ICMDR composites. With this initiative, palm kernel shell biochar has the potential to be used as a co-filler to carbon black, which provides us with an alternative to reduce both the abundance of palm oil waste and carbon black usage in the rubber industry. Through this research project, hybrid carbon black and palm kernel shell biochar are filled in ICMDR at different loading ratios in order to study the effect of varying ratios of hybrid carbon black and palm kernel shell biochar on the rheological property, abrasion resistance, and hardness of the rubber composite, all in which are very important mechanical properties for a rubber composite to ensure high performance and long-lasting benefits. Based on our results, we managed to find out that the incorporation of hybrid carbon black and palm kernel shell biochar was able to reduce the cure time and maintain the volume loss and also the hardness of the ICMDR composite. This shows that ICMDR composites filled with hybrid carbon black and palm kernel shell biochar could provide high hardness and abrasion resistance. This study would be very beneficial for rubber manufacturers in the rubber industry if these are the properties rubber manufacturers are aiming for. Are contributed due to the presence of oxygen functional groups such as phenols, alcohols, and carboxylic acid in palm kernel shell biochar that promotes high surface activity which forms filler-filler interaction. The pores on the surface structure of palm kernel shell biochar also provide surface area contact for mechanical interlocking between filler and rubber faces, hence improving rubber-filler interaction. This research project is in accordance with the government's effort of implementing the Industry 4.0 revolution besides supporting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. research project, we were able to come up with a solution and innovation where we incorporated palm kernel shell biochar produced through pyrolysis process where they contain high carbon content and high porous structure. These palm kernel shell biochar were then hybridized with carbon black to act as reinforcement in XMBR composites. We were able to produce XMBR composites filled with hybrid carbon black and palm kernel shell biochar without deteriorating the mechanical properties. In fact, providing the rubber composites with enhanced cure time and improved mechanical properties. We could observe the synergistic effect between carbon black and palm kernel shell biochar, where palm kernel shell biochar can be used as a co-filler to carbon black in rubber composites. This could lead to more opportunities for further development in the rubber industry, especially rubber research studies involving palm kernel shell biochar. Moreover, this could be a sustainable and effective method to manage the palm oil waste by producing palm kernel shell biochar and to use it as a natural filler to reduce carbon black. This way, we're able to do our part at saving the environment and producing high-performance rubber composite. That's all from me. Thank you very much for listening. Assalamualaikum and have a pleasant day, everyone.
All right, that was our last presenter, and we will give a few minutes to the judges to gather their thoughts and to get ready to announce the awards. In the meanwhile, I would like to take this moment to announce about the upcoming conferences that IFERP has organized. So we had already briefed you on what is IFERP and what do they do. So IFERP is an international reputed professional association that is highly recognized within the global